Walking Dead craze in the early 2010s was insane, up until they milked the series like a Blizzard employee.
What the hell is even that?
The Walking Dead TV show was fantastic, with multiple spin-offs that didn't make any sense. It literally repeated the same fucking story with a different group of actors, as they showed less creativity than COD developers every year. And we, of course, had Telltale's The Walking Dead Season 1 game. So join me as we sniff some crack off a walker's ass and play Telltale's The Walking Dead Season 1 on crack. We start off making our way out of the city as we're introduced to Lee, who's in the back of a cop car driven by a guy who asked for the Mao Zedong special at the barbershop. We get introduced to the quote-unquote gameplay, consisting of clicking objects and hitting the numbers 1 through 4. There's a whole fucking SWAT team headed back into the city, followed by my favorite gender, and we know something is up. Alright, you can tell me the story while you keep your eyes on the road. Who the fuck issued your driver's license? SpongeBob? Man should have been a professional dancer instead. We wake up with a broken leg and money signs in the back, knowing we can claim police brutality for a fat check. My ass would have been counting my bands already while showing up to the courtroom like this, with just a bruise. Looks like the officer Harlem shook a little too hard and is passed out. Hello, sir? Pick your ass here if you're still with us. So we go to check on him, but Comrade Mouse laid out cold. We pick up the key to unlock our hand. You know what? These feel really comfortable. I'll keep them on, actually. I'm into the kinky stuff. One delayed jump scare later, and a demonstration of Lee's butterfingers, and yeah, I don't know about that check. I think we better call Saul. More of these walking corpses come after us, and you know what? I don't care what anyone says. How the fuck do you die to these morphine-induced walking corpses? Ricky Berwick could probably make a quick getaway compared to these losers. Now, the zombies from 28 Days Later, I can understand, but these guys aren't exactly coming for you at Mach 10 speed. You literally just walk away. It isn't even natural selection at this point. You can even have some kids Fortnite dance on them while you're on a light stroll. Fun for the whole family. Lee and his crippled leg make it over the fence as we engage in a little home invasion. You see this pool of blood, Lee? You did, right? Alright, just making sure. This message system gives us 3 increasingly disturbed messages, as apparently the little girl's parents left her with the babysitter and got fed to the walkers. We use a walkie-talkie and get talking with Clementine, the little girl who's
Would you have a seat over in that chair, please?
siding up in her treehouse. I wonder where the babysitter— oh dear God, Hammurabi barbecue school shootings. It's fine though, we get away. Lee, what did I tell you about the blood? As I contemplate about the best way to get the next Me Too hashtag trending with this corpse about to whip out my dick and fuck me in the Superman position, Clementine gives me the hammer as I leave the babysitter looking like Sid the Sloth from Ice Age. The little girl wants her parents back, but we convince her to follow us as we complete the summoning quartet of murder, assault on a cop, breaking and entering, and now child kidnapping. We get to 2 dudes who agree to drive us to their farmhouse as Chet is apparently about to use the ancient Asian secret technique of farting with enough horsepower to move the car. Unfortunately, he couldn't do much more than Clementine, but we can chalk that up to bad form, I'm sure. We get to Herschel's farm as Herschel does the anti-pedo inspection check.
Honey, do you know this man?
Yes.
Okay, then.
I'm sure that's gonna leave all the child predators sweating in their sleep. Move over, Chris Hansen, we got a new big dog on the block. And fixes our leg. Pay attention to right here. Herschel believes you. Keep note of that. He gives us a room in the barn to sleep in as Lee—
I love you, baby.
Bunny, there is no tooth fairy, and there is no Queen of England.
the new character Kenny wakes us up, who's rocking an almighty stash crafted by the ghost of Stalin's barber himself and his son, who quite honestly might literally be on crack. We also meet his wife Katya, who's a vet. No funny joke this time, she's just an important character, but blander than a white family spice cabinet. Excuse me, salt cabinet. We get to Duck driving the tractor, looking like an absolute dumbass with Sean bent over and absolutely vulnerable to a potential tractor mishap due to the negligence of an 8-year-old boy who could have used more time in the womb, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
That's called foreshadowing.
After cutting up some wood, we go to the barn as we answer all of Herschel's questions honestly, and he's like,
But you better become a better liar, and fast.
I'm so sick of these people. You know. Oh!
But before I can show this geezer to my melatonin collection, we hear a scream as Duck runs over Sean's leg as he's stuck, but not in a washing machine, so my expertise really cannot be administered at this time. But we have to pick one to save. Doesn't matter who you pick, Sean dies and Duck lives. I'd rather get started sucking Kenny off rather than someone I'll never meet again. Alright, Kenny, let's help Kenny?
Help!
Kenny? Kenny? The walkers start munching on Sean, showing us the proper technique on how to eat booty. Flawless, fluid, and efficient, undoubtedly. Herschel comes out and breaks their midnight snack with a couple shots to the cranium, showing he always keeps that thing on him, but it's too late for Sean. Herschel tells us to fuck off, but we get the ride to Macon with Kenny anyway. We run out of gas in the middle of the road, and as we're looking for more, Kenny's dumbass couldn't resist triggering the entire anime community. My Hero Academia is pedo bait.
Fuck!
But a secretary comes out of nowhere like John fucking Wick. You would have thought we had her dog or something. We're safe in the drugstore, but not everyone is happy as Lily, the leader of the group, gets pissed at Carly, and we meet Larry, a Harvey Weinstein doppelganger who's a bigger asshole than the Pornhub award-winning pumpkin anal play section, but he's got the funniest dialogue in the game.
You're gonna whoop me? You and what homo parade? This one. Whoa, cool your jets there, Rambo. These are nice people. Let's not do anything to get us thrown out before we eat. Well, that's easy. I got charm coming out of my ass.
Yeah.
Larry thinks Duck's bitten, and you know what? I could actually see that, yeah. We're about to bear witness to the greatest dialogue in the entire series.
We have to end this now. Over my dead body, we'll dig one hole.
Everyone chill the fuck out! Nobody's doing anything.
Shut up, Lily. And you, shut the fuck up. They will find us, and they will get in here, and none of this will fucking matter.
Sit down. That's it.
You're gonna whoop me? You and what homo parade? This one. That's good. Little boy, before you eat your mommy, you can watch your dad get his nose broken.
After this virtuoso from Larry's voice actor, an absolute classic, Lee drops a cinder block on Larry's ass.
That's called foreshadowing.
No, you don't touch that boy. You don't touch anybody. I've got a little girl I'm trying to protect in here, too. You want to get violent, you old fuck? Well, come on! You better have a plan to kill me, though, because it's me before anyone else in here!
But apparently the writers had to put a stop to Super Hot Lee's heat-spitting, nay, flame-throwing to protect our CPUs from overheating, as Clementine gets snuck on and grabbed by a potty pedo looking for a cupcake. We save her even though we're crippled, but our lack of a left femur really hinders our kickboxing abilities. We got Harley Curry hitting him with the good night, don't let the bed bugs bite shot. After the military saves our asses, Larry drops like an 1865 plantation owner after hearing the Gettysburg Address. That, and he needs nitroglycerin cause his heart can't pump the blood his back requires to carry the entire game. Glenn's going out to get gas, and Doug, who looks like God made his face using silly putty, is standing watch. He's not really important, honestly. We give Clementine the chocolate bar we found as we try to get to know her.
Are you okay?
What? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good.
That's good.
Yeah, I think so. Being good is good, despite the circumstances.
Yep.
We'll sit tight.
Apparently, Doug saved Carly as he saw the opportunity of a lifetime to avoid his own 40-year-old virgin story, but she gives him the most backhanded compliment I've ever seen. We agree to help fix Carly's radio at there are no batteries. Well, I guess it's nice to know TV reporting doesn't have a prerequisite chromosome requirement. We scout out the premises with Doug as we find our brother trapped under a street lamp.
Oh my god, stop, bro, I'm stuck.
Lee doesn't want to tell anyone this is his drugstore, else they'd connect the dots and call him out as a convict. So we need to find proof that the guy worked here before Doug will open the gate and we can get the key to get Larry's nitroglycerin. Kenny rides my dick like a Twitter super follower, and I give a chocolate bar to Lily, who calls me sweet, so we're definitely giving her the Lee log later tonight as we show Harvey who the real apex predator is. Me and Clem launch a reconnaissance mission in the office where we find the proof we need in a nice family picture as Carly catches me red-handed. She says she knows I'm a criminal who murdered a guy who was stuffing my wife like a Thanksgiving turkey, and how she won't tell anyone, so I really don't see the need for her to come out with it, I guess. Anyways, are they gonna kiss or what? Ooh, at this rate, Lee's gonna build his own harem. He's making all the right moves. Clem thanks us for saving her from the potty perv as we bond over Daddy Lee family lore while pulling a desk out of the way. And come on, Clementine, put your back into... Okay, maybe not. It's starting to look like a Cuphead villain. Clem's parents were a doctor and an engineer. What? Why the fuck were you living in that tiny-ass hut that's supposed to be a fucking house substitute? Is all the money going to hookers? No wonder they left your ass behind with a babysitter. They must have been making movies. After a little emergency where Clem's blood supply high as half from a damn paper cut. We go back at, yeah, Lee, I don't think that remote's gonna work, you done son of a bit. Doug, what kind of foul witchery is this? This is even more impressive than doxing Joe Biden. Glenn's stuck at the motor inn, and me and Carly are on the case like Ezra Miller with underage fans. We save Glenn's ass, but he says there's a woman trapped in a room. And despite Carly not wanting to help, my harem is still far too small to be content with.
Damn right.
So we agree to save her. After stabbing some walkers with a screwdriver, we exert a little too great a force in the last one as we give him the little Uzi diamond accessory. We get an axe to replace it though, so no harm done, unless you're a walker of course, because Lee's firefighter cosplay is deadly. Oh no! Understood, I'm breaking in. After Lee drops his 5th crime in the last 24 hours, really putting up DaBaby crime numbers at this point, she agrees to join our harem, but apparently a walker took my Womb Raider joke from the last video, which you should definitely check out by the way, a little too seriously. And yeah, don't worry miss, your services will not be required. Have a fun 2 hours to live. Unfortunately, she saw the Glock and figured out her 13th reason, and of course we can't waste a bullet like that, piss off and die in peace. She ends up coming towards us, which leaves us in a bit of a predicament considering we can't exactly threaten her with the gun. It's like choking a masochist, it wouldn't exactly be very effective. So after she almost kills us and puts a bullet through her own cranium, we get back home with enough gas for anyone and enough depression for a lifetime. We throw a brick through the glass, say goodbye to our brother, and get the drugstore key. We go to get the drug... Oh no. Lee, you own this place! Why the fuck didn't you think to disable the alarm?
Old reliable.
We make our quick getaway with me, Carly, and Doug left to defend Fort Knox, so not exactly our A squad unfortunately. Muck from Pokemon Red gives us a heartfelt speech about being a great guy.
Shut up, Doug.
Clementine goes to get our dad's cane to block off the walkers, and Carly and Doug go to defend the 2 breaches. Unfortunately, their performance left a lot to be desired, really equivalent to the French military in 1945, as Carly's got one walker trying to look up her skirt, and Doug... How the fuck did they grab you, Doug? How'd you get in that position? You thought showing him the crusty remains of a shit you took this morning would have been enough to perplex them? Nah, it's just natural selection at this point. Easiest choice in the game, sorry Doug. As we get to escaping, Larry straight up has us seeing stars. But Kenny is officially my boy as he saves our ass. This is the end of episode 1 as we set up shop in the motor inn. Glenn leaves us as he has a milked up farm girl to fertilize, and Carly's starting to get survivor syndrome from Doug. Wait, what are you staring at, you Harvey Weinstein looking ass motherfucker? Ain't you got a date with a noose coming up? Doug is mouthing off to Clementine, spitting absolutely no game whatsoever, to the point where we had to put him out of his misery.
You like my daughter?
Yeah, in fact, I'm about to fusion dance my semen with her ovaries to make mixed babies. What of it?
Well, just fuck you, Lee Everett.
Yeah, he knows who I am. At the end, me and Lily and Kenny stare out into the night with Lily going,
Right. You know, guys, I think it's going to be okay.
Whoa, 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 hey, 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 hey!
Lily! I see you have your dad's genetic makeup in the brain cell department. Anyway, that's the end of episode 1, a real masterpiece you can jack off to into the background as the second episode. Starve for Help is probably my favorite in not only the game, but in the entire series. Season 2 has us with a new character, Mark, who looks like he'd be right at home yelling in horror for YouTube. We hear a cry for assistance in the distance, and we decide to investigate, as it could be a new addition to our stagnant harem. Unfortunately, it's just a bunch of high school boys, and I'm not quite that degenerate yet, with the teacher stuck in a bear trap. This is about the 90th time they pulled an I'm trapped in this game, which you really can't blame them considering a quadruple amputee could keep their distance with the sheer horsepower of Taco Bell-induced shards. This kid's dad is Special Forces. Good on you, I guess, still doesn't compare to the average TCLR subscriber. That's right, it's that time of the video. After getting bullied constantly, these little bugs immediately subscribe to the Civ Lifer and we get to see exclusive footage. They grow 250 pounds of pure muscle, immediately grow 30 feet taller, one roar and the Twin Towers have collapsed again, and they unlock their true Civ Lifer subscriber selves. Bear witness to the power, one fastball on the continental plates shift, and Australia's attached to India again. Leave a like and subscribe to immediately reach the pinnacle of human evolution, make 6 figures from your jawline alone, and 2, more importantly, not miss out on future content. Walkers show up from the screams of agony as Kenny tells us we have to cut off the leg, and dear God, the texture on those bones is all too realistic. You can really make out where the tibia is separated from the fibula by the interosseous membrane. Impeccable graphics and excellent butchering from Lee, really won with the axe at this point, just an extension of his own arms. The Special Forces kid might need special Ed considering he forgot how to walk away at a brisk pace and gets eaten by the walkers. What kind of incompetent special forces did your dad work for? Spetsnaz? This episode is called Starve for Help, but to my surprise, not too many of us are looking like Japanese internment camp refugees, so we can't be doing that badly. We continue Seaman Levine's origin story. As the power struggle between Lily and Kenny continues, Penguin Z. Larry continues his inspiring commentary.
Any of you stepping up to make the hard decisions, my girl's got more balls than all of you combined.
He has such a way with words.
Lily gives me the rations to give out this time as everyone's looking at me like I got games on my phone. There's about 5 rations for 10 or so people, so tough choices have to be made. Clementine tells us she lost her hat, which I don't even know how that could happen. It's like someone losing a chastity cage. It'd be pretty hard to unconsciously take it off. Unfortunately, that Habsburgian level of inbreeding decision maker is the closest thing we have to a daughter, so to ensure our bloodline continues, we do have to feed her. We offer food to Duck, who looks like we just gave him a fortnight skin. Kenny tells us he wants us to leave, while Lily says she wants to stay. That's a setup for episode 3. Apparently my mathematics was off, there was only 4 pieces left, and with only 1 left we can either keep it or give it to somebody else. I decide the best way to stick it to Harvey Weinstein is to give the last piece to Mark right in front of his face. But I decided to give it to Mark because A, I don't think giving a weapon to a human trafficker is a good idea, and B, he did try to kill me last episode, so I'm not exactly thrilled with giving him a lethal weapon. And Mark calls him a racist, which, that's a great deflection strategy. You're a racist, Larry. Fuck off. I give the last piece to Mark, and Kenny seems cool about it, since I fed his son and all, but Larry is livid, as he goes so far as to threaten to rescind my private island vacation later this month. The music teacher died. Unfortunate, really. We could have used his in-demand clarinet playing skills to stave off the Walker horror. Oh no, he's back! Lee fights him off though, as Mark missed so bad he even caused Shaq to grimace. Our goose looks cooked as the music teacher prepares to insert his fist into my anal cavity. Carly saves my rectum's width from pumpkin fitting size with a bullet to the head. We all get mad at Ben for not telling us he's bitten when he drops the news. Everybody turns, whether they get bitten, die on the shitter like Elvis, or while trying to jack off 50 times in a day like this mad lad. After that bombshell, a couple of rednecks come through looking for gas, and we propose a trade. Carly tells me I need to take charge and stop being a little bitch before the brothers start asking about my life story, before we get introduced to bandits, as one generously gives the other an express delivery to heaven with same-day shipping. We get to Old McDonald's apocalyptic retreat as every southerner, not quite old but not young mother stereotype, comes to greet us with bread. Carly and Ben head back as me and Mark are left to inspect the premises for any foul play. We help clear walkers off the fence as they sure do love their electrocution fetish, it seems, but one of the fences is toppled over, so in the most predictable plot twist yet, it turns on after we pick it up from the other side as fucking Hawkeye snipes Markiplier for breaking the post-apocalyptic cringe rules. Unfortunately, we couldn't figure out if the assailant was Hawkeye or Laura Croft, and after last video, which you should definitely check, we do not want to fight Lara, so we retreat to fight another day. This inbred asks me what's wrong, as Mark has an arrow sticking out of his shoulder, and right on time, as the rest of the gang shows up. What a great first impression. Lily's mad we came here, as Kenny, in the long-standing US tradition of saying the opposite of what the other side wants, says, nah, we gotta stay here even if we have to fight them for it. Before we continue, I suggest grabbing an extra pair or 3 of underpanties, as Larry's voice actor's about to go goblin mode.
Have to. Whoa, cool your jets there, Rambo. These are nice people. Let's not do anything to get us thrown out before we eat.
I'm gonna head out and help Dan deal with these bandits. You guys should try to make friends with Andy and Brenda while I'm gone.
Well, that's easy. I got charm coming out of my ass.
Yeah, that's real charming, Dad.
Me and the second brother, who looks like that gremlin from The Lord of the Rings, set out on a Black Ops mission to recon the bandit camp that attacked us, as I forgot to push Clem on the swings! Not even the death penalty can excuse my actions, just sentence me to a life of furry conventions, the only way I can reasonably repent for my sins against humanity. I reload and push Clem as we see the bond growing closer. We sneak up on the ops' block, but it's empty. After some exploring, we find Clementine's hat, but get jumped by a Walmart employee. It seems the anti-work force has launched their first attack. We can't reason with her, but she brings up an interesting conversation. Tell him what you've got in mind for, end quote, as the Grinch who hates Christmas apparently hates anti-work Redditors even more. He talks about good shooting after blowing a Redditor's brains out, which, okay, that's fair. After we get back, I thought that I should give everyone a fair chance, you know, maybe me and the Grinch can come to an understanding, but all he does is fondle his gun like Sauron's ring, so I'm quite certain his RNA forgot to synthesize a key protein in his development and leave the creep. Lily and Kenny are fighting off in the distance as Kenny's having a suspicious suspicions about the barn, but Lily and Larry told him to drop it. Everything adds up to be a little too suspicious for us to ignore, so I learn what a salt lick is, learn Clementine's actually licked one, and reluctantly give her hat back, even though her intelligence skill probably just makes her a wasteful resource dump at this point. Me and Kenny begin our own little Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated as we try to discover what was in that barn.
Hey, Lee, you know how to pick a lock, right?
No. Why would you say that?
Well, you're, urban?
Oh, you are not saying what I think you're saying.
Jesus, man, I'm from Florida.
The first brother I couldn't be bothered to remember his name comes over, and even he couldn't believe the racial profiling, but I use this to my advantage and sabotage the generator while he gives Kenny the almighty blue hair Twitter cancellation hammer, which forces him out of the barn, and with the multi-tool we found, we pick the lock, and uh-oh.
That's a lot of damage!
Even flex tape probably couldn't fix that. We get the creepy
Dinner time.
dialogue with a smile that tells me if I was any blacker, I'd be getting shot up by the cops already. But by Kenny's logic at least, I'm not urban enough, so I guess I'm safe. I try to ask what he was cooking in there, and he tries saying it's where they slaughter the animals, but they only have one cow. The hell are you slaughtering? We ask to wash our hands, and after raiding their medicine cabinet for heroin or even some Adderall at this point, we sneak upstairs, find a peculiar cord lying on the ground that powers a back room, and oh my god, Mark's been scissored. We run downstairs to warn Clementine to not eat, and get there in time, but Duck's still chowing down. He does not care. The crackers earlier were not enough for a future Fortnite pro like him. They turn their guns on us, as Lee probably should have thought of a better plan, honestly. I mean, even if Clementine had to eat the meat, at the very least you could have, snuck up on him, killed a couple of them, bop, bop, and then, hey, you guys did eat some human meat, but at least we have a farm now. Mark crawls through faster than any walker I've seen so far, as I get my head introduced to the butt of a rifle. We awaken in a meat locker with Larry kicking his ass charm into overdrive as I try to find a way to escape. Larry gets a little heated at me for all the shit I've given him, like not giving out his rations, treating him like an ass as he conveniently forgets that he almost murdered me a couple months back, although he is kind enough to give us a picture-perfect definition of irony, so this conversation was not a waste.
But guess what? You're stuck with me. I plan to be around long after you're gone.
After banging on the door like that monkey trying to avoid a school shooting, Larry drops dead with a heart attack. Lily begins administering CPR in the absolute worst possible place. If she was any further off, she'd be hitting fucking Narnia. And Kenny makes the point that if we don't crush the brain, we're about to be trapped in here with an NFL linebacker on a diet of steroids and protein shakes. So I restrain Lily as we bear witness to exclusive footage of how Harvey Weinstein, quote-unquote, killed himself in that prison cell. Don't come after me, FBI, that's a joke.
But guess what? You're stuck with me. I plan to be around long after you're gone.
That's called foreshadowing.
We loot Larry's corpse, desecrate it really is the more appropriate nomenclature for coins to unscrew the AC. We send Clementine over to unlock the freezer, and a couple million years later, after the next ice age has subsided, Clementine opens the door and we're out. We pick up a sickle to show my undying love for communism in case Winnie the Pooh takes over the world, and as we're sneaking up on Gollum, we have to enact evasive maneuvers as his brother shows up. Oh, hello there. As he blasts my eardrums, Kenny takes up the mantle of revolutionary as we trap the brother and decide not to kill him since he's not getting out of that trap anytime soon. So we might as well make a meal out of him for our Walker overlords. Carly and Ben show up like Batman and Robin to petty crimes and do jack all as we walk up to the house where the mom is holding Katja hostage. But Mark is waiting up there for some vengeance and oh, he's got Duck. Now don't do anything stupid, Kenny. Carly's absolutely 007's the guy's ear off and we end up getting into a little kerfuffle on our own with no one to help, even though it's literally 9 against 1 right now. Lily doesn't take the shot, so she's officially been withdrawn from the applicants to our harem, as Lee somehow finds the strength to get out of this position and beats the fuck out of the brother, leaving him looking like the sexy clown from Ace Attorney without the honkers. Well, one honker, and we leave the guy to get mauled by walkers. We find a car absolutely loaded with resources to survive, as Clem's stupid ass says stealing is wrong, and I say, okay sweetie, while putting on my ski mask as we loot this car for everything. We get some batteries for the camera we found back at the anti-workers camp, and we see this bitch playing I Spy trying to catch a glimpse of Lee's mythical log, but fortunately the technique was a little outdated, definitely not my preferred peeper approach, and yeah, that's episode 2. I feel like Lee really dropped the ball here. There was so much food, a cow, corn, that playing it out and surprise attacking the descendants of Old MacDonald, and then taking the barn for ourselves was the play, even if people had to eat some human flesh. You had a generator, food, safety in the countryside, it would have been the best move in my opinion. And speaking of food, what the fuck in the world were the inbreds doing eating human flesh? I mean, they had bread, they had corn, and a cow. It's not as if they were lacking for food, especially after Katja came to like fix up their cow or whatever. I understand their preference for meat, you know, I'm more of a meat connoisseur than Riley Reid even, but they didn't have to, and I feel like they were doing this shit before the apocalypse, considering they were so used to it already. And about Larry, I'm here to put the debate to rest. The man was going into cardiac arrest. Without the proper equipment and Lily's hand placement, the chances of him surviving were lower than Celsius in the middle of winter. Killing him was definitely the right option. And yeah, I was gonna do the entire season in this video, except I'm looking at the runtime as I'm recording, and that's about 25 to 28 minutes, dear God. Again, like and subscribe. I do have the rest of the game played out already. I even played season 2 as well, so it should be a quick turnaround. I'll probably get the second video out in a couple of days, and yeah, let me know down below what you thought of this episode, what your favorite episode is, and whether you would have tried to save Larry or not. I'll see you on the next video. Peace. Last video for The Walking Dead on crack. 60,000 people dropped so many views on my channel. I shot up the Pornhub model rankings, resting at the #1 slot, so thank you guys for all that. But more importantly, I also predicted the Queen of England's death at 3 minutes in that video, so that's a little bit of a show director right there. My power of future sight knows no bounds, and for a small price of 1 subscription, I'll give you your future as well. Also, I lost it when I found out they actually do the 3 cheers hip hip hooray thing unironically. Thought it was something you'd only find in SpongeBob.
Hip, hip!
Anyways, as promised, let's go sniff some crack off another walker's ass and start The Walking Dead on Crack Part 2. Episode 3 starts with me and Kenny using the secret Russian army technique to get our 60 minutes of cardio in, to improve performance when spinning around the ops' block, since Kenny asked me to help him become more,
You know, urban?
and we get an overview of Macon, or the remnants of it. Looks as healthy as a hooker who started collecting all the STDs like Pokemon cards. Kenny is still feeling that nephrotic pain after the Monstar stole his brain last episode, leaving him to charge an inbred with a gun. We find a plane seductively crashed into Everett Prescriptions, getting deeper than any Reddit moderator ever will. Don't even know how that happened. I assume the US military got desperate enough to hire ISIS militias, who couldn't resist playing into building the first chance they got. Kenny makes it up, but the latter looks about as stable a situation as Chris Chan right now, so I decide to use the Jeep instead. Kenny says he's got me and drops my ass after I tell him lolicons don't deserve the death penalty. Can't really blame him, honestly. As I berate him saying Jim Crow was ages ago and this isn't cool anymore, we hear a scream. Apparently a woman's trying to let the walkers know that the British are coming or some shit. She rings the dinner bell for every zombie within range, and this bitch forgets to zigzag. Lee evidently doesn't mind the stank this girl's obviously making, looking like she just shared a night with Saudi princes.
What the hell is even that?
I almost passed out just from looking at her. We let her into camp. Everyone's gonna be jumping the fences, begging the walkers to let him switch sides. This one walker's freaky, though. Where we see anything out of the chum bucket, or even worse, Arby's, all he sees is a Chick-fil-A biscuit and digs in. We want to put her out of her misery, but Kenny over here acting like evil Kermit. They don't know we're here. The IRS won't notice 20K missing, but he's got a point here. No reason to put this girl out of her misery when we can use her tragic death for more time. It could be worse. I mean, we could be trying to use her for YouTube views. So we play the minigame of trying to get every good available, but like a tampon soaked past its limit, we eventually have to get out of there. Somehow the walkers out there have the dad thermostat spidey sense, and sensed me rummaging through their used panties and the Goodwill donations, and they can't have that in their fine establishment. They might be walkers, but they have standards, goddammit, and bust in like Batman after catching someone jaywalking. Kenny helps get the door off of me, with the Air Force One's pilot getting dishonorably discharged for trying to take the underwear back and given a demonstration of Vlad the Impaler's methods. Finally, me and Kenny make a clean getaway through the drugstore, Russie.
Oh, brother, this
If you want to keep going, I will keep going tonight. What's up?
Arrows! I'm sure that's not gonna be a plot point. Don't know how they'd make it one. We have rifles, well they're coming in like Robin Hood. Gonna give him that Christopher Columbus wham bam pow, your nation's mine now, if they run through our block again. Clementine welcomes me back with the stickers Ben got for her. Glad it could be useful for more than sitting his ass up on watch. Lee uses electromagnetic waves instead of knocking. Don't know why, it's Lily, she isn't that scary. Oh god, never mind. A blowjob from this looks more appealing than one from her. Before Larry, our Lord and Savior, died, he apparently bestowed the rank of Goblin Mode unto Kenny.
Looks like we got the kid on watch again.
What'd you get?
We might as well leave a sign out that says the men are gone. Come and rape our women and children.
That's called motherfucking bars, nigga! You know nothing about that!
It's funny how Ben wasn't even supposed to be on watch. He really is the glorified douchebag of our group. We get a butt ton of supplies from the pharmacy. You won't get this amount of tonnage in the caboose with the Kardashians' plastic surgeon. And Lily's happy, spouting some bullshit on how we'll survive the winter here. Winter? Winter? This motel probably didn't have any heating before the power went out. I'd be surprised if this motel had more purposes than being a pirate haven for hookers before the apocalypse. And you expect us to survive winter here with no heating? What are we, Europeans?
You're the way down.
Also, someone's stealing our supplies. That might be important too. Carly!
It's probably worth following up with Lily about what With her wound up the way she is, I don't want to see her paranoid.
I need emergency underwear. One borrowed pair later and I follow up with Lily about the supplies, and it isn't food or clothing. It's the important stuff with opium.
It's not fair!
Lily doesn't want to start a witch hunt because that would be dangerous for her, so she decides sending the only black guy is an acceptable risk. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I see. Her evidence is that there was a tossed flashlight, which doesn't really make sense since we repair equipment, not throw it out, and the only reason someone would toss it is if they had it when they shouldn't have, which, yeah, but that doesn't mean someone's stealing. Benny's at that age and there's no girls desperate enough around. You can't blame him, that flashlight kind of sounds like fleshlight.
If you don't find anything, I'm just going to assume it's you.
I can't even joke about the racism anymore. She's literally giving me a guilty till proven innocent case.
Looks like
Jim Crows.
back on the menu, boys.
Duck's been peeping the entire time like the little "you forgot to collect the homework, missy" shit he is, and wants to help us with the investigation. So I tell him to go look for clues by snorting all the paint from canisters out back, and he's on the case. I tell Carly what happened and we get the greatest sequence of flirtatious mastery I think I've ever witnessed.
Thinking a lot about you.
I think about you too.
Our group is small.
You're small.
You're a convicted killer.
That took a fucking turn. Even Andrew Tate's got nothing in the playbook for that. Actually, that's a lie. He'd probably tell me to slap her to assert alpha male supremacy before pimping her out for a Taco Bell Crunchwrap Supreme or something.
What color's your brigade?
She makes a good point though. Lily's probably gonna tell people unless Larry didn't say shit to her, which is unlikely considering Larry's been carrying racism on his back post-apartheid.
He's just always blaming me for stuff.
Like what?
Putting a bug on his pillow?
Did you do that?
Yes.
My Sherlock Holmes origin story continues with Katja telling me there's some glass on the ground near the ice machine, and I decide to tell Kenny my secret, which I'll paraphrase. I was on my way to prison 3 months ago. No shit? I don't know how you'd imprison Saudi princes, but no shit. Cupcake? No cupcake. Yeah, we good then. I also tell Clementine, because she probably already knows, what with Carly last episode busting into my parents' room screaming, "Hey, I know you killed a guy found balls deep in the missus," for no apparent reason right in front of Clementine. Clem doesn't approve or disapprove. She just goes back to coloring without showing any sort of emotion. Holy shit, this is painful. I wish she'd just cry or something. The writing team was really writing in the furnace of hell when they made this story. Ben also pleads the fifth. Honestly, my fleshlight story is what I'm going with so far. He's way too flustered in this exchange. I pick up the glass and yup, perfect match. Someone wrote a pink X on the side of the building. Duck's dumbass comes in like, "Pink? Look, I didn't think he'd actually huff the paint, okay? I asked Clementine for pink chalk and she goes, "Nope, I was robbed. Someone took it from me." Kinda like, you know, when we robbed the station
No, it's okay.
Duck apparently found a pink chalk and scuff mark near the garbage disposal, which, damn, nice work. He requests a high five and you bet your ass I gave it to him. I want to be thought of as incredibly awesome by someone other than my mother. The mark near the dumpster really lends more credence to my fleshlight theory, because the best place to dispose of seminal fluid in this situation without running water would be the dumpster. But just as I'm about to expose Benny for ejaculating on the job, I get to a vent and wouldn't you know it, jackpot. I inject some of it, most of it, okay, all of it, before sending the remains back to Lily, and with this proof, we're ready to confront the perpetrators and line them up and whoa, no, too far. Stop. As Lily tries to convince me to be her Joseph Goebbels, bandits somehow have our people. Ben, you were masturbating into the dumpster when you were supposed to be on watch again, weren't you? Lily tells me to distract them while she roleplays American Sniper, and I'm like, shit. So I put my diplomatic skills through a trial by fire.
We have more supplies. We can keep the deal going.
Too late, shithead!
We have goth girlfriends we haven't even shown yet. Big titty, big titty.
Is that so?
Well, I suppose we ought to hash out some terms then.
Boom goes the dynamite as Lily flips this guy's off switch while Carly John fucking wicks her way through the scraps, and as it's my turn for a badass game-saving play, I fumble. I make up for my critical failure with consecutive headshots to power down the enemy's CPUs permanently as this fucker gets munched by Walker, blows his load everywhere, attracting the rest of the horde. Clementine's saved, but that hug might have been the end for Katja and Duck had Lee not proven his urbanness with that thang once again. Lily looked like she was gonna 300 this shit before hopping in last second, and I guess we're going with Kenny's RV plan after all. What do former presidents say about becoming a Civ Lifer subscriber? Trump, how big did your dick grow after clicking subscribe?
It's really gonna be big. It's not just big, it's huge.
Bush, what do you think of TCLR subscribers?
Weapons of mass destruction.
Biden, what do you say to people who don't want to subscribe?
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who? Bill Clinton, what has subscribing to the Civ Lifer given you?
Indeed, I did have a relationship.
That's right, by leaving a like and subscribing, you too can engage in the lucrative corruption of Washington, D.C., as well as have pecs so thick you'll be able to catch bullets with more effectiveness than Abe Lincoln's skull. And two, more importantly, not miss out on future content. Remember earlier when Lily said,
Stupid. I know what happens if I start a witch hunt.
Yeah, she starts a witch hunt. Lily goes after Ben after he vouched for Carly too, and would have came after me if I didn't possess the mythical Lee log, no doubt about it. She uses proof that they've talked at least, hold on, been together.
I just want to talk to him.
Why do you have a shotgun?
Kenny hits a Walker at the worst time, really. The timing of a pizza man ringing the doorbell while balls deep in the misses, and we get out and leave it to a vote per Lily's own request. I say it could have been Filthy Frank sneaking into our base. He's been off the grid for a while. Kenny says fuck no, and Carly and Ben aren't going to incriminate themselves. Not only that, but Carly gives her the work, shows her how it's done. Lily might have skipped college for the Air Force, but Carly gave her all the schooling she'd ever need here. Eloquently batters her verbally. I thought I was watching the final rap in 8 Mile again. So votes over 5-1. 3 cheers for democratic values.
Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
Lily? Carly? The sound of sweet murder turned Lee on, it seems. You getting busy here or what? But there's no time for that, as with Lily murdering a group member in cold blood, and Carly no less.
It should have been me, not him! It's not—
Yeah, we're leaving this crazy bitch. She tries to tell everyone I was a murderer, but she falls for my trap card, and Kenny tells her to fuck off. Murder is completely, unequivocally halal. Lily tries one last desperate plea for her life, but you should have thought of that before murdering a member of the group, calling you out for going to Cranbrook.
That's a private school!
After we send Lily to the Shadow Realm, Katja wants to talk to me. Hey, what's up, guys? Oh, Duck has been bitten. I was wondering why the little crackhead wasn't running around like he took a caffeine pill in rectal form. Hold on, that's actually probably a fetish. I don't know how the Walker attack earlier got him. The Walker's mouth was nowhere near the abdomen, but I'll chalk that up to the Walker hiding another Walker head in its pelvis for pleasurific purposes. I tell Clementine the good news, who takes it well and asks,
What about Carly?
Carly? Carly? Lily had the Magnum send out a hypothalamus-seeking missile, and you want a Carly? She's gone. She tells a story of how she almost dropped the payload on my head in episode 1. Good to know I wasn't completely off in Lee's home invasion adventure last episode. All of a sudden, bam, Clem's wake up and is trying to take control of a pigeon or some shit and is getting out of control. But like any time I think I have a girlfriend, it turns out it's just a dream. You would think our luck at this point would change, right? Wrong. We got a fucking train blocking our path. You can't make this shit shit up. I feel like I'm a guy in a Sims game modeled after a girl's ex who just dumped her. Apparently some dude's been living here, so Lee can't resist the urge and uses the Omnitrix to summon King Von again and snags the water and map, which shows this train is conveniently taking us to Savannah. Duck looks about as dead as a fucking ventriloquist puppet right now, you sticking your hand up his ass.
How you doing? Should have a seat over in that chair, please.
It's about all the movement he can do right now. No way he survives the day. After a minor scare with the walker who already had half his head blown off, Ben is like, press the button. No, press the button. Press here. I'll do it. This waste man didn't have enough of a high letting the bandit sneak into camp. He's trying to add another point to the boys' lead total. Kenny comes in and starts going to work on the train while I'm left to do all the manual labor and start it. I don't like where this is going. I take a big steel wrench and start weighing it like a fucking watermelon for some reason. Gonna start shaking it to see if it's ripe too. I proceed to find a pencil, scribbling in the indentations, and starting the train. There's a train car stuck though, and I gotta go remove the adhesive dildo before come. Oh my goodness, it's a redneck. My greatest weakness. He asks if I robbed him, but I scream racial profiling with a Twitter in one hand and he backs off. The homeless man gives everyone candy, which is its own problem in and of itself, but with Ben here like he just ate out his girl on her period and is reviewing the aroma, I think we know Chuck's probably spiked the Mike and Ikes. We bring Chuck along after he pinky promises he probably isn't a Minecraft YouTuber, and Kenny's like, yeah, the kid looks fine, he's an angel. Yeah, maybe a biblically accurate one, but I can't convince him. I hit the lever and we get rolling and everything's looking good, until we snap back to reality with Chuck dissing Ben. And Duck beginning to cough up blood. Ew, Ben, you into this shit? Kenny, look at this shit. Ben's into that? Yeah, it's crazy. Fuck. Also, your kid's going to meet Disney. You mean Disney World? No. Walt Disney. We convince Kenny to stop the train and he goes through every stage of grief until him and Katja go to the forest to say their goodbyes. As I'm trying to explain to Clem how we lost half our group in a day,
What the?
and I bolt. Gotta make sure that Logan Paul isn't endangering his YouTube career again, but it turns out it was just Katja being a better fan of Walt Disney than I first suspected. I take the Glock and finish off Duck. Back on the train, Clementine tells me that Chuck walked up to her and offered her Discord admin, and I couldn't believe this shit. I'm gonna go talk some sense into him. In all seriousness, he tells Clem and I need to get a plan and to cut her hair and to urbanize her, which, yeah, he's got a point. So to thank him, and hopefully take him off the streets for good, making the world a better place, I get him some alcohol to speed up his decaying body. By the time I'm done with him, it's gonna be interchangeable with a Walker's. I tell Kenny to go drown his sorrows away and he agrees, leaving me free to steal the map. As I'm making my way back, Ben pipes up. I did it. He sold us off to the ops. This stupid motherfucker ruined everything. This football figurine attachment is the reason episode 3 happened the way it did. This first 1,000 seats gets a free bobblehead looking motherfucker. Probably intentionally left his post and let the bandits surround us. This guy's got us so pissed off he's got Lee mean mugging like he dropped the dunk of the decade. One last look of shame and we leave Greg from Diary of a Wimpy Kid to go deal with Clementine. We cut Clem's hair and after she bravely starts the transgender movement and gives us the mopey look of disappointment, we teach her how to use that motherfucking thang. After she's ready to join me in my DeBaby level crime sprees, we plan out our heist. The Marsh house is where her parents spend most of their days out when they're going to Savannah, and knowing they're people of culture just like ourselves, we decide meeting them is our utmost priority. Unfortunately, the great train heist can't be made since there's a fucking oil tanker in the way. How the fuck is our luck like this? Did this man fuck your mother or some shit? Not only did we lose half our group members at this point, but apparently they took all the chromosomes with them. Walk? Walk, Ben? That's a fucking stupid idea. You know who could really use a walk right now? Carly. But she can't now, can she, you fucking main character from Ratatouille looking ass? Motherfucker. You got a rat stuck in that combed over cover for male pattern baldness toupee you got going on. And then Chuck's like, why don't we just move it? Move what? The truck filled with ignitable gasoline? You trying to one-up Bin Laden or some shit? Might not be the worst thing to overcome, though. The American military can't be too far away at this point. What with the free oil and everything? Even the two strangers couldn't believe this bullshit and... Wait a minute. New people? I immediately sprint up, get on my knees, and beg Omid and Krista to take me with them. Unfortunately, Clementine makes them want to stay with us, though not too bad overall since it's still a positive. After getting a "you're not her dad" jab from Krista, I bring down Chuck and Ben's subs as Omid learns how to work the train with Kenny, and I decide to explore an abandoned shack in a zombie apocalypse with an 8-year-old girl. Okay, maybe I'm the problem. That's not it, though. Apparently Lee's tired of Clementine's shit and's trying to go one-on-one with CPS. Cause what the hell is he doing here? Clem somehow opens the the door after reaching in like 2 centimeters. How the hell did you unlock this? Looking at the door from the other side, there's no way it has some sort of lock on the top with this. I decide to put a wrench to block the door from closing, leaving me weaponless, and there's no way someone left a fucking blowtorch in this vicinity. Apparently we got Dora the Explorer's backpack providing the very specific tool we need at the right time. Either that or divine intervention from someone getting over their breakup. Yeah, Lee, you can't reach the keys, no shit. How are you a damn professor? I decide to throw in Clementine, but her face freezes after reaching the other side. Half expected her to start going. I whip out the Glock to show Man Ray who runs these streets, but all of a sudden the shit-stained Bubble comes in for support and I wasn't expecting special forces. I back away, grab my weapon, and put him to sleep with my melatonin dispenser. Could've used some help with the heist, Clem, but there's no time for that as somehow there's a walker on the other side who didn't hear me tuck his friends in for bed. Clem, get the keys. She's not over the breakup yet. Krista comes in, gives me a look of disapproval and walks off. Well, it looks like we can be expecting CPS to show up with the army, I suppose. Another heartfelt moment. Lee is more patient than I would have been, honestly, but that's why he's a goat. As I'm blowtorching like I got into my first fist fight ever in high school, Omid saves me from the crippling right hook I couldn't see coming, and to reward him...
God, you're a real son of a bitch, aren't you?
I mean, Krista already hates me, this doesn't really change much. Ben, how do you see the giant walker horde just now? I need contacts and my ass could have made out that horde from a mile away. With Ben doing his best to get that new kill streak, me and Omid are able to detach the fuel tank, miraculously prevent it from giving Ben the kill streak he wanted so badly, and now it's time to jump.
What? No way!
Alright.
Son of a...
I save Omid instead of Krista because I see this as a prime opportunity to get rid of her, and alright, Omid apparently hates me even more. I might have miscalculated. It's a good thing Krista outruns cheetahs for fun. Usain Bolt's prodigy shows up and all I have to deal with is her passive aggressiveness now. Clem asks if we're okay and I say yes, even though Omid's on that Joe from Family Guy difficulty right now. While Clementine is sleeping, we see the picture she drew. But more importantly, we've made it to Savannah and...
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake and then go back home. There was, you know, nothing that was going to be sexual involved because I'm not like that, you know, well...
Shit. I think that's a pretty good point to leave off on. I was going to do episodes 3, 4, and 5, even though it was just 3 today, but I didn't want to cut down the script, and a 50-minute video, since this one's about 20 minutes, and the other one's about 27 minutes, is just going to get struck down by the almighty algorithm. So I decided, hey, you know, it's going to take me about a week to finish episodes 4 and 5 anyway, so I might as well release episode 3, 20 minutes of good content today, and then I'll release the other one Friday, Saturday, Sunday if some sort of cataclysmic eruption happens, even though there are no volcanoes where I'm at, even though it's gonna look like I'm trying to milk this series for every drop it has, like a cow udder succubus or some shit. Again, Friday, Saturday is when I'll release part 2, and let me know down below in the comments if you have any other ideas. Season 2, Wolf Among Us, something like GTA 5 even, and yeah, check out these other videos in the top right and top left corner, and I'll see you all next time. Peace. The final part for Season 1 of The Walking Dead on crack has come. Let's hope the sad news doesn't push people to triple somersault off the Grand Canyon, but I'll do Season 2 eventually, so don't worry about that. In the meantime, check out some of my previous crackery listed on the screen, and here's the next 4 videos planned out. Note that the days may be subject to change, since me saying I'll have a video out on a certain day is akin to the phrase "we'll be back home by Christmas" in 1914. In any case, as many of you have stated, let's go smoke some more crack off a walker's ass and start part 3 of The Walking Dead on crack. I think I might have a problem. Episode 4 starts with us crossing through a different hood, so we have the straps and shovel. Okay, Chuck's a little confused, but he's got the spirit at least. Also, Clem must want the Club Penguin clown costume if she thinks I'm giving her radio back.
What the hell?
Oh, come on, it's not even fair anymore. Now we have to deal with fucking Ezio. This episode's name is Around Every Corner, which is fitting considering that's where the walkers are fucking showing up from. You would have thought I brought a fully functioning woman to a computer science class. Alright, Ben, grab Clem and run. Ben? Why is he still with us? I pull out the strap and dome the walkers, causing them to stop, drop, and roll until Chuck with the shovel comes out and says no one touches my Discord admin, making him officially, and I made a list for it, my boy, along with Kenny from last video, and Samuel from Dishonored, we have to leave Charles, a soldier to the end. Godspeed. After gaslighting the group to join me in my next home invasion adventure, Omid has all the mobility of a one-legged turtle, so we need to find a way in. I confront Bitch, his new legal name now, and tell him, do that shit again and I'll show you just how urban I really am. Tell him, Kenny. Oh yeah, he's urban. We end up digging up either a naked mole rat or the first enemy you deal with in Fallout games and use its leash to open the doggy door for Clementine, who just speeds in like she's got a death wish and comes out with, "Ta-da! My plot armor is immovable." Anyways, we clear the house and Omid looks like he's about to get Hersheled. TV Herschel, that is. And Clem explains to us, no, the stranger on the radio's her friend and he just wants to meet up alone. Yeah, meet up with Georgia PD and Chris fucking Hansen leading the charge, maybe. Ben tells me to rush upstairs. Kenny's talking about how he really misses her while driving 105, and I bolt before it's too late. It's worse than that, though, with a duck lookalike. He'll die. Can't even walk. This man's more useless than the regular walker, and those fuckers were more useless than you could ever dream of. Man's looking worse than a Nanking citizen in 1939 after the Japanese showed up. I end up burying the kid with his dog.
What the dog doing?
Who said that? Come back here. The new plan is me and Kenny look for the boat we came all this way for, while the side men sit down and try not to get a pentakill. After a half-assed attempt to converse with Kenny, we get to the pier and, oh, there's no boat, is there? Not only that, but apparently the damn Legion's been through here and made damn sure to get Jesus this time. I look through the iCarly camcorder and holy shit, it's Ezio. Me and Kenny go into hiding and try sneaking up on the bitch who disappeared, shows up behind me with a fucking replacement jutsu, but I hit him with the wham bam thank you madame combo and Clementine. The plot armor must be made of titanium. How the hell did you show up? The woman's name is Molly Percocet, and Kenny tries sneaking up on her 30 minutes after the battle is over. Just a mastermind of tactical genius over here. The Union must be counting its lucky stars that they had to deal with Robert E. Lee and not Kenny leading the charge. Otherwise, it would have been a fucking sweep. The Legion is called Crawford, and they're all about survival of the fittest. Calling them Spartans is probably more appropriate. Walkers come out of nowhere, and me and Percocet take up Kenny and Clem, but it's too late for me. She gives me Laura Croft's ice pick, and I jump into a manhole. I think I found Hannah Baker.
Making my way downtown, walking fast.
They eat in his ass and I turn right the fuck back around. I'm not dealing with that. I was a little worried about the puzzle bit. It wasn't really a hard one though. It's a Telltale game after all. Even my preschool level education should be plenty. Apparently the course that was being eaten was Chuck. Damn. Due to his final resting location, if I didn't see him with my own eyes getting swarmed earlier, I would have thought he was Vladimir Putin's last victim. As I'm about to sneak up on the ops, I get trapped by Hades' minion Cerberus from the underworld, and after dealing with him and then the sneaky, Lee thinks he's Superman and instead realizes Laura Croft's pickaxe doesn't give him superpowers after all. But in his search to save his pride, he says the wall is loose, and would you look at that, it is. We walk in and, after walking in on the orgy at the local retirement home, the leader, Vernon, says I can't leave alive. They say I'm from Crawford, but I'm able to take the gun from him, guess he isn't about that life after all, and calm their fears. This is a survivor group who's running out of medicine, and I realize I still haven't defrauded anyone yet in my quest to overtake Al Capone, Disney, and the IRS as the greatest criminals of all time. So I lie and say, show me the way back home, and I'll give you all the medicine we're definitely packing. Anyways, I get back home, and Molly's crippling drug addiction has her looking for the perks. Omid is dying, and the doctor finds out the only real medicine we have is Viagra, which is nowhere near strong enough to get that limp pool noodle he calls a reproductive organ functioning again, leaving him enraged. Trust me, you play this game once and you don't feel any guilt about lying to this old-headed son of a bitch. I pray the remission reverses you, Herschel from episode 1 took a hammer to the head looking motherfucker. Kenny's drinking his sorrows away, and Ben, wait a minute, Ben was supposed to take care of Clementine when she fucking showed up at the pier. Ben, you really are useless. If you think about it, Omid's leg, Carly, Lily, Kenny's family, Chuck, are all the fault of Ben. This man not only traded the drugs to the bandit, but also was on watch when they snuck into camp, told us about the walkers too late, and almost killed Clem, leading to Chuck's own death. This man's got the Columbine ops, Hitler, and Thanos shaking in their boots. He's a few kills away from matching the CIA's kill count. I go looking for Clementine, and she's in the shed, and we get this heartwarming moment.
Whee!
This was here the whole time?
Let me drive the boat.
Right?
And we have a fucking boat. And Kenny drops the bottle after realizing he doesn't have a son to abuse anymore. After looking through the boat, Kenny says we need a battery, which Crawford probably has. Vernon needs some medicine, which Crawford also has. And finally, Molly is so high she ends up joining us anyways. Clementine says Crawford as she slyly tries to slither her way into the mission, and I tell her no, it's gonna be dangerous for a 5-year-old girl. And she's like, I have plot armor, and I really have no comeback for that absolutely flawless defense, so she's coming with us. As we get ready to leave, Kenny tells us we're gonna have to cut someone loose for the boat, even without Molly, which is pretty unfortunate. A decision that's gonna weigh on our conscience, leading to sleepless nights where we wrestle with the fact that we had to leave somebody behind. Ben? Look, no offense, but knowing him, he'd get horny enough to land, grab a walker, come back, engage in necrophilia at the cost of 2 more lives. Vernon shows up with Bree. Look, we have no time for bowling, Vernon. Too many people is dangerous. But apparently she knows the layout of Crawford's school, their headquarters, and off we go on the heist. I pop up to pop a bitch, and it's a walker. They all are. I don't know what could have happened here. Nothing short of some bronies arguing about their favorite pony is enough to cause this wreckage. What, with walkers being so slow you could hit snooze a couple times before you have to get going. We get into the school with even Krista now done with Ben's shit, and we follow Bree to the HQ. We split up with me and Molly going to the battery, Krista and Vernon to get the drugs to Molly's dismay, and Kenny and Bree are off to get the fuel. Clem is pissed I'm leaving her with Ben since, you know, an armed nuclear warhead's a safer spot to be beside than Ben. But I tell her, no, silly. I'm leaving Ben here with you. Not even trying to placate her. Clem's actually in charge. Molly goes off ahead, so I open the garage door and, I think I found Hannah Bake. Molly shows up with a, a mask. Now you've made it political. I swear to God, politics in video games these days. Wish we were back in the good old days of 2012 where fun was the priority of video games. Molly, he's dead. Molly? The garage door is locked tight, but apparently Molly's door, the fucking explorer with her backpack of limitless possibilities. Walkers start pulling in though, so we have to be quick. I bring the car down, take its battery. Oop, Walker's coming. And Molly's so high off the perks, she thinks she's Spider-Man, so she leaves me with no choice but to follow her. Molly takes the battery for insurance so we don't leave her, and to prevent my own tax history from being brought up, I don't argue as she leaves me with my hand on my flaccid dick Viagra jar empty. Hey Kenny, Bree, what's you? Holy shit, were you gathering fuel from a walker's tits Blizzard style? You're lucky I got the hatchet. Bree also hates me because I lied to Vernon. Yeah, fuck you too, you plus size 1 push in the Wii. Strike theme starts playing, motherfucker. I also get Ben's stupid fucking ass telling me he wants to tell Kenny the truth because I'm sent by the devil himself to cause mayhem. I did not realize Benny was this fucking stupid. I honestly hate him even more than Vernon. In what world would that ever be a good idea? I go to Krista and Vernon, who are step-broed, and I have to bail them out with the Glock. They're trying to open the safe but need a code to unlock the medicine cabinet. Good thing the doctor was required to record everything, so I'm sure we can find the code on one of the tapes. First video shows a woman who got pregnant, and in this universe apparently the abortion debate has swung to the other side and she has to terminate the egg semen fusion dance. Kinda stupid log term. Crawford's population pyramid's about to look like Japan's with all these laws, but the woman is distraught and wants another day. Second tape, the bitch just stabs the fucker and dips. We see what the passcode is though, which is enough for Vernon and Krista. So I watched the last tape by myself, hoping to finally view some sort of pornographic material for the first time in over a year, but it appears I was a little too late for that, and Molly, the drug habit has gone too far, I'm calling an intervention. Plot twist, she wants the drugs for her sister who has diabetes. Don't judge, I don't know where Comrade Susan draws the line, but after this session, the perv from Wolf Among Us said your head game is weak, it's like your SpongeBob eating a chocolate bar and we can't continue the steal anymore, leaving Molly flabbergasted. I guess that's why Molly came to Crawford with us and bodied the walker in doctor clothes earlier. Oh hey Ben, where'd you get that hatchet from? Ben?
What? Where's
hatchet?
Goes right there. See, I
took it because I needed a weapon.
You were supposed to
leave it in there to stop the walkers. Dude, we're gonna leave anyway, it's fine.
Oh, really? Yes.
So go leave then.
Okay, I will. I see the problem. Oh, do ya?
I tried to save Molly's life from Ben's kill streak expanding, but I didn't shoot. It was Clem showing everyone that Strap is officially open for business with shirt factories at 100% production. Although she looks like she's trying to hold a flashlight for her dad who's working on the car and is getting a little bit pissed, so not there yet, I suppose. We have to get the door open before the walkers come in, and yeah, Ben, it is your fault. You should have let the hatchet alone. Oh no, Ben, it's not the time for that. Kenny gets the door open as Ratatouille's slave spills the beans.
Deal with the bandits at the motor inn, slipping them supplies. I thought maybe I could keep them off our backs.
When it got discovered, that's when they attacked. And that's when Duck...
I agree with you. You should kick his ass. But now's not the time. We gotta focus on getting out of here.
You little pissant! You're fucking dead! You hear me? Dead! My wife and child! You gotta both fucking kill!
Kenny, listen to me. You can whip his skinny little ass later.
And last but not least, we have Mark Phillips with men's instigating once again. He gave a gold medal performance last Olympics. Let's see how he does this Olympics, ladies and gentlemen. Can he do?
Yes, kill him later, not now. Kenny says he's not invited to the barbecue, he can't come, and Krista sides with him. Not surprising considering every death can be attributed to Ben directly. Clem says she wants a vote, and friends don't leave friends behind. Yeah, he's not a friend. Speaking of killing and Ben, Bree's dead from the walkers due to the hatchet Ben removed, so chalk up another one up to Pewbie-Dooby-Doo. Although, honestly, kinda glad she's dead. Good job, Ben. You might make the barbecue after all. Also, no weapons left in the armory. Kinda strange considering this is a school in America, but I'll suspend my disbelief. Down, down, down. Okay, up, up, up. After some shouts to the dome, I get uh-oh step-bred myself, but I make it out, fight my way up, and we start leaving until Ben gets grabbed by the walker who noosed himself and drops with more coming up the stairs. I don't know why I pulled him up, but fuck it, I say no man left behind, and we all get out. We come back and... Is Omid? Nah, the little prankster was just joking around. Omid.
That's all, folks.
After caring for Omid, Vernon asks me to leave Clementine with him. Fuck out of here, you budget Larry, you ain't funny. Apparently he isn't joking, so Lee gets to beating his bitch ass. Even Molly's leaving, which is kinda sad considering she carried the episode on her back today. Clem asks when we're gonna see her parents, and...
Sure, we'll look before we leave.
Really? You'll take me to Crawford so we can look? I knew you didn't really mean it.
I wake up and Clementine's gone. I take her hat and I'm just gonna peel the band-aid off, just get balls deep into it, no rubber. We make our way to a radio behind the bin, and a walker surprises us behind the board. We finish him off, but...
No. 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 No.
Damn. I show the remnants of our group the bite, but there's no time for me. We have to save Clem, and I get Omid, Krista, and... Kenny?
You've always been there for me, Lee. Always had my back when it mattered. What kind of friend would I be if I wasn't there for you now? Bitten or not, I'm with you to the end. You can count on me.
Ask Ben to come with us, and as Kenny points out, it would be more of a hindrance, although he does owe Clementine, so I figure every great army needs fodder. We think Vernon stole Clementine from his request earlier, so we check there first, but the orgy is over. The episode ends with the walker horde making its way by, and the bitch-ass radio man telling me he isn't Vernon.
This call is officially a final notice from IRS, Internal Revenue Services. The reason of this call is to inform you that IRS is filing lawsuit against you.
You know what else has no time left? Your chances of being successful at life after becoming a TCLR subscriber. We have exclusive footage of a child hitting subscribe to the Civ Lifer for the first time. You can see the metabolic process takes place immediately. He grows 80 pounds in pure muscle, has to grow another pair of arms because his mortal body needs help in handling the pure mass of muscle, and grows another 3 feet taller. Another happy customer. Leave a like and subscribe if you too want to grow to meet eye to eye with Shaq, immediately win the lottery, and 2, more importantly, not miss out on future content. Next episode starts off with Lee showing the mystery man who carries the real lug in this game. We have bigger things on our mind. But, well, nothing's bigger than Lee's harem attractor, of course. You know what I mean. The walkers are breaking through, and as we carjack open the door, Lee collapses like a 4chaner getting told he isn't a base Sigma male for being an unemployed basement dweller at the age of 50. We wake up to Kenny trying to cut my arm off to stop the infection, but now that I'm awake, he's like, you know what, Krista? You do it. You seem urban enough for the task. And for the purposes of this video, I'll show the arm cut scene to try to get a fat check. Alright, Krista, let me know when. Oh my cow testicle sandwiches. Unlike episode 2, I'm disappointed you can't make out the bones nor the membrane. 0 out of 10. After leaving me with a German-style grenade and Call of Duty World at War for an arm, I get told I can't sue for damages during the apocalypse, so my fraudulent scheme is a moot point, and I reload and play through with 2 arms. As we're climbing to escape, Lee realizes he took some of Chuck's leftover secret candy and passes out, thinking now's the time to try out for the US gymnastics squad. The plan is to get back to the house and make sure we didn't leave anything, and we get a ladder set up on the bell tower to distract the walkers so we can get away from the other side just like Molly. Guess we've all been taking those Percocets, and we get this funny exchange.
I'll do it. Yeah, Ben'll do it.
Something tells me there's going to be a little slip and slide adventure for Ben on his way back. I go, of course, because I'm the one with the asshole marked for death, so I have nothing to lose. The ladder collapses, and you know what? Lee wins the gold medal in gymnastics. The practice really paid off. I don't care what anyone says. Simon, who? To further cement my point,
qualifying really controlled the landing. She was a little bit too powerful in the prelims. Only a small little hop back. It's going to be a ginormous score.
We get back though and they took the boat. It was Kodak. I fucking knew it. He wanted to be superstars too badly. It was actually Vernon and the Increpicals, as we get another S-tier line from Kenny's alley-oop to Omid and Krista.
The invalids?
Their actions, contradict your characterization, but yeah, the invalids.
He's right. They're not invalids. They're just people.
Oh, sorry, sweetie. The people fucked us in the ass, no rubber. Would never want to disrespect the fuckheads who took our boat. It seems in the absence of a son, Kenny found another kid to use and abuse as they get into an argument.
All right, Pinhead, your time is up.
What do you call him, Pinhead?
I am so sorry about Katja and Duck. I never made it home. They could be alive, or dead, or walkers, or worse, and I don't know! So give me a fucking break!
Miss Brandt?
Yes?
Get me a violin.
I'm sorry. I have no sympathy for this bitch after he made Hitler look like a human rights activist version of a vegan. Walkers are closing in, so we mount a defense, and unlike episode 1, I didn't have Doug's jello ass flopping around trying to lock on targets with his anal sphincter, and we mount a respectable defense. And to celebrate, we're gonna play some Fortnite with Krista saying she has some unused V-Bucks. Shit, everyone get back. We have less bullets than Chuck had, so we can only cause minimal damage before retreating to the attic. Afterwards, Lee drops like he heard his side piece was 6 weeks pregnant in Texas.
This is bad. This is very...
And Clem wakes us up telling us she's still at the Marsh house. Kenny starts talking about my situation and how you're gonna die, we have to think of how to deal with you, and the live-action Cowboy Bebop was kind of good. That last bit broke the camel's back for me and I chucked the statue at the wall, revealing it's made of the paper mache they used in We Happy Few for their tanks. After a little apology to Kenny, I start talking with Omid and Krista, asking if they're available for the new harem I'm about to start up, and explain the Ben Kenny lore to them. Kenny comes after Omid takes over for him, and we get him to stop going after Ben and hey, booze, as we get Krista drinking like a prime college student on a Saturday night. Omid breaks through to the next house over and we see Till Death Do Us Part taken a little too seriously. Aww. There's a balcony we can jump from and I've always wanted to be in. So we go fulfill our childhood dreams by climbing on the rooftops to save Clementine. When it gets to Ben's turn, the rail's already about to blow. Oh no, Ben, look out! It's Putin! Ben hits us with that Looney Tunes mid-air pause before dropping. Me and Kenny get there, but the dude's impaled and can't move, so he's done for. As me and Kenny get ready to smoke the Ben pack over his dead body, Kenny shoves me to safety before closing the gate. He wants the pack all for himself, you son of a bitch. You know I was saving that. He tells me to leave and to remember him for the 30 or so minutes I have left. God damn it, Kenny, why? It's fucking Ben. Pre-ejaculatory liquid would be a better help than this loon, but it's a fitting end for both of them, I think, and leaves them to get devoured by walkers. I come back to the ragtag about to be duo trio and tell them the news, but maybe Kenny did survive. Yeah, right. No one's making it out of there. That's just an extra dose of copium. Lee looking like he sees ghosts sometimes and doesn't have much time left, so we have to hustle. We see the final destination, and speaking of which, I almost fell into one of those traps myself, stranding Omid and Krista. At the end, Lee says, fuck it, I'm going for it. He's already a dead man walking, so he's about to go goblin mode. I tell them to meet us by the train outside town and go down to the Walker Horde. Left hand works about as well as a malfunctioning paraplegic, so I pick up the shard, bleed myself a little to get the goths to buy this game, whip out the hatchet, and...
Let's go home! Go home! The scoreboard. That might be one of the four.
Eventually, I acquire so much blood from the packaged meat industry I just worked at, butchered the fuck out of them. Really gonna get PETA mad about that one, but all the blood masks my scent and the walkers don't come for me anymore. I get to the room Clem is in and, oh, hello Doug 300 pounds lighter. Hello Lee 300 times less urban. Clem might be fine, but your mud pie face definitely isn't. We get the lore of this guy's story, recapping him and mine's journeys to get here. The car we stole in episode 2, it was his. He also tells us all the other shit we did, like leaving Lily, walking into the St. John's Dairy, etc. His story is he lost his son on a hunting trip at the age of 5 or something, and his wife hated him for it. So after we stole the car, she went to get the milk with her daughter, and a few hours later, he found them dead. And hey, she's graced us with her fine presence on this good morning. How you doing, miss? I guess somebody can't let go of the past. I'm sure you iron your Letterman jacket weekly too, huh? Clem makes it at the pedo chamber and picks up a bottle, smacks his ass with it, and my crippled ass gets to work. I wonder this man lost his wife and kids. My one-armed, weak, bitten ass can choke him out. Any sizable individual could as well. I also put a bullet in his head, cause fuck him. We get a nice heartwarming moment with Clem, and as we're about to leave,
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
He doesn't care about me. That's when I realize what needs to be done and wipe the fucker's guts all over Clementine to walk through the horde. And I give her the hat back too. That's symbolism for people who are smarter than me to understand. As we're making our way through the horde, before I collapse for the final time. I wake up with jaundice, yellow eyes, and a pale face like I got an E. coli infection after eating some bad booty. Clementine locked us in, so we have to find another way out. I show her the bite and she breaks down, but we're able to stabilize the situation. It doesn't matter though, as I collapse, and that's it for me. I get her to baseball bat the window and lock me with handcuffs so my crime records live on with her. I tell Clementine to grab the gun, but oop! Should have told her to bash its brains in first with the bat. At least we know the virus has a syphilis-like effect daily. I kick the bat to her and she beats the fucker's ass. No more EDPs she can't handle, so I've done my job as a pseudo-parent. And finally, the scene we're all dreading.
Oh, Clem, you can do anything.
But I'm little.
Doesn't mean nothing. You go see bad stuff, but it's okay.
My parents. It's so horrible.
I can't imagine, sweet pea.
And now, you? Please. Please don't be one of them. Please don't become a walker.
There's only one thing you can do. You know that.
I don't know if I can.
You can leave me. It's okay.
You'll be just like them.
It's okay. It won't be me.
Please.
Clem, it's time to go. You gotta get out of here.
You can come with me.
No, honey, I can't. It's okay.
Please.
You have to go now.
Maybe I shouldn't let you turn.
I don't want you to have to do that. The noise, sweet pea. They already know we're in here. You don't need more of them. And Macon, first days we met. Do you remember?
Yeah, I do.
When I went out to rescue that boy Glenn, we met a girl. She'd been bitten too. All she wanted was to not come back as a walker. I couldn't bring myself to give her the gun. I didn't want to see death then, and I know we've seen so much of it, but you shouldn't have to see it now.
I'll go. I'll leave you. I'll go as fast as I can.
And as safe as you can. Always be safe. Find Omid and Krista. They're outside of town, by the train. You remember how to get back there?
Yes.
Good. They'll take good care of you. And Clem. Keep that hair short.
I will. I'll cut it myself.
Great. Good. And also...
What is it?
No, don't worry. All right. Don't be afraid.
Don't go.
Yeah, I told her to leave because of the damn noise. There's a horde outside. That would just be suicidal. Although the real reason is I couldn't kill Lee. What? End of the game, Lee is down but alive in case they find a cure for this virus. And the Marvel post-credits scene is Clem seeing two individuals in the distance. And that's the game. If you want to know who these two are, what happened to Clem, and more importantly, my tax situation, then do what Clementine and I couldn't and kill and like the subscribe button. Let me know if you want Season 2 or maybe any other games like GTA 5, Wolf Among Us, etc. And that's going to be the end of this masterpiece of a story. And click up here for more content. After the heat that was Season 1 of The Walking Dead, I took a minor break to protect my CPU from overheating, came back with some Skyrim 4 play, which you should definitely go check out by the way, and circled back to The Walking Dead on crack, yes, the drug Season 2. I apologize in advance if this video makes the No Nut November participants of this audience nut so hard they fly around like a hot air balloon at launch. 400 days and the first episode of Season 2, timestamps in the description. So without further ado, let's go smoke some crack off the spawn of Satan's ass and begin The Walking Dead on Crack Part 4. Subscribe and leave a like if you enjoy the content, and let's get into it. I got The Walking Dead Definitive Edition since I'm doing the entire series, and you hear that? That's the drip Lee's got going on. Now for 400 days. Starts off with the type of gas station that sells live-action chum bucket cuisine, one stripper sign later, and boom, a ghost town. Wait, no, don't leave me! It seems the milk carton industry has been going through a boom recently, and we get to our 4 protagonists and one bitch-ass protagonist.
Know your fucking place, trash.
Don't know which order to start in, so I'll pick the I'm scared to ask if he's Asian dude. We start off with Glenn after he became a TCLR subscriber who's running a hit for the Chinatown Yakuza. Hey, that's Lee's drugstore. We have 3 options. Throw the gun on the roof, dumpster, or shove it up my asshole. Considering I'm out of my Brazer's prime years, I'm still stuck with 2 shit options, no pun intended, so I picked the less shitty one. Yeah, apparently wrong choice. 2 days in, so it seems like this was the first adventure I picked, and we have the fucker in front of us really trying to get me to sabotage the soap bar. Alright, Wolf of Suburban Wall Street, don't make me start a new shower harem. Okay, this actually does look like fun. The 2 black NPCs start... Hold on, that's the easiest win of my life. Dan Locke back here committed fraud, and Danny Martinez over there stole some dude's virginity. I mean, it was 2012, after all, I would expect a life sentence. Hold on, wait. 15? Girl? You're telling me the crib raider here still has a functioning excretory system? I'm putting olive oil on that soap bar. Yeah, maybe your girlfriend doesn't want to talk to someone with the Hall of Fame Lollylatcher badge. At the very least, we can keep up to date with the new season of My Hero Academia in prison, I suppose. The dad at the local LA Fitness basketball court lied on the stand, which, hell yeah, I'm caught with a crime. My ass would be like, you see, Your Honor, aliens probed my anus implanting a mind control device, so the fraud wasn't technically my fault, it was Plankton who got his ass caught up in there. Now you have morals. Little girls are fine, but lying on the stand, that's where you draw the line?
Says the criminal.
Is you dumb?
Fuck Wall Street.
Fuck Wall Street.
Fuck Wall Street.
So how many GameStop shares do you think these guys have? Man, how the fuck you get convicted with $100 million in cash? Did you hire the Kyle Rittenhouse prosecution team?
But you decided you needed to run because of the fire on the Duramax?
Yes.
Why? What was so urgent? It was a fire? There's fires all.
Is you dumb?
Just slide the jury a cool 1 mil each and you'd be fine. I tell him I didn't have shooters, unfortunately, but still spun around the opposite block and my street cred skyrockets.
And you're bad luck, Vince.
Punishment, man.
Bad luck, Vince.
Keep that same energy when I bend your legs into an obtuse angle.
Fuck me? Fuck you, motherfucker!
We are changed to the chair, you cupcake for brains. How do you expect me to get in there? Problem is, Probo Pass is just sitting there like, guys, stop, love and war, right? He's choking the fucker. Get between. Oh, goddammit! Oh, jolly G Willikers. Great job, Derek Siobhan. Now step on the other guy's neck for the UAV kill streak. Whoa, hold on. I was kidding about the Derek shit. Fuck you mean he made a move?
He's just standing there, menacingly!
As I scooch over to make a seat for Jigglypuff after his antics, the fucker starts waving the head space renovator. He's going after the minorities. I gotta get out of here. Fortunately, I'm sandwiched between some lighter skin races, so I'm safe from the vigilante. You see, these two, keep a note of them. Siobhan gets immediate karma, and the bus driver isn't gonna be a hero for $7.25 an hour. It takes the combined physical teamwork of 3 grown men to get the jello off the shotgun, and with me having the most experience, I pop the walker. Chains won't shoot off, and the keys aren't on the office. Fuck. The Black Lives Matter protesters are here, and we are in an incriminating position. I try to shoot him, but Vince ain't no Carly, so we have to shoot one of the cuffs off. I sway that thing around just to show him who carries the pants in this relationship, and I'm giving it it's Danny. In a lawless wasteland, no preschooler would be safe, so me and Grant Cardone make a break for it. Next story is Wyatt, Yacht, whatever, in the next Fast and Furious movie. In this one, they're trying to race the mad scientist for the cure to the zombie walker plague. It's still a better story than what they're doing these days, honestly. The stoner behind the wheel just happened to accidentally aim and point the trigger, killing our pursuiters' his friend, and after a couple misses, I'm able to drive the guy off the road. My friend thinks it's a great idea to turn off into the forest our pursuiter turned in. Now you want to turn off the lights because our pursuiter can't kill us if we kill ourselves. Outstanding maneuver. Better though, he thought taking some random gummies off some strangers was a great idea. The fact he's made it 44 days is baffling to me. Any white van with a "we got drugs" in the back surely's going to get him no problem. After a degenerate joke that can make its home on my channel, he asks for,
see if there's still any sticky in the glove.
What? Does he have a pocket pussy in the glove compartment? What the fuck else could sticky be? In what world is weed sticky? It's not even fucking sticky. Maybe that's what those guys back there gave you. I don't even blame him anymore. Some cum-infused cannabis would make anyone start seeing red. That's where the bus driver ran off to. In his shock, it seems he thought the thrusting force of a no-nut November-induced cum shot would have slowed the car enough.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I don't know how we hit him. I mean, it's been 1.5 months since the start, and he still has his uniform on. Surprised we couldn't smell him coming when we made that turn into the forest. And this dunce wants us to walk out into the... Oui, monsieur, tu es très stupide si tu pensais que je vais quitter cette voiture. What, since we're speaking French and all? He tries to bully me into playing rock, paper, scissors to see who goes out, but I say I'll only agree to that if he calls his parents and gets them to admit he isn't a failure. And so he leaves to check if the definitely now a walker needs some Lily-style CPR. He throws me the keys just in case. What do you mean it's too dark? The keys are right there. Just Helen Keller the bitch. Oh, we've got company. As I preemptively tighten the fibers of my anus in a biological attempt at a butt plug, I ask you to remember this face. This man demonstrates a lack of understanding with firearms and uses it to break my window, but I get away just in time as he figures out where the trigger is. Anyways, good luck, Eddie. Remember the dyke and 13-year-old with daddy issues from the bus? Well, it's their time for a little bit of a fairy tale as we get to peek inside the Wait. Where's my strap on?
Where's my super suit?
It's these fucking bitch. Where the hell is the old fucker, Vernon? I'm about to make them wish they didn't go into remission. The other characters are Molester Moon, and I swear she was a main character on Friends.
No one told you.
He tries to give Boyd praise for raising some vegetables, but all I can think of is 13 Reasons Broom or Littlefinger. Like Kanye, Roman would also do anything for a blonde dyke and invites me outside.
What did Roman want?
I don't know yet.
Are you gonna find out?
What? Bitch, you better not make me pull out my Chris Rocker thinking you grown. Well, we can deduce the humping maneuver from last episode proved ineffective. Roman tries to convince me the age of consent should be lowered, but I stop him in his tracks. He leaves me to try to snag a bite from what the other walker's having, but I wasn't in the mood for Build-A-Bear foam at the moment. After 3 tries, I realize some unknown force is stopping me from attempted suicide, so I go back in the
Oh, Jesus!
Whoever holds this hammer If he be worthy, he shall possess the power of thought.
Yeah, if you thought that thing was a puppy, there's plenty of room for you on the short bus. Courtney Cox tells me there's commotion outside and we get to a Hispanic attempting to cross the border. Oh, now Dorothy has opinions. Bitch, you better shut the fuck up before I use Thunderbolt on your love disc ass. We all get into an argument on what we should do, and the first stop says,
"It's about ours. What's to stop him from coming back? And armed next time."
Well, fuck me, I'm not racist. I think we should let the guy go. In fact, let's have Afro Man over here escort him back directly to his not at all dangerous home camp.
The last time we did that, we lost Bree. And then Vernon with that goddamn boat.
It's enough to make a grown man. I never thought a single line of dialogue could make me so happy. I am euphoric. I kind of like this guy, but he is a survivor, so I'm still preying on his downfall. I'm the swing vote, and I decide we should let him go since he probably has a gang that could potentially come back and kill all the cancer group survivors. We fast forward to a month later, and...
Do you have any sevens?
Go fish.
What? I'm just trying to see how much I can accentuate a mentally unstable person's trust issues.
Shouldn't have let that guy go. Boyd would still be alive and—
Boys, I'm sorry. I have failed No Nut November. Go on without me. Molester Moon comes back asking for my help, which unfortunately stops my rampaging go fish assault on a 13-year-old, but I want to see if I've broken the last two survivors yet, so I hustle.
I don't know if I should say anything.
Ah, come on. I promise I won't tell Roman you snitched.
They caught Stephanie stealing. I heard about Stephanie.
Right here. She told me. Right over there, officer. To be fair, she may have not been trying to escape. Perhaps the friend reunion was just that important to her.
She had most of our ammo and medicine with her.
This is the clearest video I've ever seen. This is the most HD shit ever. This is 4K. How did they get you at 4K?
He tells me to go gather my gun because it was my fault for not killing the Latinx.
Like that.
I go back to the RV, but I'm confused whether Roman said strap or strap on, so I ask Becca what her opinion is, who tells me we have to kill Steph, and I know at that moment that this group was a cancer on Becca's development. I'm not trying to have a fucking reenactment of the Hitler Youth or something, so I start thinking, Joyce is almost at that age where we'll have to be finding Dory every other day. Kim Jong-un can't hold a candle to the real legend, and the guy who's trying to cosplay Goku's Super Saiyan Black form doesn't look too competent either. If me and Becca leave in the RV, we'd pretty much be ensuring their deaths. Becca doesn't like it, but she quickly changes her mind after I start unbuckling my belt again for the three-peat. So I take the keys, start the RV, and dip the scene, breaking their defenses, leaving the Chick-fil-A morning shift staff and Roman to try to last the week, and me and Becca start smoking the Lee Redemption pack, just like any TCLR subscriber would. Leave a like and subscribe to not only have anyone who cuts you off in traffic drop dead immediately from the radioactive force of your 15-inch radiating prime thruster that, unlike the cop from the second part of 400 Days, will allow you to stop the biggest of buses, trucks, moving halls in their tracks, but two, more importantly, not miss out on future content. After finishing the Lee Redemption pack, it's time for the penultimate story, Russell. It's only 184 days in, and Russell here's trying to walk 80 miles to his grandma's house, which is just pure genius. There's no better way to stay well-fed in a zombie apocalypse than that option. Apparently we've time-traveled back to the Underground Railroad, and we aren't in Canada yet, so we have to hide from— Oh, hey Carly. The guy catches me with a dead body, but he understands since it is the middle of November and all. I give him my name, Asswipe, and he offers me a ride, which I decline at first until he tells me he's got candy in the glove box, which shatters my resolve. He gives me, an underage child, some whiskey, and I partake in that opportunity to blackmail him in the future in case he becomes successful. I tell Goodwill Wolverine about the last group I was with, which included a dad and his daughter, till Danny from Day 2 reincarnated.
Go back to the daughter.
Steve was a bad dude.
The Steve guy said 7 was the magic numbers. They didn't add anyone else, just ran around robbing and killing and some organized crime, violence and shit. Great job, Russell. Tell the stranger your life story. This guy's an undercover cop. The RICO warrants are already being filed. After refusing to give him any child porn— You know what? I'm not getting caught up in the next great purge, Comrade Susan. I serve the Uvia Tubian as a loyal ally. Don't question my loyalty, please. Anyways, he wants me to see some Walker Milkers and— Come on, man. That's a 7 at best. Although I'm sure it's a 10 compared to your usual proclivities.
Go back to the daughter.
We get to a gas station and—
Oh shit! Go!
Russell's dumbass somehow thinks running towards the bullets is a smart idea. The hillbilly tells me he'll cover me and says, "Psych, bitch, you thought," but I still make it back in one piece. After our armored personnel carrier gets caught in mud,
he just like me.
He asks me to cover him, and I don't. Bitch, die.
Get ready to let brother go home.
Eventually, we wrap back around, sneak in sneakily, and hit the gunman with the Rosa Parks attack from the back special. Armed and Dangerous over here has been through the block before, and his older friend, who I presume was the one the stoner shot from episode 1. Well, you can't really blame him for fucking up his gun twice now, since he only figured out how a gun works a few hours ago. He asks me to kill the old people and take their stuff, which I told him is what made me leave my old group in the first place, so I don't know why he thought asking me that would ever work out. But you can't blame him. It took all his brain power just to figure out what a gun does. He had no more room for other memories, so I just leave him to execute Reverse Order 66. It's time for the bitch-ass protagonist, which will make more sense around episode 4 to 5 of season 2. We start the episode flirting with an old guy looking like the only steak she wants in her mouth is his. I was a crack addict they found off the street, so I'm assuming some sort of Stockholm Syndrome is at play here. Okay, wait a minute, he has a wife. I mean, why settle for just one when you can double dip, I guess? The wife asks what we're doing, and there isn't a trying to blow him like a Nintendo cartridge option, so I tell her we were talking about fishing. Bad move, apparently. Leland hates fishing, but his quick thinking shocks me thoroughly, shatters my ankles beyond repair.
I go fishing all the time. Thought you, didn't I?
Yeah, hold on, I'm just gonna write that down real quick. She doesn't want to tell us what's in the duffel bag, so I lag behind just in case. Her and Leland start arguing until we start getting shot, and I'm not strapped up. They caught me lacking, and my shoulder paid the price with Dee and Leland leaving me behind. I'm able to Club Penguin waddle away to the town center loading screen, though, saving my ass and giving me and my superior internet connection enough time to follow my house-wrecking targets into a cornfield. I think I know who's chasing us. I end up stuck behind a tractor with no lean in my bladder, leaving me in a little bit of a predicament. I find the face masher, brain blaster, and hide until the enemies come in close. You know, just as a social experiment, let's see what happens if I don't swing. I die. Okay. Very nice. Exactly what I suspected. So the shadowy figure was definitely an enemy. Alright, next time around, thwack! It's D. Yeah, I'm not tearing up. Face drier than girlfriends of non-TCLR subscribers. I even let her know I'm about to unleash the Gawk Awk 3080 Ti on Leland's newly single status tonight. Leland is sad she's dead. Yes, unfortunately, it's really sad. Anyways, let's go. He decides to take the duffel bag with him, so at least some part of her spirit gets to watch me ride him like a tractor, hopefully with a little lean in my bladder this time. After those 5 exhilarating, gravity-defying missions, we get to the main quest line. We see some smoke in the distance and decide sneaking up on a survivor camp at night is the move here, using the excellent recruiting strategy of showing that even the brain dead are allowed to join should ease any nerves and potential imposter syndromes. I somehow get close enough without getting popped by Vince, who is now a veteran with that motherfucking thing. I tell them we have food, water, and most importantly, pornographic content at our settlement, which is more than enough to get everyone to hop on board, except for Russell, who seems adamant on staying out here by himself for some reason. But hey, I'm sure Charles Darwin mentioned this somewhere in his chronicles. That's the 400 Days DLC. Pretty good bite-sized appetizer to the main course we have going on. The Robin to her Batman, the Goldfish to her Cheez-Its, the Arby's to her Cyanide. The reason we're all here, it's time for Clementine and Season 2 of The Walking Dead on crack. We get some banger names for Season 2, All That Remains, Amid the Ruins, No Going Back, Goodness, your mom's pink lightsaber must be attached to my back, because I'm shivering. Predicting how the season is going to go if I didn't know what was going to happen already. In episode 1, I'll have to avoid some potty predators. Episode 2, we're going to be joining the Netflix remake of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Episode 3, I'll join the Underground Railroad and free the returning burgeoning slave trade. I'll join a cult in episode 4 dealing in nefarious activities related to actually liking Burger King. And episode 5, Clem will acquire the ice to freeze over this world, thus saving us from the zombie apocalypse. I'm ready for it. It's nice to see the updated graphics with memories like Doug's stalwart colon defense technique, the urbanness that was massacring an old man in a farmhouse, the hate boner for Ben and Lily enlarging to 2.5 times the starting size, the only people you don't want to see in a remission, and finally, Episode 1 starts off with the goat looking up at the sky, deciding if she really has to do it to him again. She met up with Omid in the evolved form of Jigglypuff, so we know she's safe. They use that secret code that means bend me over and around like a 4D-shaped crafts class, and I'm sent to clean up in the other by myself? Without checking it first? Lee really died for this. We need every CPS officer a code 22 chromo. I repeat, a code 22 chromo. My infuriation at them disrespecting Lee's memory leads to me looking for some ops to pop in the bathroom stalls. The first one lost a battle to the almighty Taco Bell Crunchwrap Supreme, second one looks cleaner than any public bathroom I've ever been in, and the last one breaks my immersion, because no way public toilets can be that clean. As I'm cleaning my face, I drop the water bottle, thank goodness I'm not in prison. Then someone breaks in, so I hide with perfect feet placement on the toilet, but Clementine ain't about that life, as she shivers too loudly on the toilet while leaving the Magnum on the sink for the... She's Clementine. All is forgiven. Also, she's like 8.5. I don't expect her to be the grizzled war veteran Lee was.
I see you.
No, you don't. She ends up going through Dora the Explorer's backpack I had lying there, leaving her flabbergasted that I have no convenient supplies for the job. She comes after my hat and by God, even Omid couldn't take that remark standing down and comes in to save me. But he's a little slow as the bathroom closes and... It appears a hole has appeared in his aortic region. Why the fuck does she look traumatized? Didn't you just say you robbed someone before? And then she drops the gun when Crystal... Are you dumb? She must have been on the perks when robbing the last gang. The only dog she has in her is a neutered one, with frequent experience at the end of a newspaper. Also, I love how Krista just pops her without pulling up the gun. What an intro. You can't leave this one with a loose booty hole and a dry shirt, no doubt about it. 16 months later and Clem is all grown up now. And someone popped the Marshmallow Man because I see no baby in sight. This deep plot point was missed by most player, many didn't get it. Being Krista not being in jail right now is confirmation by the writers that the series doesn't take place in Texas. I asked Krista we need to find some boys and she says nah, before telling me how we need to get to Wellington to get some boys. Which is it, Krista?
Hi, Miss Lee.
I'm instructed with keeping the fire lit, so I look for my mixtape in the bag and the drawing of Kenny I made, as well as the picture of the goat. It appears my bars were much more Jack Harlow than Drake in 21, so I have to burn Kenny's drawing just to keep the fire going. I hear a scream, and while going to investigate, my biggest fears were confirmed. It's the Supreme Court. My quick thinking and shot-putting skills gave Krista the opportunity to escape, and as I try to make my own getup, oh shit! I had him like Kyrie going up against a Jewish player and hit him with the Holocross. After shattering his ankles, he ends up catching up to me to claim his L, and after offering him up as a sacrifice, I celebrate and scream, K-pop sucks dick! Unfortunately committing one of the classic blunders as the Twitter stands start showing up in droves, causing me to dive into the river to make my getaway. I wake up in the new Dead Island map and damn, Clem's got hops beyond that Lara Croft training regiment. After seeing some bushes move, I investigate, and it's a doggo. Clem's a better person than me. If I was in the apocalypse, I'd be eating good for weeks.
Okay, you don't like that. Got it. Sorry.
The doggo leads me back to his base camp that used to be his home. I begin training the dog in a brutal work regiment, so I live out my Borderlands 3 Beastmaster dream, and I go New York dumpster diving to find a can of beans. Still better than finding and eating lettuce from the damn dumpster. Who the hell watches this and thinks, yes, dumpster lettuce?
Is you dumb?
I look for a can opener to open the beans, although the cooler only had an Elden Ring trap that leads to a Discord moderator's basement, so no luck there. We see the dad strapped up and some dumb king gone wrong with the knife we need in his arm, so I channel my ancestors Unga and Bunga to finish my anatomy homework before taking the can opener and helping myself to some beans. The dog is hungry and I feed we have to share.
Communist detected on American soil. Lethal force engaged.
Unfortunately, McCarthy sees nothing but red, but I fight for the Uviat Tubian, damn it, and show him the consequences of standing up against our Grand Secretariat. What? Clem, you left the beans. Aren't you starving? Yeah, your chances don't look good. After a little moving, I decide to take a nap with no walkers or... Oh no, it's a Letterman jacket. I attempt my quick getaway from the Walmart employee, but in my weakened state, he catches up to me and begins wearing down my mental with this high school quarterback stories. As I am on the brink of death, though, I get saved. Robin Hood is also a shooter as my boys run the block on the ops and make their quick getaway before the cops show up. I tell Luke I'm a strong, independent woman who don't need no man, but he lets me me know it's still 2013, foiling my plans. As I reminisce about the story of the last 24 hours and that I'm still 10 years old, Luke drops me to avoid any potential cases. Nah, it's because I'm bitten. I tell him it's a dog, which, you know, a dog's mouth is different from a human's by a large degree, and I know this misunderstanding will clear up soon. You see? Yeah, it's a dog bite. No doubt. Couldn't have been human. Okay, thanks. Let's get you to our doctor.
Like that's ever gonna happen.
What the fuck do you mean hard to say? Are you on track to go #1 in the 2013 McDonald's draft? Of course it's not a human bite. They ask me where the dog went and I tell them I killed it because it attacked me, but boy, it seems like Luke is gunning hard for Pete's shift manager position, because what the fuck did you expect me to do, Luke? Pete wants me to look him in the eyes to ascertain my bullshit, but from what I've seen, it's like taking candy from a baby, so I trick him and then proceed to pass. Ah, shit. There goes all my hard-earned trust. They probably already killed me before I dropped to the floor. I expect to wake up to... I wake up to the after party and... Oh, that was close, you fucking dunce. But finally the doctor comes in, thank you. He of course will know this is definitely not a lurker bite, and everyone can calm the fuck...
Whatever it was, it got you good.
Where the fuck did you get your medical degree? Kazakhstan? From the Borat movie? Pete suggests to take my arm off.
Man, what the fuck is you talking about?
What the fuck was that?
I'm sorry.
I give Carlos the sad eyes because surely this will flip his mind a little bit. About as much flipping as fucking California over the last 50 years. He's got a heart of pure iron. He makes Thanos collect the Infinity Stones for him. Also, he threatens to belt his daughter Sarah, a subtle jab from the writers of Season 2 to show that Carlos isn't white. Luke is telling the doctor I'm in bad shape and...
We have all that stuff inside the cabin. We could probably get by
Alvin, please.
But yeah, we can't do nothing.
Feel like bitchy here.
Rebecca's pussy must be from a fairy tale because its effects are magical. As response for killing a dog, they treat me like an unwanted pet and lock me into a shed, with my wound having a high possibility for infection. There's no way he's a doctor. I find some thread I can use as stitches, and I try grabbing the hammer, but come on, Clem, I know damn well you can jump higher than that. After another one bites the dust, I grab the hammer and launch the pilot episode of the 6th season of Prison Break. After sneaking in, I peek into their house meeting to ensure I haven't joined a cult, or worse, a nofap congregation, before making my way upstairs to look for some rubbing alcohol and a needle.
Hey. And last but not least, we have
Clementine.
Phillips with men's
gaslighting.
Once again, he gave a gold medal performance last Olympics. Let's see how he does this Olympics, ladies and gentlemen. Can he do it again?
Let's go. Right? We can be best friends.
Bitch, I'm dying. Give me the damn bandages. I'd make a joke, but I'm fairly certain she's actually clinically autistic, so I promise to be her friend, and she whips out the pinky, leaving me in an unenviable position. I have to pinky promise, the greatest sign of trust, and knowingly lie, since we can't have become best friends in minutes. I might lie in court, goddammit, but I damn sure don't while pinkying. I end up stooping though, since gangrene is a worse fate than breaking a pinky. She gives me the utensils, and as I get a needle from the bathroom, a challenger approaches. I hide in the shower as Rebecca comes in and drops the Japanese 1945 firebomb.
Let it be his.
Man, Alvin doesn't deserve this. People talk about The Simpsons predicting the future, but Telltale got one up on them, predicting the Will Jada Smith saga. Afterwards, I make my great escape in the 6th season of Money Heist. Lean. Panty scraps. Thread. Obvious dog bite.
Long ago, the 4 nations lived together in harmony. Then, everything changed when the
gangrene
attacked. Only the
doctor,
master of all 4 elements, could stop them. But when the world needed him most,
he turned out to be retarded. Clem pours the lean on her wound and starts looking like me on December 1st, and then we get the iconic sequence of Season 2 Clementine. Finally, we're done, but we make the fatal mistake of figuratively dropping the soap, and a walker almost lead us. I kick the fucker off me, and Clementine needs more anatomy lessons, so we give her another hands-on experience while all the cabin members come in to watch the show.
What the?
I'm still not bitten.
The main character of Forrest Gump and polygamy as a lifestyle gets mad I stole some supplies because they didn't want to patch up my arm. Pretty stupid, but what else can you expect from trigger fingers? And just because I'm taken doesn't mean I can't peruse the menu. Carlos stitches me up, and at the very least, he knows what a fucking fever is. He gives me some shit for attempting to save myself and asks me to do the unthinkable and break my pinky promise with Sarah. Good thing Luke intervenes with that budget food, don't look too deep into it, the devs were tired that day for dinner. As me and Luke are socializing.
You say that again. Scars? They're way cooler than stumps.
Nick comes in and apologizes for being the dickhead who somehow makes it to the end of every season of Hell's Kitchen, and he even has a Doofenshmirtz backstory where they brought someone in and he was bitten, which killed his mom, so no hard feelings. I then give Luke the Lee backstory.
His name was Lee. He taught me how to survive. He taught me how to shoot a gun.
What happened to him?
I ran away. I was stupid. There was a man who said he knew my parents. I thought I knew what I was doing, but I ran away, and Lee died because of it.
Pete comes in to turn out the lights, and after him and Luke leave.
Oh, you're still here.
You're still here? Rebecca is not only for the streets, she is the literal meaning of the streets. So I hit her with the,
whose baby is it?
Excuse me?
She says I'm gonna be a problem. As if it isn't your bitch ass who keeps antagonizing me, looking like the Netflix reboot of Miss Frizzle. Boy, if you don't get your
seatbelts, everyone!
Looking ass out my face before I start singing like Miley Cyrus. Me, Nick, and Pete are going to the river to fish the next day, and Nick gets mad when Pete tells me his diaper stories, causing Nick to storm off until we start looting the corpses, since it might give us an idea of who orchestrated this brutal, ugly, homicidal, rampaging terror. This beautiful song, the dance of eliminating, purging the radicals. We split up with Nick taking one bank, Pete taking another, and me taking the middle.
I think we all know where this is going.
Before that though, it's the fucker who ran up on me and Krista. I ask him what happened to her and all he can say is, water. You know, like a bitch. Fuck no, you ain't getting no water. Pete thinks he stepped in some shit, but it's even worse than that. Unfortunately, the K-pop stands dox my location and come out in droves, and I'm forced to pick one side. I picked Pete because I fear for my safety with Goodwill Ben over here, who fortunately makes it out on his own, while me and Pete run in the opposite direction. And that's episode 1 of season 2. I want to thank you all for watching, really do appreciate the support, but let me know what other games you want to see, and as always, leave a like and subscribe if you do enjoy, and I'll see you all next time. Peace. The Walking Dead Season 2 started off with a bang, quite literally. After getting caught by the Supreme Court, fighting off McCarthy, meeting a doctor who faked his degree, and finally got a ticket on the magic school bus, we end off with me and a bitten Pete escaping some K-pop stands. Can episode 2 be any better? We'll get to that later. In any case, like and subscribe for your daily recommended dose of illicit substances, and let's go smoke some crack off Budget Negan's ass and start The Walking Dead on Crack Part 5. After our grand escape last episode, making Mao's Great March look like a minor jaywalking episode, me and Pete couldn't resist the allure of an ice cream truck. Unfortunately, Pete's excitement at the cold refreshments gets the best of him as he screamed, "Women deserve rights," getting us surrounded by every 4chaner in the state. Pete asks me what I'm looking at as if his ass didn't get bitten by a sugar baby, looking for her payout on the escape. But, oh, he's going for the saw. Are we about to see a Lee-esque God moment?
Bleed out like a stuck pig. What are you gonna do? Carry me out of here on your back?
To be fair, Clem probably could. She's been carrying season 2 so far. I don't see how carrying a few of your mothers would be any different. I realize I have Dora's backpack, so I look for the right tool for the job, but unfortunately, feeding crack inside a talking backpack had some unforeseen consequences, and it ends up recommending useless shit. Pete asks if I have any water left, and to save what remains of my hydration molecules, I say nah, I'm actually trans with a TCLR subscriber-induced schlong, and just pissed in the bottle to prevent my dick from blinding everyone around us. I try to turn on the engine, but whoa, women should be able to vote. Fuck, I think I just made things worse. Pete asks if I found anything good, and I respond with lung cancer, to which he doesn't mind considering the circumstances. Unfortunately, there's no crack in the box, so I recommend him my other videos, and leave his dick and jawline to go through metamorphosis while I take a nap. Unfortunately, leaving a bitten man 3 times my size while I sleep wasn't really the best idea, and as I poke on his corpse, oh no, it's worse. His math skills deteriorated to my level. I ask him how dying feels like, and he says he can't Hey, whoa, hey. Come on now, Pete. You know I can't make that joke. He seems to be hallucinating as well as he seems to think I'm Mother Teresa asking me to take care of Nick. I'm 11. The only thing I'm taking care of properly is my Barbie dolls. Fuck you mean save him from his mommy issues? He seems resigned to his fate and says he'll act as a vanguard against the 4chaners. I convince him to join me in my escape as I have a secret weapon that'll break through their defenses. After throwing out an Axe body spray nade, we break a hole and push through, but Pete trips over his magnum dunk and we left the unsubscribe button back in the van, leaving us with no choice but to resort to Pete's plan as I make my escape, hit the walkers with my patented holocross, and make my way back home. Carlos asks if I'm alright, but knowing he couldn't do shit if I was, I refused to answer, and apparently Luke and Alvin went looking for us in Miss Frizzle's bus. I tell them Pete got bit, and Rebecca reminds us this game takes place in the American South as they prepare to go save Alvin. Despite the arduous adventure ahead of them, Carlos gives me the hardest task of all and asks me to look after Sarah. Fuck. You might as well put me as a suicide hotline operator for Hannah Baker. How the fuck you expect me to? But he leaves me with a warning: don't open the door for anyone. So you lock the door, right? Right? I get blinded by Sarah's camera and she asks me to take a picture of her as well, which gives me an opportunity to distract her, albeit not without a little fun.
Okay, I'm ready. Take it. Clan?
Unfortunately, I couldn't stall long enough as she asks where her dad is, and I tell her he went to get cigarettes and milk, devastating her. Apparently this is Hannah Baker as she pulls out the hollow tips. How the fuck you get a gun? I wouldn't trust you with a rusty bread knife. Who gave this shit to you? After giving her some Lee advice.
First, remember, it's just a thing.
I teach her in preparation for her supporting role in our next drive-by.
Hey, Luke's back.
That's not Luke.
I tell her to hide, I'll handle it until... Come on, you know I can't make that joke. Unfortunately, he's too quick on the draw, inviting himself. Ew, this drip must be from Flint, Michigan, cause that shit ain't clean. Why the fuck you dress like you put stock into crypto?
Spare change. Spare change, ma'am.
I tell him I have herpes to prevent the worst and that my dad is named Ed for some reason. Might as well have said his name was Guinevere for all the fright Ed's gonna put into Mr. Dollar for a coffee. He says he's searching for his people. 7 of them he lost somehow. Oh, he did not have to do Rebecca's dog like that. He points out we have a lot of dishes for 2 people, but I tell him to stop fat shaming with a Twitter in one hand and a cancellation hammer on my left, but he reminds me this is Musk's platform now, foiling my strategy. With the way he's standing semi-awkwardly alone with a child, I'm half expecting Chris Hansen to just show up like,
what are you doing here today?
Well, White's in trouble. 3 moves away from checkmate.
Okay there, Bobby Fischer. You're about $3 away from finding your next meal. So how about instead of acting like you know how to play chess, act like you know how to flip burgers and get yourself a fucking job. After squeezing his asshole tighter than the fucker who cheated against Magnus Carlsen, Sarah can't help but let out an excited laugh, foiling our plan as the homeless man goes to check upstairs. Sarah hides in...
dumb.
But it's a good thing the American education system has dropped in the last few decades. That apparently goes both ways as Sarah left out her fucking picture she could obviously see in that position, only for Carver to snatch it up. I try to play even dumber, however. The plan is foiled as the homeless man knows there's no one out there dumber than him and leaves without telling me his name and what I can only assume to be a move to go retrieve his shooters.
What if he comes back?
He's searching for you and knows you're here. Of course he's coming back. The rest of the group comes back from their field trip to Nick's chromosome, and Sarah can't stop from spilling everything and throwing me under the bus. At least have them offer you some food first. I see the new Pokemon game released, and they finally decided to give a new evolution to 6ix9ine.
You just opened the door for him?
And you just opened the door for them? Maybe if you locked the fucking door before leaving, he wouldn't have walked in. What the fuck did you want me to do? The door was the Maginot and I was friends. It was a helpless situation. They inquire if I asked his name.
I didn't ask his name.
You didn't ask his name?
There was no fucking speech bubble for that. I'm fucking 11 trying to play Mari here, solving your relationship problems.
The case of 11-month-old Lila. Drew, you are not.
Sarah begs her dad not to hurt anyone, worried of course because Carlos damn sure wouldn't be able to heal any injuries he inflicts.
Open sesame! Well, I've done all I can do.
Sarah, shut the fuck up. I'm just gonna throw her under the bus too now. Fuck you and our pinky bitch.
Told me to distract her.
Distract? So I'm just an idiot?
Correct!
We conclude we have to actually go get some cigarettes and milk now as Frosty the Snowman storms off, but still being leashed, he ends up dragging Rebecca with him. I ask why they left this camp in the first place.
Clem, I don't know what he told you, but William...
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
Ain't no way you're scared of someone named William. No wonder they refer to him as Carver for the rest of the game. They gaslight me into joining them, seeing as I'm the only capable adult here, even though it would probably be safer for me to join Carver's side, since their fear of William must mean him and his boys are strapped up to the teeth with fake IDs for 6 different countries. First things first, they want to see the remains of Pete, so I lead them to where we were. Miss Frizzle apologizes for being the Oxford definition of bitch and offers me a field trip as tribute, which I happily accept as long as the next field trip is towards her gray brain matter to figure out how the fuck someone as mentally deficient as her survived so far while Black Jesus didn't. She starts trauma dumping on me as I quickly leave her side before she asks the crack pack for my last ice cream carton. We get to Pete's last stand and fucker was Pop.
Didn't have a gun.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
I said we out, bitch, don't make me get my super suit. Luke feels bad for gaslighting me, so he wants to make sure I'm all in, balls deep level, and I tell him no condom level. No way someone dressed like a crack den resident named William is gonna get the better of me. We skip to 5 days later after arduously traveling across the Underground Railroad, arriving at the bridge Ukraine blew up a couple weeks ago. I scout out a ski lodge on the top of the mountain as we decide to send out a reconnaissance mission, with me and Luke leading the charge before we all cross. Kind of a risky situation to take all our brain cells with us, but since they're only going to be sitting around waiting, I highly doubt they'll do anything stupid. Carlos doesn't want me to go before I eloquently batter his rebuttal. Triggerfingers tries to join, but we aren't forming the Suicide Squad and gives the whole group a little bit of a chuckle before me and Luke set out. I ask why Carver is still following us after 5 days, worried we might have taken his dog or something in a hopeless situation, and Luke dodges the question with his own. What's the most important thing in life?
Family.
He says ask Rebecca, he doesn't want to get in the middle of it, not realizing we're running across the fucking Underground Railroad, so I'd say we very much are in the middle of it. We meet a couple walkers positioned away from us like hitman enemies, staunchly on guard. No Crimean bridge is getting blown up under their watch. But unlike Alvin, Clementine's got that dog in her instead of the doggo. Luke Skywalker one-ups me with his lightsabers, my hammer gets stuck in this guy's cranial fossa, with Luke feeling like giving me tips with the hammer, as if I didn't do this before. In a shed, while injured, out in the cold. You remember that, Luke? He tells me not to talk back to him, though, reminding me CPS isn't a thing in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, the 4chaners catch up to us, leaving me and Luke spit roasted. Luke drops through the bridge, and it's up to me to pick up the mantle of urban survivor training, dropping a walker and then another, raising my NFL draft stock astronomically, as well as leaving Luke wondering how I got into this position. After trapping a walker with my ankle take, looks human enough. Look, it's the middle of November, I couldn't resist. Her throating the lightsaber without gagging isn't exactly helping my Excalibur either. Shit's completely out of the fucking stone at this point. Eventually I give Luke a pull to save his ass until...
You see him?
He asked me to do the talking, leaving me dumbfounded at his irresponsibility, letting an 11-year-old take control of the diplomatic situation, but he actually makes a really good point. After putting on some cat ears and practicing my ooh-woo voice in the highest pitch possible, I make my move. The guy asks if we're assholes before I let him know we're homo sapiens, and he's pretty chill after that. He also offers us some food. Wait, I know where this is going. Flashback. Last time we were offered an all-you-can-eat buffet, we didn't read the fine print stipulating we were the buffet. He says he sees people going up north all the time, presumably to Wellington, so I ask about Krista, but after he offers me some hope, he immediately shatters it, proving his mastery in manipulation. Unfortunately, Nick's ass followed us. It's a good thing he wouldn't shoot from that far away, not with me and Luke in the way, and not with us waving to him, obviously not in harm's way, considering that the gun isn't even aimed at us, nor were we taken hostage, leaving Nick with no real reason to fight. I ran out of jokes for this dumbassery, man. You beat me, game. Just go next. Unfortunately, Matthew over here got shot in the neck and ends up dropping from the bridge. Unfortunately, he wasn't a TCLR subscriber who can survive even the most fatal of shots to the neck. Let's go ahead and see what happens when 2 TCLR subscribers battle it out.
Steven, fly. Timmy, transform. Steven, use shadow clone jutsu. Timmy, rewind time. Steven, cook minute rice in 58 seconds.
So leave a like and subscribe if you too want to survive fatal shots to the artery, cook minute rice in 57 seconds, perhaps even 56 if the laws of physics allow it, and 2, more importantly, not miss out on future content. Nick's gaslighting doesn't take him far, as Clementine is as exasperated as I am.
Shut up, Nick.
Man, you can't fall any lower in life when an 11-year-old tells you to shut the fuck up. As we get ready to start moving, Rebecca's out of breath, and Alvin, considering his leash doesn't reach too far, leaves me as his only hope, asking me to find her something to eat. The game tries humanizing Nick, which doesn't do anything for me since I don't think he's an asshole, I just think he's retarded.
I'm sure they're talking about me right now. Look, he's becoming a danger to the group.
Yeah. Take a hint. Also, this scene is why you're rewarded for stealing a watch back in episode 1. I sneak into the miniature house, see a chest from Skyrim that's locked. Good thing someone left a knife lying around with the initials WM for some reason. Wonder who this fine craftsmanship could belong to. After opening the chest and thanking God there was no trap that would send me to an overleveled area in Elden Ring, we see some books and some canned peaches, so unfortunately nothing edible. Also, judging by the current literature, it seems the Winds of Winter is taking just as long in their universe as it is in ours. Alvin, on the other hand, is fine with peaches and switches his relationship status with Nick to friendless after what he did. I mean, could you imagine someone shooting without thinking, seemingly out of nowhere from misplaced anger of losing a father figure?
Actually, yeah.
Due to our current struggles in the Underground Railroad, Alvin asked me to keep the food a secret since Rebecca's feeding for 2 and he doesn't want to have to go one-on-one with the Supreme Court, to which I acquiesce. Unfortunately, the slave hunters are right on our tail as the entire group is forced to make an emergency getaway. Finally, we reach Canada, but we have to scope out the area to make sure there are no traps or anything. Luke, for once, has a great idea. He asks me to go check and see if anyone is following us, just to make sure we have them off our tail. He reassures that he'll catch me, kind of, installing the same trust as the I won't invade Ukraine probably level of confidence. I get to the top of the watchtower, saving my current run of Assassin's Creed 3, but just as I see a hay bale I can jump into, they're coming. Multiple flashlights, middle of the night, they're searching for something, and as I go to tell the group, I see some commotion breaking out. Unfortunately, Nick is armed with a rifle, so we're about T-minus 10 seconds away from the Boston Massacre, except this time in the Great White North.
Calm down.
Hey, man, you calm the fuck down.
Sarah, get behind me.
Just tell us who you are.
We ain't here to rob nobody. Put the gun down, man.
Fuck that.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Please, just do what he says.
Henny!
Wait, you know this guy?
Clementine?
It's my boy! Translate what they said down below in the comments. All I could hear in this conversation was... We get inside the ski lodge owned by Walter, who's got that
21, can you do something for me?
Type energy, which even Kenny agrees with. Kenny also says Walter makes a mean can of beans, as if the damn beans aren't already pre-cooked. Like, come on. It's like going up to Gordon Ramsay.
What is it?
Hey, Gordon, I can make a mean frozen pizza. Although, to be fair, I'd probably fuck that up, too.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich. The cabin group wants to hold on to their weapons, still not trusting Drake and White Jesus, which I think nothing of, until Nick says he wants to keep his rifle, activating my crisis mode as I put all 21 of my chromosomes and 3rd grade intellect to use. Kenny, of course, being my urban boy, looks to me and I vouch for the group and we defuse the situation. Good thing too, because I don't know what's more dangerous, having Ben in charge of anything or having Nick wielding a firearm. Doesn't matter, I guess. Either way, I'd probably just start digging our graves. Kenny brings up the biggest horned goat and even comforts me when it looks like I'm about to use the WM knife to commit recoil damage. I tell him about my bizarre adventures and he tells me he somehow escaped the clusterfuck, leaving Ben to become the first paraplegic walker and how Sarita met him and nursed him back to health.
Clem, this is my girl, Sarita. Ain't she beautiful?
Yes, she fucking is beautiful. Kenny, most beautiful woman on earth. I just come buckets hearing her name. If you ever feel tired one night, I'll pleasure her. Don't you worry, Kenny. You can count on me. And of course, someone named Matthew is still rooting around. I'm sure we'll meet him soon. I go help Walter with dinner, albeit with my controller unplugged in this episode of MasterChef. Wolverine, 20 years after the Logan movie, says he has no idea what he'd do without Matthew because family. So I hope he comes back home soon. Now that I think about it, the knife has the initials WM. Walter Matthew? Now, surely just a coincidence. After the second time someone compares me to Aunt Jemima's Georgia Peaches, he tells me he's got it and I go to set up the Christmas tree. Sarita tells me how she found Kenny in an old Burger King. God bless his soul, he must have been broken beyond belief if he was loitering around those premises. I make it to the top to find a topper for the tree, and Alvin and the Chipmunks are talking about how it's been a week and no Waycarver's still chasing them. Which reminds me, the ops are approaching. I tell them, and instead of dipping immediately, the fuckers go, nah. She was probably seeing things. Hey, Atticus, this is an adult conversation. Rebecca, come get your pet. I saw the fuckers coming, so unless you want to get To Kill a Mockingbird, let's pack up and hustle on out of here. Despite telling them the British are coming, Carlos goes, nah, we can stay the night. The night? The night? No wonder he acts like a doctor. That's probably his best skill, because it damn sure ain't smuggling people through the Underground Railroad. If this guy was hiding in hay bales in 1940s Germany with Anne Frank, we'd all know her as Anne who, because her damn diaries wouldn't even be published. I put the angel on the tree to Sarah's delight before asking who Matthew is.
Oh, he's a handsome man. Little shorter than Walter. He should be back soon.
Nah, I'm sure that's just a coincidence, probably.
Got it, hon.
I think I can manage, Ken.
I said I got it.
Always has to play the gentleman.
I think this is what domestic abuse victims with Stockholm Syndrome debuffs are like. Not the best build, honestly, but to each their own. Clem's been carrying the story so hard, Rebecca ends up trauma dumping everything onto our broad shoulders, and how Alvin will kill her if he finds out it's not his, which I don't even know what to tell you, man. You should have just fapped instead of getting those cheeks clapped. You should have kept your caboose loyal instead of your panties soiled. Even the baby is pissed at my jokes and starts thrashing about, to which I quickly flex on and show my functioning auditory system. Alvin comes back.
Just need to get some food in you.
Oh no, Alvin, trust me. She's had her fill of all the protein she'll ever need. Afterwards, dinner is served. Beans and peach. I swear to God, Southerners eat like dog shit. Fried pickles, beans and peach. No wonder the average American is built like a wrecking ball. Your buddy can't even comprehend what the fuck you're eating and reacts like you got an allergic reaction. I have to make a choice. Luke's table or Kenny? As if that's even a competition. Luke is dope as hell, but Kenny is my boy, and it's my first night seeing him, so you're damn sure I'm sitting with his ass. I don't know why Luke's pissed, looking like his girlfriend asked him to spice up their sex life with a new pegging toy. Oh, she's catching up with her friend she hasn't seen in years. I don't want that. Not for 10 years at least. Kenny asks if Luke is a brother, and I say from my daddy's balls, easing his concerns. After telling him the group and Big Al are being chased by some homeless people, Kenny balks at the thought of losing out to someone with dirtier drip than Sub-Saharan Africa and offers me a spot on the ski team. Luke and Nick come to join us shortly afterwards, and Kenny, being the progressive he is, congratulates them on their fallacious relationship. But this game was made back in 2013, so Nick's honor ends up being challenged instead. Kenny says he wants to go to Wellington, which is where me and Krista were headed, and then we get that classic Kenny dialogue with the new version of Ben.
Michigan? You got a hearing problem, kid? Yeah, Michigan. Think about it. Fresh water, lots of land, and cold-ass winters so the walkers get slow.
Sounds like bullshit.
Listen, Vanilla Ice, I don't know what your deal
That's
is.
called motherfucking bars, nigga! You know nothing about that!
The pioneer of the LGBT movement tells everyone to shut the fuck up, and Kenny makes a valid mistake.
Pass me that can, Duck.
Duck? Who's Duck?
Luke. Not the time. Walter comes in and saves the awkward silence.
21, can you do something for me?
Drake tries telling me that the world isn't over and explains a quote from Socrates or something before letting us know Matthew is an avid George R.R. Martin fan. Boy, they sure love reading. Kinda makes you think.
Right.
And of course, someone named Matthew is still
Little
running
shorter
around.
than Walter.
Clicking doorknobs is illegal on other planets.
I'm starting to think we should tell Wolverine Matthew ran off to the farm to be happy. Kenny comes out and says he's gonna check the windows, and holy shit, it's the homewrecker. She asks for food and says she and her children are starving. Walter offers her some, and this bitch thinks we're friends. I'm not going out like D, so drop the act, crack, bong, blaster, Bonnie. After the Red Cross over here gives her a month's worth of supplies, Kenny tells me to go inside and let him and Walter talk, which I imagine is gonna go something like, Luke, showing a lack of competency in hide and seek, invites me over for a secret fuck, Matthew is the bridge guy. I mean, honestly, even Ben is astonished right now. Don't get me wrong, Ben still owns a disabled parking pass, but Nick has that parking spot reserved with the red carpet and complimentary champagne to boot. Luke tells me to get rid of the knife because Walter's a lot smarter than Nick and can put 2 and 2 together. Unfortunately, the man of the hour arrives, but it's easy enough for me to distract him with a 3rd grade education and problem-solving skill.
No. What, you don't trust me now?
Take a hint, dumbass. When an 11-year-old is in on your secret, that's your cue to disconnect from life. I go to grab the knife, fuck me right upside the head with an oversized cucumber in my super suit. This is so bad, Clem's looking like she's trying to find Lee to come handle this, forgetting he was too good for this world. With Walter fondling the blade instead of Matthew's the jig is up, but I'm not, goddammit, and put those hours gaslighting Sarah to use. He already knows it's Nick. I mean, everyone else has obvious brain cells.
Is Nick a good man? Or is he just like everyone else?
I really don't know how to answer this question, but I thought to myself, what would you do with the special ed kids in middle school? And so I went easy on him, although not an entirely accurate analogy, of course. I don't trust Nick that much. The man of the hour. Swear to God, this redneck is like a period, shows up at the worst times possible, and we have Nick acting like an Ace Attorney witness every time you catch them in a lie.
Objection! Hold it! Objection!
After throwing the knife away, wasting our limited resources, the windmill goes out of control, signaling to the 4chaners our current location. Nick gives me the Glock since an 11-year-old is most definitely more qualified for one. While Kenny and Luke go to fix the transformer, we're out of capable people, and so they ask me to turn off the windmill, which I expect to be a difficult puzzle since even the adult, I just turned it off.
Is you dumb?
Something ain't right.
It's even worse than I could have suspected. Instead of 4chaners, they sent in special forces. It's r/Neckbeard. We have limited showers in a can remaining, so we have to get back inside. The Neckbeards quickly identify the underage girl and send everything they have at me. I only have so many bullets, and as I'm about to be dressed up as their favorite anime girl, Carlos comes in. Not 1, not 2, not 3 bullets to the midbrain, saving me from a fate worse than death. No wonder he has his medical degree. The Narcos gang bestowed it upon him from Pablo Escobar's hands himself, for the servants to the Colombian crack trade. Unfortunately, there's one more eternal virgin left, and for some reason, Clem doesn't run, not as if he's barring my retreat, but her honor is at stake. No living down getting one-upped by a Reddit moderator, of course. Shotgun's a little too strong for me, but Clem's quick thinking saves us as she invites the incel to come study the blade, not knowing today's lesson will be more hands-on in nature. Due to all Nick's been doing this entire episode, they misidentify him as a little girl, but Walter saves his ass for some reason. Personally, I would have popped Nick right then and there. Oh, you know, from that distance, it looked like anyone. I thought he was gonna shoot my friend. Walter and Carlos come in with that Shaq and Kobe combo, absolutely massacring those walkers. Greatest tag team duo I've ever seen. I get inside to Alvin and Rebecca protecting the person most at risk from the lunatics, but just as we're about to be overrun,
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
Unfortunately, Mexican Fred unmasks them to find it was, we don't talk about his first name, Carver, and this is why this home-wrecking ball stunt double for Miley Cyrus is the biggest op in season 2, being the, God forgive my blasphemy, Vernon level of opposition. Carver reminds Fred that there's no cops around to arrest him, so he beats his ass for the unmask, showing Carlos is gonna get away with it too despite those meddling kids. With most everyone captured, I sneak my way upstairs to a meeting of the resistance. Uh-oh, it's a lazily named NPC. Yeah, 50 for Johnny getting his brains blown out like a literal representation of Mia Khalifa.
I'm only gonna ask you once. Where's Rebecca?
Fuck, he's racist. We gotta go.
Rebecca, our baby deserves to be raised in a place of safety.
Oh no. No. It's worse than I thought. Worse than I could ever dream of. The entire reason we were evading him for 5 nights, lost our home, had to travel across inhuman conditions was 'cause he was a communist. Alvin is like, you know, maybe socialism is alright, to which I quickly remind him who's on the leash.
But yeah, we can't do nothing.
After a couple of Carlos's phalanges are broken, unfortunate too since no one knows how to treat the injury in this building, with his only response asking,
21.
Shoot him! Somebody just shoot him!
I say I'll go find Luke or Kenny and retrieve my super suit to prepare a surprise reverse counter penetration that William isn't going to expect in Operation Future Is Now, old man. Honestly though, the plan should have been Operation Black Canary with how Sarah is screaming. I'm sure a few more broken bones could have unleashed a paralyzing supersonic scream to paralyze the drive-byers. Or would it be drive-byes? Let me know down below in the comments. Alvin lets me escape through the attic, and as I'm making my way through, Kenny is strapped up with that motherfucking thing, getting ready to pop bitches. Ask where Luke is, and he says Luke was whining so we went hiking. Kind of a bad time, but the allure of nature could wet anyone's panties, so I understand. Carver the mad lad strokes Rebecca's face in front of her man's.
Get an ambulance! Man down!
Fuck you, Bill.
You say that now, but don't act like you weren't screaming his name when he knocked you up like,
Bill!
Kenny asks me if we can handle them, and I say probably not, but the Sigma male doesn't take orders from others and only asked me so he could assert dominance over my decision afterwards. Oops, forgot Walter was just a vessel for Nick's character arc, and with that plotline wrapped up, it's time to kill him for some character development. We change our sniping positions, and Bill does the unthinkable and takes Alvin off his leash, allowing him freedom for the first time in years. The nice guy's even willing to free Alvin's tether from this earth. What a fantastic gentleman. Unfortunately, I want to vent about this game in the next episode, so I prevent Kenny from going 0-2. We'll get to where Season 2 really falls off the rails next video. Fuck you, Bonnie. By the time I'm finished with you, I'm sending you to the real Bonnie, tucked in between her and Clyde 6 feet under. Bill Nye without his kid show laments at Luke, calling him a pussy, even doing that thing to try to get him out of hiding, but no luck.
We're going home. As a family.
What the fuck are you gonna do, man? It's his bitch now. Man, if I was Alvin right now, I'd probably...
Consider the phone.
And that's episode 2. Really good one of the last great ones in season 2. Episode 3 is good in my opinion, but it falls off hard afterwards. This is where Telltale really started showing its cracks and would ultimately be its Achilles heel. We'll get into why next episode, but all in all, another classic. We got my boy back. We met Bill Nye, the homeless guy from Flint, Michigan, and Nick really performed and is expected to overtake Ben as the world's biggest dumbass after that virtuoso. If you enjoy, leave a like and subscribe to not miss out on future content, and I'll see you all next time. Peace. After a brief stint of sanctioned dogfighting and simping like my name was Electro King for half of Pokemon Scarlet's characters, which you should definitely check out by the way, we're back at it again with the Prison Break portion of Walking Dead Season 2. This complex escape strategy will require the amount of crack Michael Schofield smoked when he got that full body tattoo of the prison, which is where I and my subscribers come in. So let's go smoke some crack off White Kanye's ass, you'll see why later in the video, and start Walking Dead 2 on Crack Part 3. Episode starts off with Clementine staring at a butterfly, making the player think the butterfly effect will be in full effect this game. You know, your choices mattering. You'll see why it doesn't soon enough. The Gestapo guard tells us to hurry up, and apparently Sarah couldn't hold it in till Auschwitz. Sarah thinks I was forced to accompany her, which I probably was, but I have to continue honing my gaslighting skills to escape in the future, so I make her think we're buddies. An unforeseen consequence is a remark on P watching me when it's my turn, which triggers my 2 girls 1 cup PTSD. SS operative Kanye asks us if we have any kidney stones, God bless this gentleman, before our Fuhrer shows his kinky side. Carver says stop dick watching, to which I dick watch even harder, but he shows me why he finished top of his class in the National Reich Wimbledon match. The meth addict is still here, unfortunately, and compared to her, Sarah's my sister from another mister. A bruised up mister who undoubtedly finally got caught for impersonating a doctor, but nonetheless a mister.
What are you doing? Playing doctor.
We got the whole gang here sans Luke on an express trip to Fox River State Penitentiary. Kenny tries to rally the forces, but apparently Bill has the rest of the group on a leash tree. Rebecca leashing Alvin, Carlos Sarah, and then the main dog walker is Carver. Yeah, what the fuck? Is he Bill now? I can already feel it the second we land there. I tried to stop them, Bill, but they forced me to come with them, and I tried coming back, but they wouldn't let me. Carlos hits Kenny with some eloquent wordplay, to which Kenny reacts with,
I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but I know it's bullshit.
I haven't a clue what's going on here, but I'll act like I do.
Kenny starts cutting his binds off a metal rail, and he's got a point. Last time we were locked up, we indirectly lost 3 team members because of it.
Clem, the adults are talking.
What? Adults? What adults? Where are they? Show them to me. I've been doing everything this entire time. Before it was... Clem, we need your help. Carver's gonna get us. Save us, Clem. Maybe if you listened when I said we were being searched for, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Apparently, though, Carlos is content to treat Luke like Obi-Wan and wait to be swooped away. And to freed Kenny drops some bars.
I have guns. What exactly do you expect to do?
I'm gonna punch the first son of a bitch I see. Then I'm gonna take his gun and use it to shoot the next son of a bitch I see.
Unfortunately, though, he can't seem to make it past the first defense of the truck door, but I feel like he did okay, all things considered. That door is a pretty tough nemesis. The Gestapo are waiting for us, unloading the truck, and unfortunately with his restraints off, Kenny's going right to the gas chamber. Also, this bitch is back from 400 days, and we make our way through dystopia with the same rednecks who stormed the Capitol guarding us. We have the Fuhrer looking like Baxter Stockman about to release the Mousers on New York again, after we get a speech, which makes me double-check the calendar to make sure it's not 1984 again. Carlos is taken to help some patients, which sends Sarah into chromosomal arrest. I tell Sarah he's only getting the milk and he'll be back soon, but her follow-up question proves an admirable counter. He provides Rebecca a bed, which, fantastic, she'll freeze to death, but at least her back won't break. Wouldn't want anyone other than you to do that now, would we? Our neighbors include a call cell operator looking to get your credit card info who stole these drip. This guy was supposed to escape with them, although he fell, which I wouldn't clown the team for leaving their man behind, except for the fact that my ass would be jumping over him like this to get away. The SS come to get Alvin, and this is why Telltale died. We'll get to all that at the end of the video, so stay tuned, but Bill wants to have a word with him up in his office. Kanye tells Reggie he's real close to being let out, which, even from here... Now, it's either the lingering two girls, one cup memory, or it's that horseshit he's giving out. As we're conversing, we have Lee at home, tells us to shut up, he wants to rest before tomorrow's forced labor. There's also a person I presume to be a woman who looks like she was on the receiving end of that one cup on that fateful day. Reggie here seems to have had his balls chopped off when they took his arms and says, "It's not that bad, we have a greenhouse now," which makes up for the prison labor conditions that would give the US prison system some new ideas. But the conditions are only temporary. Oh, okay, that makes it all better. If this guy was real, he'd have all the crypto community looking at him like this, getting ready to snag his life savings for titty milk coin or something. Me and Kenny make a plan, and I start poking around the base for weaknesses. Nick is just sleeping away from the group, making it a lot easier for the writing team to animate him. I try opening the metal curtain and... Oops. Sorry, Reggie. Troy tells Reggie he'll tell Dad about what he did when he gets home later, which activates his fight or flight response. After a good night's sleep, Troy kicks my ribs in and William gives us the rundown of a minor Walker situation. Where have we seen this before? As I'm trying to absorb his knowledge. Sarah keeps interrupting me, flexing on how she slept fantastically and gets called out by Carver. He tells Carlos he's gonna have to wife-beater alcohol tag team duo her shit, and it has to be a good one, else Kanye will do the punishing instead. And after telling us he'll pull graduation from Spotify, Carlos is left with little choice and oh my lord. Man rocked her shit. Even had Troy impressed. Man didn't have to drop her like he was in slap fight. Man must have been taught that technique from the mountains of Tibet under my father's training himself. That was just beautiful to watch. Ah, there are my girls. When I break out of here, you guys are invited to the smoke fest.
Come on, come on, come on. Feel that?
Emily George.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Well, shit. Bonnie tries making small talk with me, which I've taken the liberty of recording our conversation.
Hey, I guess you're starting your day with me.
Where's the wrist tic-tac-toe maker?
We're loading magazines.
Better than loading more meth into your system.
I suppose I owe you an apology.
Go fuck yourself.
And I was shown a kindness I never would have expected from a group of strangers.
Maybe if you stopped home-wrecking strangers, you'd actually meet some nice ones.
For no one to get hurt. I truly believe that was the intent.
That's because it's your fault. You led them to us.
If I could change it, I would. I promise you.
And I should believe you now. All I know about you is that you're a liar.
How was your first night in the yard?
We had heating at the ski lodges.
Well, you got them skinny arms. And you ain't wearing a jacket.
I could eat off any part of your body. Who you callin' skinny? After I get called up to the big leagues, she gives me a pride jacket. Is this some sort of gender, sexuality, switcheroo grooming technique I should be wary of? Of course, Goodwill Oprah is not an ally and calls me the F word, the one that'll get you insta-banned in League of Legends. I get taken to the greenhouse on the roof where I see Sarah acting like every Kanye fan over the last week.
He made graduation, he made graduation, he made graduation, he made graduation.
Reggie is going to be our instructor and tries guilt-tripping me into not sabotaging him further. Perish the thought, I respond as I try to find a way to light the greenhouse on fire. Pretty menial task, pick the berries, put them in the basket, cut off the dead branches. I tell him I'll take care of Sarah and help her, and he thanks me bye.
That was awkward. I won't do that again. I'm gonna go work now.
Impeccable, Riz. I don't see why this fine specimen of a tech support operator doesn't have every woman within viewing distance salivating at the bald spot ussy. I decide to help Sarah, and it goes really well. Yeah, you would think. Apparently, Sarah's mental development is still under a 3-year-old's, and she can't pick the berries off a plant. Carver comes in, causing Reggie to panic, but nothing wrong really happened. We're still working. It's just taking the kids a while to get a hang of it. Okay, apparently not. There's a curfew to when you can pick blueberries for some reason. Not as if the little girl or the cripples of mental and physical variants can work construction. So why is he so mad? I tell him it was Sarah's fault because, you know, you made her dad abuse her. He asks if I'm looking for a rematch, and to get out of his radar, I respond with no, mein Fuhrer. He makes us wait outside, in which I imagine he's gonna whip out the belt like... Now let's make a poll. Answer down below in the comments what you would do in this situation. A. Tell Reggie to stay overtime until he finishes the berry tree circumcision. B. Tell the children to do better since Sarah is mentally scarred, maybe give her another almighty god slap. Or C. Murder Reggie. He chose C. Apparently Alvin's child isn't enough, you need to take Carlos's spawn as well. I tell Bonnie Reggie got popped by William and she can't believe someone named William would be capable of doing that, and so she goes to confirm for herself. That's the face I'd make if I got schlumped by a William. Unfortunately, Reggie's life was cut short on the lowest of lows. That's why he should have become a TCLR subscriber. Unlike established titles, there's no scam here. The second you click that subscribe button, not only are you immune to any attacks from people named William or Contavious, you instead become a peak physical specimen, crimson chin level of jawline, absolutely shredded pecs, a penis so large that getting hard would cause an entire apartment complex to collapse. So leave a like and subscribe for not only that, but to, more importantly, not miss out on future content. I arrive with the cement, but Kenny is staging a counter Black Lives Matter protest, so I have to intervene. I tell him Reggie got killed by William, which is so insane even the walkers had to make sure they didn't miss here. Considering this floorboard has proven to be an ineffective weapon, I decide to confuse them by playing tag, which works. Apparently I'm trying to lift Thor's hammer and I make the rookie mistake and trap myself in the theater in COD Black Ops Zombies. After giving the first zombie a lesson in the way of the sword, the other one gets popped by Ye. After ignoring the easiest slavery joke in my life as I'm leaving,
No!
Hey!
Stop!
Hey! It's me, Luke. Okay, just calm down. Come all this way. This is the welcome I get.
Luke. He couldn't let Kenny one-up on him on the come-out-of-nowhere charts, and has those obvious night before cramming bags. The unit he was studying was Prison Break, though, and he has a brilliant plan. A walker herd, the one Bill mentioned earlier, is coming, and that if we can get a radio, he can control us like that one mission in COD Black Ops 1. If I had a nickel for every COD Black Ops 1 mention in this video, I'd have 2. Not a lot, but it's weird it happened twice. Troy's looking for me and is about to unleash the Carlos special on my ass after finding out I was in an off-limits comic book shop. Yeah, but I tell him I was jerking off to the Cat in the Hat DC magician person, to which he understands and lets me off the hook this time. Bill radioed me, and as I'm making my way up, it's Wyatt's turn to make an appearance in the most pointless of dialogues. I mean, you might as well have just not added him, given Nick a scene or two to make us feel something from saving him last episode. I walk upstairs to a distraught Rebecca and police brutality. Oh wait, it's the Fourth Reich, no one cares. He tries gaslighting me into believing Reggie had to die, and I agree, because I don't have the pants in this relationship yet. Also, this statement by Clementine is probably true. After getting back, I hear Kenny's plan to attract the herd of walkers using the 1984 loudspeakers, and I chime in with Luke's radio plan. Kenny makes a callback to Crawford, expanding my nostalgia boner to the good old days. Eventually, I tell them we can do both plans, get Luke the radio, and we can use that to Pac-Man our way through the walkers. It's foolproof. Kenny likes the plan, even though it's an admittedly stupid one, which ends up with us improvising at the end, you know, after we reach the walker horde and leave Carver's forces to our back. So in case we ever want to get pounded harder than Korean soccer, we'll have that plan in our back pocket, I guess. Rebecca remarks on the impossibility of juking through an entire herd of walkers like Messi in the World Cup until the One Cup woman chimes in. She does it all the time.
First words I ever hear you say, and it's just some crazy, stupid shit.
I'm not gonna lie, it might be coming for Kenny's Goblin Mode trophy. She says if you rub walker guts all over your body... hold on, that sounds like a dark web fetish. I'm going to spoon my eyes out now. But in this instance, we can use it to juke by the walkers, and I remember that's what Lee did.
Covered. Lee figured that out.
What?
It's how we got out of the Marsh house. Lee covered me and we walked right through.
Really? Holy shit. Oh, good one, Lee.
Jane, the woman, has a plan to snag the radio, which involves sending an 11-year-old girl to sneak past armed guards and hitman her way through to snag a radio. This plan is so stupid it just might work. I don't think special forces of the Gestapo are going to expect an 11-year-old girl to swipe their shit. It might be brilliant. After James Bond villaining my way up, I take note of the siege that's about to start before slithering into the storage room. I see the radios, but the army recruiter is conversing on the phone.
I don't think Bill was gonna let him back in.
No! Really? I was worried at first, what with me being an 11-year-old, but the chromosome deficit seems too large for them to overcome, calming my nerves.
To the left. Take it back now, y'all.
I take the two radios, and as I'm making my way back, hey, it's Vince. And he's gonna snitch on her for smoking. That ain't my Vince. My Vince would have popped her for the glory of the Yakuza. Can't believe Carter neutered you, too. I get back, radio retrieved, and as we're lying to sleep, Jane proves she'd be an awful motivational speaker and mother, and Kenny talks about how stupid Duck was, who, was pretty damn stupid, not gonna argue with him there. We convened in the next morning for our prison camp book club to figure out who's gonna give Luke the radio until Aunt Jemima comes in to take the woman and Nick because he's been missing in action this entire episode. I can't wait till we get to the end of the video. Mike tries to do it, but Kenny trusts an 11-year-old ahead of him, so I'm tasked with getting the radio to Luke. Kenny sees my pockets out and tries fixing my drip, to which Clementine takes as a slight because antenna sticking out of a jacket isn't going to impress the cool prison kids from Prison Camp 11. And then this stupid motherfucker Bonnie has to take me deviating from the path of our old plan, despite me and Kenny trying to let her know, I want to be with my boy.
Well, today I need it more.
Well, today I need your more. She tells me she spoke to the Fuhrer about Reggie and expected an excuse, but apparently he said it matter-of-factly, like Reggie was just a rabid dog that needed to be put down. Which, I mean, to be fair, he has been in doggo mode longer than even Alvin this episode, so I could see his reasoning. I tell Bonnie I need to give the radio to Luke, which might seem stupid since she isn't up, but I threaten to tell Bill she's 1/16 Jewish and her hands are tied. I make my way back to the comic book store, but I might as well have been searching for my father with how missing Luke was. Kanye finds me though, and after beating me harder than Carlos ever could, we're taken back to the camp where we witness Luke getting treated by the phony doc, and Carver rambling about the next great leap forward or something, and wants the second radio in his hand by the count of 3. Clem, being a child, quickly activates like a sleeper agent when he starts counting down, and Kenny decides to take the blame for it because he's Kenny. And Kenny starts getting his ass beat in the orbital cavity by Carver with said radio, as my attempt to stop it is fully countered by Kanye deciding for his next great speech he's gonna give domestic abuse a try. As the Fuhrer decides to starve us, really put the suggestion in the Geneva Convention, Bonnie lets us know that we're leaving tonight. I wake up later that night to an argument of the sidemen about the plan, and with Kenny out of action, it's pretty much the special ed class trying to communicate with each other. Carlos says he couldn't save his eye. Shocker, I know. The other boys say we'll have to leave without Kenny, and Sarita makes a good point. What the fuck are they doing here? Because Rebecca couldn't close her legs without Carver being stuck between them, then decided to ditch the crazy potential baby daddy. That led to Prince fucking Zuko going on a quest to find the Avatar or something. That sounds like a relationship problem. What are any of us doing here? Should've just tied her up to the windmill and let Carver take her back when we had the chance. I don't even blame Luke, honestly. We gotta get out of here, even if it means leaving my boy behind. And then Kenny. Kenny comes in with that high off the adrenaline of losing his eye to someone named William and needing that rematch. We're good to go. Not gonna lie, the writers were sucking off Kenny hard this episode. They had his entire nutsack in their mouths. They even self-inserted themselves into Nick's only meaningful line this episode, along with Mike's, just to remove any doubt of bias. We decide to meet in an old Civil War museum, leaving Lee and Omid punching the air since they can't come. All we need is someone to start the PA system.
Wait, hold on.
Nah, it's okay. Leave an 11-year-old as your only hope. I get to Alvin's lifeless body before I start the PA system and play Jack Midlow's last album on the PA speakers, sure to drag the walkers in an attempt to shut this shit down. Alvin wakes up and instead of leaving with me, he makes a valiant last stand because the writers couldn't be bothered to write him any more lines for this season and lets me know
it's gonna be a girl.
I mean, how do we tell him? The writers must be really, really racist, because my god, they couldn't even give him that. After popping the first guard, Alvin schlumps like a bullshit death in Happy Wheels, and that ends his admittedly underwhelming character arc. I get to William holding up the group, thwarting our escape attempt.
Look at Randy Orton slithering. Watch out!
Kenny and Luke give him the Shaq and Kobe tag team special. I tell Rebecca Alvin's abandoned their family to interview Ronald Reagan in the flesh, and her grief leads to her ordering Luke to kill the Fuhrer. As Carver gives the understatement of the century custody battle, Kenny lets him know it's America. The woman always keeps the baby. Oh my loud, he's going goblin mode, isn't he?
You're all just gonna let him do this?
Yes.
He tries one last desperate attempt to get out of jail, and with that failing, I decide to stand and watch even at the cost of ad revenue. And before he goes out, William gives one last banger banter with Kenny.
Yeah, go on. Let the sheep out of the pen. We'll see how long that lasts.
I'll be right there.
You won't see anything.
That's funny, coming from you. How's that eye? Just follow my voice. It'll get you there. You got a thick fucking skull, Kenneth. Should have put you out of your misery right then. Now look at you. You're a mess. The fuck are you looking at, bitch? Don't act like you didn't love every second.
I just popped your skull so hard, your eyeball just popped out.
We get surrounded in our escape from Vorkuta, and Luke gives me the most midget of weapons to go up against the horde coming after us. After taking out a walker, we start spreading its guts all over us, and Sarah comes up with the dumbest of statements. You're more than welcome to stand and watch, Sarah. Kanye catches up to us, though, and now you might have been thinking this entire episode that due to his latest comments and this episode's sort of off-switch thematic I've been going for, it's probably why I've decided to call Troy Kanye this entire time. It's not. It's so I can make this one singular joke. Everything else just sort of fell into place for me. With us getting held up by Kanye, we're out of options until we realize he'll do anything for a blonde type. And so Jane seduces him before pop his nutsacks burst like a hot air balloon.
You shove my dick up!
She shot my dick up!
You shove my dick up!
That's the first time I've been hearing that, man. That actually made me chuckle.
This is step one!
Our Vorkuta escape is going well, although the guards are firing on the horde. Would be a shame if one of us were to get shot, especially Carlos. I mean, Sarah would probably...
Dad! Sarah! You're shooting at us! Sarah, get a hold of yourself!
With this plan failing horribly, turning our potential spit roast into a gangbang situation, I'm able to take out some walker until Sarita's bit. With two options, take out the walker or take out her arm, I decide we've already been demonetized, let's make a show of it, with Sarita's blood-curdling scream ending the 7th season of Prison Break, although I do like the writer's attention to detail. That tibia being sort of fractured, you can see the pieces coming out, is absolutely exquisite. If I had my arm chopped off, I'd want it to look exactly like that. And that's episode 3, the last good episode of season 2. Listen, season 2 is widely viewed as the diarrhea of the Walking Dead game. I more prefer to call it the shit that takes a while to come out, if you will, and for good reason. The next 2 episodes are going to be Goblin Mode with their script, should have been ready last week. Let's pull an all-nighter to finish it level of writing. But the thing that really pisses me off this episode is Alvin and Nick. Now, of course, it isn't the writers' fault. Telltale shut down because they were having the writers just drop Kobe numbers, 50-hour work weeks by Wednesday, so I don't necessarily blame them. If I had to work that long, I'd probably also get extremely tired, and I'm sure there was a lot of stuff that had to be cut due to how much of a success Walking Dead Season 1 was, and how Season 2 was so dog shit they never really reached the heights of Season 1 at the end. Again, Season 2 is still good overall. It's just so many of the cracks, like Nick and Alvin, alright? Both of whom could have died last episode, and saving them offered nothing. No reason. They might as well have not even been in the damn game in the first place, because what's the point? Nick's got 2 lines of dialogue all episode, not even animated for half the cutscenes. The first time when we get there, he's just sleeping away from the entire group, and then Alvin was taken to the torture chamber the moment we stepped into the prison. He had no lines on the bus, and for a choose-your-own-adventure game, this is kind of bullshit. Just kill them off last episode, instead of trying to carry on with some stupid gimmick, which is probably why they ended up dying. I know it's not easy to incorporate all the different scenarios, but with this being an adventure game, if your choices don't really matter, how is it any different from a movie or TV series? Which, you know, there's a reason why they aren't allowed to be fucking streamed in the first place, because if you watch it, then you'd get zero value from actually paying to watch the movie or show, hurting the brand. So if you could just watch Walking Dead Season 2 play out, knowing that, you know, no matter what you pick, it's going to be 99% the exact same ending, which is exactly what happened to Telltale, you're probably not going to end up buying it. In any case, if you do enjoy, leave a like and subscribe. Next video will be the finale of Season 2, and I'll see you all next time. Peace. Last episode, due to our superior metabolic resistances to crystal psychedelics, we were able to blow the Fuhrer's brain open, shoot Kanye's pee-pee off, but not without casualty, as Carlos decided to cosplay an Iranian protester on the escape, bringing back memories of my own cosplay last episode as the shooter with Bigby, which you should definitely go check out, by the way, and Sarah's ensuing ear-piercing scream, leading us to admire the anatomical structure of Sarita's arm after a walker mistook Sarita for fajita, educating us on the proper technique to consume booty. Let's go smoke some crack off the now somehow clean Jane's ass with company and play The Walking Dead Season 2 on crack Part 4. My computer couldn't take the constant abuse I've been giving it recently and completely deleted my game files, causing auto-generation to take hold, with Clementine not cutting off Sarita's arm in this multiverse of madness, leading me to believe Bill Gates' buffoonerism was at play here all along, just to help illustrate the dumbassery of some of the characters. Hey, remember Reggie? Who chopped his arm off? You could do that? No? Apparently not, as Kenny comes in with the same denial seen in Ronaldo fans over the last week, completely forgetting about me and leaving me behind in his grief, as did Mike, but he's black and cops are opening fire, so really can't blame him. They already got one minority after all. Luke and Nick run around screaming, attracting no walkers whatsoever. It seems this entire horde's cause of death was group suicide at the last KKK rally, and me being a shade darker than them, they have their eyes set on me. I end up juking around until, help her, kitty steak, I smell it from here, help. It's Rebecca. Rebecca asks me what to do, putting her faith in an 11-year-old again, and I tell her the obvious before she makes an incredibly astute observation. We got a real Einstein on our hands over here. Further illustrating her pure genius, she makes the remark that the power of friendship is gonna get us through. As if the Backyardigans are gonna pop in with that B-52 singing a musical about bombing Iraqi civilians or something. After trying to slither in through the horde, I catch a period fetiseur red-handed. She tells us to walk like we have 2 brain cells firing, but unfortunately for Rebecca, her one doesn't meet that prerequisite and begs for help. I say we should spread out and open, with Rebecca lambasting the idea that got Carver to chase after her in the first place, and eventually Jane's guilt gets to her, and to cheer us up, she pokes fun at a walker with anorexia before we mercilessly torture it and increase the patient's don't starve difficulty up to the maximum setting. After playing the most riveting of gameplay, pressing the W key for 5 seconds, truly groundbreaking work. Revolutionary, really. All sarcasm aside, the 50 Germans caught plotting some sort of hopeless coup had a better shot at a revolution than this. We made it through and saved the walker the torture of starving to death over the next week. Rebecca was at Bill's last supper, lamenting her choice of Taco Bell last night, but somehow finding the stamina to keep going. That is some courage and bravery displayed right there. Jane's also a bad bitch now, wouldn't mind my dick shooting off near her. After they argue, first over how terrible that joke was, and then on the escape plan, which was pretty stupid. I mean, no reason we couldn't have hidden while the walkers cleared out the store for us, giving us ample supplies and an impenetrable Home Depot while keeping everyone alive, especially with Troy and Carver now dead. Although, yeah, the plan was overall fine. It was just the fact that natural selection and Mother Nature are an undefeated tag team duo, and the group couldn't rely on an 11-year-old to bail them out on the escape this time.
That sounds an awful lot like you're saying it was their fault.
What? No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying. The fact anyone from the cabin group is still alive is the biggest hole in Charles Darwin's theory I've ever seen. Rebecca starts slouching over, and me and Jane have absolutely no idea what to do with a baby, considering one of us is 11 and the other being a cat mom. Rebecca has to take 10 and reflects on Alvin's booty quee fetish being perfect for her current beef bean burrito situation, and Jane, with her 1 cup past, offers to take his position, enraging Rebecca. This kicks off a cat fight over DaBaby, with Jane saying an 11-year-old and a woman who makes Alzheimer's patients look like Jimmy Neutron aren't going to be enough to raise it. But unfortunately, she makes the rookie mistake of leaving a loved one in her bio, giving Rebecca the dub. Until we realize we need Jane and chase after her, apologizing profusely. We get to the site of SmackDown vs. Raw, where Bonnie and Mike are patiently waiting for this week's Confederate vs. Union showdown, and Kenny's also there with Sarita, who's gonna become fajitas for my 54 holo tip soon enough. I tell them there's nothing to worry about. Kenny's had experience of losing a loved one before, until I realize what exactly happened the last time this situation occurred and engage in panic mode.
This is bad!
They're all too scared to deal with Kenny themselves, so they ask the little sibling to go talk to Mom instead, knowing that's their best and safest option, leaving me to admire their persuasive skills as an older sibling myself. I try lifting Kenny's spirits up, but he's went full-on Joker and gave me a lecture about society and what I deserve and stuff like that.
I tried to save her.
Look at her. I said, look at her. Don't you think you've already done enough for today? You think because you're a little girl, you can just get people killed and no one will care? That because you're sorry, it'll all magically go away?
What the fuck did I do to you, Patchy the Pirate?
What did he say fuck me for?
Why the hell Stumpy from Family Guy over here acting like I could have done anything different? I tried saving her. What did you want me to do, suck the venom out of her? The hell do I look like, Coyote Peterson? I get back, and without Kenny or Luke, this group's combined brain output is hovering around 0, looking like a scene out of Planet of the Apes. They should have done what the other group of hopeless idiots did, who, after getting bullied constantly, these little bugs immediately subscribe to the Civ Lifer, and we get to see exclusive footage. They grow 250 pounds of pure muscle, immediately grow 30 feet taller, one roar and the Twin Towers have collapsed again, and they unlock their true Civ Lifer subscriber selves. Bear witness to the power, one fastball on the continental plates shift, and Australia's attached to India again. Leave a like and subscribe to immediately reach the pinnacle of human evolution, make 6 figures from your jawline alone, and 2, more importantly, not miss out on future content. Jane's had just about enough of Oonga Boonga Ing, and so she says she's gonna go look for the others and asks me to come along with her, since after that complete OVO fest of short bus auditioning, I'm the closest thing to a competent human. Jane looks with contempt at the under-union suplexing Kofi Confederate, leading me to believe she hates 13% of the population. Jane tells me we ain't gonna find my friend, she just had to save what remains of her neurons and get out of there, telling me that this group's survival odds match the Kardashians' percentage of non-plastic components. I bite back with being a lonely cat lady isn't gonna help if you get surrounded by walkers, but her counter is gold, making the point that this entire group is about as effective as French soccer this week. Ask why she took me then, before she tells me that in this hypothetical I'm Bape and she wants to teach me the ways of survival to carry everybody else. She of course ends up confirming my far-right theory of her, telling me my pride jacket I have on is dog shit and that her sister had a cool leather one, but it's gone now. You would think she had an unbreakable bond with her sister, but nah, she was a menace during her time alive.
The best part wasn't the rides. It was that nobody knew us there, and I'd pretend we weren't sisters. Just friends.
We're at Terror Alert Orange.
Jane's scream of jackpot and dead corpses flabbergasts me until she explains we can rob them for good shit, and I think this is just another found 50 grams of kush in my child's mini Snickers bar after Halloween, until I find 2 bullets in one of their pockets. After complimenting me and telling her I was in a GigaChad TCLR subscriber-only group before this cluster of headless chickens, she finds a nail file. Whoop-de-doo! Now we can get our pedicures done in this zombie apocalypse. Nice find, Jane. We roll over a corpse to find Sarah's trampled glasses. Yikes. You know, the only hope she has of insurance covering that is if Jake from State Farm himself bestows upon us from the heavens. Afterwards, we find Nick. Turned. After a masterful, undisputed, goated performance the last 2 episodes of 2 total lines, 3 separate animations, 1 minor moment, and 0 character development, we find him turned with no visible bites at all from any walker, faster than even Sarita. I don't know how that works, it just leaves me to extrapolate that the walkers found motivation in Jane and just bit his genitals off or something, giving him a BJ so heavenly he just died on the spot, cause no way a bullet through the shoulder would kill him like like that. Jane says I should do it since we've been through so much together in our 3 or so conversations we've had in our time together, so I chop him up like I'm serving meatloaf, and there goes the most pointless save I've ever seen in The Walking Dead. Me and Jane exchange techniques as I show her my patented masturbating technique, telling Tracksuit Tyler his 30-minute daily walks don't make up for his 3 Dunkin' Donuts at the end of them, enraging him, leading to an easy kill. Jane hops the fence and shows me her patented treat him like a bendable toy, leave him weak in the knees like Troy maneuver, and I match that same move against the 2-ups we run up on. We hear Sarah screaming Cowboy Bebop was a good live-action adaptation, so we're gonna have to break the sound barrier to have any hopes of distracting the angry mob. My quick thinking, however, allows us to place a dead body on the horn of the Rolls Races to distract them.
If one group can't use it, no one should be allowed to use it. One group can't use it, no one should be allowed to use it. One group can't use it, no one should be allowed to use it. One group can't use it, no one should be allowed to.
We start browsing the local trailer park like 50-year-old jobless heroin addicts, meeting said enjoyer whose bandana indicates he hasn't held down a job since the Cold War, and make it to the other side as we're getting swarmed by the rednecks who took offense to that joke. As Jane holds them off, I film my audition for the next 300 movie.
This is Sparta!
And make it in, blocking the proud Confederate flag enjoyers with a wardrobe. Luke comes out still beat up from Carver's almighty slaps and asks us if we found Nick, and we tell him we found him, unfortunately getting caught hacking the CIA. Devastating. Hey, I'm just kidding. Nick was so underused the last 2 episodes, even his bestie just shrugs it off, giving 2 fucks as his parting respects. Luke tells me Sarah's just been shivering like she saw her pops get his brains blown out, but it's worse than that. She's revealed herself a Ronaldo fan after Messi won the World Cup. There's no saving her anymore. Not even the awe of meeting the only functioning chromosomes of this group can get her to snap out of it. Not surprising considering it's nothing compared to her plot armor, just screaming and running through that horde, not only evading the ire of the walkers, but also of the border guards. Truly a magical performance, one for the ages. I tried talking some sense into her, but we get spit roasted by the walkers on each side, and even with Jane and Luke telling me Sarah's brain's been fried of its last neuron, I fight for her. God damn it, I'm not seeing another minority die this episode. Kerfuffingly, I take the approach of telling her all her friends are waiting for her, except for her dad, of course, you know, the only person who matters to her, as evidenced last episode. He's waiting for her on the other side, along with any manner of CCP protesters and socialist South American leaders, who she seemingly wants to join at this moment. The walkers start breaking in, and as I get a boost from Luke on the escape, one of the walkers tells him he isn't a man of refined culture for jacking it to underage lollies, killing his resolve. I have to find something to stand on to supplement Luke's broken spirit, so I choose the wardrobe we're using to block the door, and after holding back the walkers with Jane, me and Luke renovate the furniture to a different location, and Jane somehow doesn't catch any of the ire of the walkers nearest to her, who seemingly just caught a whiff of melanin from us and came after us, confirming their role in the KKK group-aside earlier this episode. We eventually get moving though, and this is the last chance for Sarah, with even Jane saying we can't help her anymore, but I don't give up, knowing there's only one singular construct of words established using the English lexicon that can get the Latina Sarah moving immediately. Hot Cheetos taste like donkey balls.
Move!
And we get everyone out with Sarah looking like she'll never again recover from the phrase, as I soften the blow by handing her back her glasses, knowing she's got about 2 more lines this episode, before eventually dying in a stupid way. Most likely off screen under dubious circumstances, inevitably getting nicked. As we're getting back, Jane apologizes as she wasn't very familiar with my game before telling me Sarah has no will to live anymore, so it was a waste of stress, not knowing my primary objective, of course, was viewer suspense and watch time, and both being met by my current actions. Luke laments at being a puta who makes Crane from Wolf Among Us look like a peak specimen of a TCLR subscriber, while Jane tells us that she dragged her sister across 4 states, and the never-before-seen level of child trafficking caused her to have a complete Sarah-type meltdown, forcing Jane to leave her on the rooftops. We get back to Ed, and Eddie, whose schemes have produced jack all while we were gone, as Rebecca gives more emotion to Nick's death than she even gave Alvin. Bro, I swear to God, somebody just hated Alvin on the dev team. He has been reached, shot at, abused, cheated on, baby might not even be his, and his wife doesn't even care about him that much, because with that tear job, I'm fairly certain they were in a polyamorous relationship, with open season being every season in between Rebecca's legs. She ain't even cried for Alvin, while she got shooketh for Nick, who's been more MIA than my Instagram posts over the last, All time, to be honest. Bonnie lets me know that her and the other two stooges couldn't get anything done and the baby is coming quick, asking me if Luke has any experience in delivering babies instead of just asking Luke himself. The writing team is just pure genius. They went from this to this.
I'm doing it! Yeah! Yeah! Some of these done.
Just a quick side note, post-edit TCLR here. This was mainly due to the hellish slave-like conditions Telltale staff was under that made Nike sweatshops look ethical in comparison. If you watch my videos for anything other than jokes and actually go witch hunting the writers or devs or whatever, then all I can tell you is touch some grass and clean your dick cheese for once in your life. I tell Bonnie Kenny would know since he's had a son before, as I come to find out Kenny's taken Sarita out back to stare at the rabbits before trying to gaslight me into talking to him, because this time I won't get verbally abused for not having the broad career spectrum of Johnny sins and holding the 50 or so different professions needed to keep Sarita alive. I begrudgingly accept since, well, I can't exactly say no here. No, really, they took away my speech, not just my freedom of speech, my speech in general. Can't even walk away from the tent Kenny's laying in. I get to Kenny, who's popped Sarita, begging him to come help us before he starts spewing on about his midlife crisis and how him getting Negan last episode was peaceful like he was the tortoise in Kung Fu Panda. Or a nutsack after getting spammed with messages while on vibrate. I tell him the baby is almost here and we need someone with experience and, most importantly, a functioning motor system to help us get through this, getting another sweet Clem Kenny bonding moment before Luke screams, "Oh, is this the baby that's been prophesized coming right now? After all these hints, I sure wish we had someone who has experience at this dire time." Rebecca's water broke with Kenny looking off into the distance, trying to act cool until we beg him for help. He gives us the most basic of directions to follow. God, this group is stupid. With Bonnie and We've Got Lee at home going to search the Civil War Museum, Jane going to check the building beside the river, Kenny helping Rebecca, Luke guarding the perimeter from walkers, and Sarah coming to terms with the fact that talkies are mid at best.
The next day.
Bonnie says she'd love my help, but is afraid of Jane taking off, as if an 11-year-old girl going with her would stop her. Oh yeah, you see, I was gonna leave the group behind, but you know, this little girl kept following me around and now I can't leave ever. Snaps fingers while inserting white person slogan here. I finally relent and go with her anyway. I tell the girl who turned pretty this episode because they decided to make her a main character if she's okay. She calls me partner, boosting my ego to stratospheric levels, and we mosey our way up to the gift shop with a cannon aimed at the ops' block in case they want to start something. The place is locked though, and
It's locked. Maybe there's still food.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe I can pick the lock.
A nail file?
Versatility is not overrated.
Urban.
She says she's not Lee though and asks me to find a heavier mechanism to bust this lock open, although the cannon is a no-go since it's been filled with cement, assuredly by sabotage from the ops next door who fear my drive-by skills English style. Apparently even the walkers weren't enough to stop the raccoons with not even a single scrap of trash remaining. I see a church across the river, although not knowing if it's Catholic or not, we can't safely cross there with a child and a baby in our party. As I find someone approaching our position with a bag, I take on the role of bait for this side quest, which I perform masterfully. He whips out the Clint Eastwood cosplay as I say, "Oh no, I'm just a little girl. You would not shoot a little girl who's little, would you?" And after putting my reading cards away, he says he's just leaving, so no threat to us, but his Russian exposes his poor military skills, giving Jane the confidence to relinquish his control of the gun, forcing him to drop his bag, and as I go to check his goodies, he's wielding heroin and opioids, he's running with the ops, pop the bitch. He puts on a sob story about his sister being sick and how we can't take his medicine and how he has many friends cause Soviet mother have big bosom for many family and sister wake up at night screaming pain, bringing in blyats from everywhere. Treyarch, my line's always open when you need a new Russian villain voice actor for your next Call of Duty. Jane makes the case that we should take the medicine because of our own sick survivors, and Russians aren't exactly known to be masters of the art of modern warfare, so it wouldn't necessarily be too risky.
You are not nice people.
Okay, wait. Alright, that actually made me laugh. You are not nice people. I decide not to rob him, though. What can I say? His sister story really got to me, and I don't want to be
not nice people.
Plus, even if we give this medicine to Rebecca, we'd only be prolonging the course of nature with her help me 11-year-old girl who in all likelihood can't read chapter books. Jane decides to threaten the poor kid who hasn't done jack all to us, honestly. We're the ones wanting to rob the, not exactly child, but hard-pressed to call himself a man guy. Plus, I think she gets his gun too. Come on, give the poor conscript a break, Jane.
You are not nice people.
I find Luke patrolling the vicinity, making sure that no walkers have snuck behind our front lines, who asks me where Jane is for informational reasons, of course. I tell her she wants to be bestowed by Kenny's urbanness and is picking a lock, and after confirming her parents aren't there, he proceeds to go conduct a more thorough investigation. I get to Rebecca lambasting at her premature baby, letting them know the good news as I comfort Rebecca going through this difficult time without Alvin by straight up lying to her face.
You're going to be a good mom.
To secure an ally with the only person in the group who she can both trust and has cerebral function, she goes, remember back in episode 1 when everyone else wanted to kill you? It's a good thing I bravely stood up for you back then, huh? Kenny decides he wants to try his luck with her, so he asks me to go scope out Mike and Bonnie in the Civil War Museum. I get to, holy crap, look at the corpses! I didn't know Mike and Bonnie were him. I've been calling Mike Wish.com's Lee too, despite him proving his urbanness just as much as Lee. I owe you an apology. I wasn't very familiar with your game. I also tell them that we found a place for Rebecca to stay so far away from walkers, even Sarah would be able to manage in her post-World Cup depression. Of course, I also find out the reason why they haven't come back to base yet, with Bonnie vigilantly observing the model replica for clues to some clean drinking water, and Mike adamantly looking through the smallest of boxes for hours on end, hoping some supplies will magically appear this time he checks. I find a Confederate jacket we can put on her, which despite the imagery is still fine as a blanket. Also, Bonnie tries to play the woe is me role of how deeply she regrets what she did, mimicking a YouTuber apology, while I return the favor by mimicking Walter's current state and stay silent. 'Cause he's dead. Of course, Mike comes in with no, those colors won't do, and to protect my Twitter account from getting RKO'd, I immediately pin the blame on Bonnie, using her southern accent as proof of racism. I open the canteen and we find some clean water inside, but it's locked. Mike doesn't want to kick it down, of course, because his urban superpowers would just demolish that door and create a sound so mighty and loud, we'd be dealing with the Triple K horde we left back at Home Depot within minutes. Bonnie plays the victim again, and I agree I'll squeeze in there. Okay, I'm not gonna make a step-sibling joke this time since it's an 11-year-old girl, and I'm not a My Hero Academia fan, but I'm stuck. Oh, no way, I'm sorry, the drawing's not real, people, I get it now, please let go!
He got it! Let's start it! My time's an end! Austin is the champion! Stone Cold! Stone Cold!
We can add child endangerment to both the records, I suppose. Of course, Mike would probably wipe out all the cops like he was playing GTA with 5 stars on easy difficulty. With my idol even complimenting me.
But you're tough for your size.
Shit. You're tough for my size.
This is the first time this game where I didn't have to do everything myself, so not knowing how to act in this situation, I try being somewhat useful and lift up the bottle. Ooh, Mike is strong, but you can't fool me. I am familiar with your game. Mike says what we've all been thinking. Carver was crazy, but his shelves were always stocked, which proves credence to my idea of just maybe staying at House General. With him and Troy dead, we could just cover ourselves in walker guts, hide in a locker or something, and just wait for them to finish the job. Heck, we could go back right now. The walkers are probably already gone. But my common sense gets drowned out by Bonnie saying she found the raccoon who's deviously licked all the trash in the area, before Mike felt the need to explain the deep, intricate meaning of 2 girls, 1 cup.
Coon?
I'd eat the shit out of that raccoon.
What did he say? Man, what the fuck is you talking about?
What the fuck was that?
I'm sorry.
Not like, I mean, just that I'd be really happy to eat that raccoon. I am starving.
We proceed to execute a complicated flanking maneuver requiring discipline from all 3 sides converging on the target at once, which we don't have, of course, so the raccoon escapes with its babies. Now, I know this is supposed to be a heartwarming scene of the raccoon having a family and how we should be careful of animals. Nah, I'd eat the babies in this situation too. Spit roast the entire family. We eating good meat tonight. Bonnie's still not being very familiar with Mike's game is cut short as Rebecca screams so loud the army might actually pinpoint our location and come save us. Sarah says her only words this episode being my name as we get swarmed by walkers. Where's Luke? He's supposed to be on watch. Kenny picks up the Carver Renovator and proceeds to absolutely body the walkers. Goodness, this might be illegal to show in general. As me and Rebecca get moving to the place Jane found, it's Sarah, nah, get the water, Mike. You can leave Sarah.
On it!
As Kenny protects the rear guard, Bonnie starts trying to get into my head.
I don't think he's okay. He's losing it.
What do you want him to do? Kiss the walkers goodnight before bashing their brains in? Let me guess, you're gonna vandalize a painting for the poor old walkers Kenny's bashing in? Mike tells him to hurry up once, and he does, so it's not as if he's losing it. Bonnie's still not one of us, evidently, with her gaslighting and the
wouldn't let that shit happen to me, though.
Shit she's trying to pull. As I'm this close to tying her up to a stump and throwing her as a sacrifice to the walkers. We get up to the
As human as I've felt in a long time. I almost forgot what Clement.
While Luke was supposed to be on duty, he heard the call of duty and came over here instead. While we were about to get capped, he was busy getting those cheeks clapped. Kenny comes in and lets them know while he was going to town, we were caught with our pants down. I let him know Rebecca's having the baby and is in pain while he was making his wee-wee rain.
Now?
Now? While you were getting freaky, the walkers were getting sneaky and ambushed us. The walkers start coming up the stairs and me and the gang sans Kenny and Rebecca get going to counter their drive-by. Rebecca screams louder, giving off a stun grenade-like effect as we get busy popping the flashbanged walkers. With the others holding them back, me and Luke start moving the heavy artillery into position to block them up.
Oh shit! Holy fuck! What the fuck is going on out there?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Sarah's already said her customary one line after getting saved, so I focus on helping Jane up instead as Sarah becomes the bait.
Push!
These walkers must be a frequenter of incel.com with how they love hearing women in agony. They're making their way up, come hell or high water, as the only way out is for me to stand on Mike's shoulders to let down the rest of the deck. Stopping the walkers is rampaging bloodlust. We get back to the baby and...
Is it?
Let's go.
He's perfect. Also, no one cares about Sarah dying. By the way, just wanted to let you guys know, but I do like Sarah. I liked Sarah and Carlos, and with them gone, doesn't feel like season 2 anyway. Listen, I'm only saying that because, yeah, no one in this game cares about them at all. Like, at all. I let her know that the melanin of the baby is in full force. This baby is dark skinned, not light skinned. He doesn't come from the mountains of Caucasus. He most definitely originates from sub-Saharan Africa. This is most definitely Alvin's offspring, no doubt about it. I give her the Confederate jacket, to which she doesn't mind the symbolism, considering her cat's already been colonized by a white man before. Thankfully, though, it seems the black settlers won the power struggle. I get to hold the baby until Kenny comes in and starts sniffing it, and listen, as weird as it seems, yes, the baby smell is an actual thing. Jane lets me know after her appointment with Luke, she got everything she wanted out of the group and is just gonna dip. She also gives me her nail filer, which after observing its urbanness in action, I quickly claim for my arsenal. Luke comes in and starts talking about the temperature, and I just peel the band-aid off. Jane's gone. It seems the mystical powers of Jane's Garfield entranced Luke, as apparently he fell for her and starts kicking stuff around, showing more emotion than when Nick died, as Kenny calls him a child, an idiot, along with numerous slurs I've even never heard of to boot. Luke has a decent excuse, though.
That brother's starving.
The brother's starving. It's the apocalypse, and the only women he's been around are Rebecca and Sarah, and Bonnie, with one of them being taken, another being 12, and when's the last time we've seen Leland? Exactly. That's just not safe in general. Kenny says we gotta move to Nirvana ASAP. Haven't heard that in 2 episodes, but we conclude that a pit stop to the church town across the river might be a good idea, until Kenny says we have to leave immediately. And as Luke puts it, considering Rebecca's situation, we should be giving her time to rest and recover. And then Mike counters another good point. We have no supplies, and it's freezing out here. Of course, it all comes down to the decisions of an 11-year-old girl, so I say we ride at dawn, boys, taking the better of 2 terrible options. I mean, it's not as if the cold hardwood is gonna help Rebecca rest, to be fair, which she even concurs with. Of course, the next day's blizzard is enough to give Canadian schools a damn snow day as we keep treading on to the tune of the married lovers over here arguing. We find find a place to sit for Rebecca, and Luke and Kenny get into it. Again, shocker, until it's Arvo. He asks us for more help as he gives the poorest acting performance I've ever seen in my existence before the jig is revealed. The commies have us surrounded. He ends up explaining his own burn in Russia, doubling his potential bullying as he tells us to lower our weapons so he can rob us. Well, at least he's polite about it, but how the hell did he expect that to go? Lower your firearms so we can claim your belongings in this harsh, resourceless environment. Of course. What? Hey, we didn't rob you. It must have been Jane. We tell him Jane left, but after 9 months in Ukraine, they're extremely wary of any potential traps. The Wagner group somehow allows us to pull our weapons on them. Don't even know how you would allow that to happen. Guess they really aren't him after all. In all the commotion, I see Rebecca. Hey yo, why she looking kinda pale? Oh my goodness. I'm forced to pop Rebecca as it kickstarts a gunfight with the Ruskies that ends episode 4.
If you like
TCLR,
you'll love
more TCLR. What an absolute doesn't make sense at all episode this was. I had a better time trying to understand Mao's reasoning from his great leap forward into an unintentional genocide. I'm just flabbergasted at some of the plot points in here. As always, leave a like and subscribe to not miss out on future content, especially part 5 to end off The Walking Dead Season 2, coming out on Saturday, and I'll see you all in the next video. Peace.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in the hopes that
psychedelics
soon would be there. The children were nestled, all snug in their beds, while visions of
hallucinations
danced in their heads.
Don't take too much or you'll be capped and have to settle down for a long permanent nap. In the season finale of The Walking Dead on Crack by TCLR, everything comes to a head. Will the Russians buck the trend and perform admirably? Will Mike's urbanness stop them in their tracks? Will Jane's departure matter? Will we finally see Kenny actually lose it in a believable descent to villainhood? Will I stop hating Bonnie? Will Luke ever reclaim his episode 1 glory? And most importantly, will the story actually make sense this time?
First, discombobulate. Dazed, discombobulate.
Let's go smoke some crack off Miss Claus's dumpy while Santa's busy for Christmas and play The Walking Dead Season 2 on Crack, the finale. After last episode's ending, the only thing going through my mind is how many of our people will we lose? Cause there's no way we pop them 5-0, right? Right? I flop to the ground hoping no one will see the boner I've developed from seeing the direct flaunting of the Geneva Convention's rules so blatantly as I see Arvo resuscitating his sister, Mike Urban a little too hard and pop his shoulder, and the Russian waiting for his friend stuck in the theater to revive him in Kino. That's right, despite the fact they all started near each other last episode, they apparently had the aim of these dudes from the Boondocks. I see baby Alvin and make my way through, dodging bullets like Andrew Tate's Matrix theory was right all along, and make it back to Luke's side. Luke's dumbassery is on maximum overdrive as he thinks we're pinned down despite there being one dude bleeding out and another in a firefight with Kenny, who decides not to waste any time before entering goblin mode.
English, motherfucker! I kill every one of you!
Luke tells me to cover him, and I do, but the Ruski still snipes his legs somehow, despite them doing this throughout the entire damn fight to this point, and just as he's about to get sauteed with some vodka, hold up. If you were facing him and he was facing you, how did you... I mean, you both could have... Neither of you were behind cover. Kenny takes Arvo and threatens an in-depth anatomy lesson if the last Russian doesn't come out, and Bonnie and Mike...
Leave him alone, Kenny. He's just a kid.
Again? The guy who put us in this position in the first place. What? Evidently everyone but Kenny frequents Super Weenie Hut Juniors. The man is the sole reason we're in this situation. What do you mean he's just a kid? You want to switch sides again, Mussolini? Is that it? Arvo's sister reanimates and I'm forced to give up my Juice WRLD tickets. In Arvo's grief, he breaks free and evidently my civilian slaughter forced Kenny to hide his enlarging dong with Arvo looking at me as if I did anything. You started this.
You are not nice people.
But just as it seemed like Kenny's lack of a need for Viagra would be his downfall, Jane comes back back 10 minutes after leaving in the first place. Congratulations. Kids running away from home last longer, Jane, you drama queen. Everyone talking about how intense the fight was and how worried they were for their life. What do you mean? It's like I'm watching Naruto again with how much plot armor you got on. More disgusting than this armor in Pokemon Scarlet.
Which you should definitely check out, by the way.
You expect me to believe Luke and Mike getting minor injuries makes up for... What was the point of the gunfight? Aside from, of course, drumming up suspense and therefore episode 5 sales for season 2. Jane acts like there's something holding her back from leaving now in the most pointless run away from home storyline I've ever witnessed. Like, what the hell's changed aside from 10 minutes ago? The fact that Luke rearranged your innards so hard you can't walk properly any longer? And that you need him to put them back? Rebecca turned and got popped as everyone decides to hop on my dick for some reason. Yes, I understand that killing Rebecca after being zombified was the best option. No need to ride me like a tractor. Kenny turns around and starts beating Arvo until Mike and Luke get in the way as if he still isn't enough. Although to be fair, Mike's urbanness would be sufficient to protect all of us in case he decides to go rogue, so I guess that kind of makes sense. The Russian tells us that he has food, water, housing, and most importantly, cam girls not too far from here, and as much as that screams trap since we killed his comrades, putting the USA up 2-0 with our greatest win since the Cold War, not to mention his sister who I popped with the Grinch smile on my face for good measure. We do need those supplies, because unless Luke's magical dong can get Jane's puppies lactating, the baby's gonna starve. Kenny starts making an incredibly valid point, and the others talk about the supplies we need. Hey, I know where we can get supplies. Not too far from here. House that we just left. That's a band. But of course, common sense is hard to come by when the entire group has plot armor, so Journey to the North Pole it is. Kenny exposes his fetish as me and Jane look with guilt towards each other, knowing Kenny's gonna create the apocalypse's first femboy. Jane tries plying for my favor, leading to the greatest dialogue in the Walking Dead series. Comics, games, show, whatever, in general.
So, you want a cookie? You want a cookie for doing the right thing?
If you have one, I'll take it.
The others say they're worried about Kenny for keeping a gun trained on a person who literally jumped us with his boys. Make it make sense. We're gonna have to open a super duper Weenie Hut Juniors just for these idiots. You're really gonna leave a guy who's preying on your downfall after killing his sister and his Russian without the proper precautions? For some reason, the damn cripples are carrying each other while the others just watch like it's some sort of three-legged race at the Special Olympics. Good thing we're such a tight-knit group, huh? We decide to take a break for Luke, but Arvo's turned his English off and no habla de anglais, causing Kenny to continue the relentless bullying assault while Mike gets on him and Bonnie starts talking about how bad of an influence Andrew Tate's been on society.
Man.
Good thing Jane's there, probably offering the Luke Lug laceration course to whoever can keep their mouth shut the longest. Luke then says he's sorry for... well, we'll never find out. It's like I'm playing Hasbro's Clue in this game, trying to extrapolate and read the minuscule fine print between the lines all the damn time. Leaving just the 2 remaining of the original characters this season to have a heart-to-heart. He asks me how we got here, to which I tell him we walked, as I suspect he's been swiping crack from behind my back and just sobered up to what's happening. We finally get someone saying something about Carlos and Sarah's deaths. It only took us 2 days.
I could have done more, and that ain't up for debate. I know it in my bones.
No, I won't debate that. You could have definitely done more if your hungry ass didn't sneak into the fridge for a quick snack in episode 3. We could have all gotten out without having to call in Hades' army as reinforcements. Bonnie comes back and tells me my pride jacket needs some washing to avoid any Twitter users jumping to conclusions about some 40 homophobe chess they think I'm playing, and after seeing Jane of all people come back, presumably due to the expert wielding of Luke's Excalibur, decides to try her luck with him and tells me to go fix up Kenny. She gives me some lean as a reward for my replacement of Carlos as the pretends I'm a doctor of the group.
Oh, I know what it does.
Yeah, I do. Back when we first met. You kept me locked in a shed injured. You remember that, Luke? Kenny decides to name the baby Alvin Jr., truly a creative mind, exposing his Picasso-ness once again to the greater audience. He asks for my lean, but I tell him no, I'm going to Poland after this and just need to check Carver's last gift he gave. Despite looking like the crash site of the meteor that bodied the dinosaur's nuts in the mouth and everything, I tell Kenny it's looking a lot better despite this being the first time I can actually observe his eye. Apparently after Bill Gates' Thanos snap last episode, wiping out my file in this universe, Kenny blasted Carver, which led to Alvin getting shalumped in episode 2. Well, at the very least, they saved his character in this timeline. Alright, now tell her it's gonna be a girl.
It's gonna be a girl.
You see this absolute Giga Chad one stump and we need to send aid to Japan and Haiti again. Look at him taking supersonic punches to the stomach. A true TCLR subscriber, allowing his enemies to get their hits in to assert dominance and to show them that resistance is futile. Is there any world where this guy's packing less than 15 inches? Here's live footage of Senator Armstrong hitting that subscribe button, and the power up that ensues. By leaving a like and subscribing, you too will grow 7 feet, gain 15 inches where it matters, and 2, more importantly, not miss out on future content. After the quick pit stop for some character development, we're ready to head on our way. We arrive at some sort of energy satellite outpost, worrying Kenny about a potential blast from the Red Army, and after telling us the house is just more walk, the others remind Kenny we aren't in Ukraine, so this energy transmitter should be safe to stop and rest at. I'm kept in charge of AJ while Kenny and Jane go to scope out the premises, as Mike makes me have to work hard to resist the obvious stereotyping joke, and I decide to traumatize the baby with the lowest res tongue I could come up with. As Bonnie tries to save the baby from a life full of social awkwardness from childhood-induced trauma, Kenny comes back and lets us know it's safe. Luke somehow knows it's his birthday despite not witnessing a calendar in years, and what I believe a ploy from him to actually get some screen time for the first time since episode 2, and he flexes the absolute bliss it feels to not have student loans to repay, even though, like Mike said, there's probably some fucker sitting out there sending bills and final notices to this day. We continue getting the Luke backstory as he tells us he majored in failure and minored in why is that even a thing, before Bonnie whips out the Captain Morgan to celebrate his almost assuredly faux birthday. For his toast, he drops some fire bars that would make it on Kanye's graduation, and Kenny decides freezing the baby is in its best interest. We try to get Jane to replace Kenny's seat, but her honor compels her to stand staunchly on guard all night at the border fence. No Kool-Aid man is breaking through under her watchful gaze. Luke apparently managed to last 10 minutes during a cervix suplexing adventure, and I'm with Mike. That shit were me, you're better off using the button to time it. Alright, let's do this.
Natural, baby.
And I'm done. Yeah, never mind. He admits he was dropping 13 pints in 34 seconds. Bonnie tells Luke she came back for him. A subtle jab that Luke's magical log is on par with the mythical Lee log from his harem building days, and Bonnie exposes herself right in 4K for the world to watch.
Don't be modest. Your moves are working on all the ladies.
Worked on me. Shit.
My goodness, if that were me, I would just...
Doing 90 on the freeway. I drank a fifth of vodka. You dare me to drive?
Mans must have a stash of pineapples he consumes daily with how he successfully sways around that thing. Bonnie wants to get more details of Luke's lightsaber and sends the kid off to try and get the others to join the fire in a hopeless endeavor. Jane asks if I expect her to be so easily swayed, and I respond with, I put my life savings on you being single at 50 with 8 felines as companions and a blossoming Twitter, Facebook, unstoppable duo. This shit's like catnip to you. To which she acquiesces. I poke fun at her for stumbling after the Luke log, and after giving her some liquid courage, she decides to give me a sip, to which I think is a great strategy to blackmail her into staying with the group, and so I partake. Kenny gives her the stanky eye though, and right before she goes to jail, she decides to regale me about the time she broke into her parents' liquor cabinet, drank some fancy wine, and wanted the sugar crystals at the bottom before breaking the bottle on the floor and biting into the shiny hard crystals that gave her lacerations, until her sister found her acting like Dracula with the stomach flu, throwing up blood everywhere. After 5 cloves of garlic proved ineffective, she called 911. They pumped her stomach, and as punishment, I'm expecting nothing but the finest of steel-toed slippers. 6 weeks grounding? The only grounding I'd have gotten after that would be outside, tied to a wooden pole, naked, chained with the dog, while he watches me take 50 lashes per minute with the machine they used to smack cook the chicken in that one viral video to perfection, while I'm forced to share some kibble with him as dinner. After that riveting story with many a plot twist and developed character arcs, more so than this game after the first 2 episodes, honestly, she resolves to not make things weird, and then makes things weird before showing me what every loner did in middle school. I try bribing Kenny in much the same way as Jane, but if it's not 100% whiskey enough to make him forget about his family, he doesn't want it. He apologizes for being a bigger dick than Luke, evidently, back when Sarita got bit, to which I can't help but forgive. He trauma dumps Duck on me, and me not being a Twitch streamer, understand and give him the helpful words I think he needs to hear.
Oh my god, well tell you what, Mr.
Kenny.
You know what we're not gonna do?
We're not gonna talk about it in my chat.
I tell him the baby's cold, and since he hasn't dropped heat since 2020, we should bring him back by the fire. We come back to a jolly old time as Jane confirms there was no time for foreplay and Luke just jumped straight into the Sahara with little hope for anything other than a quick death. Mike comes to give the Ruski some drink, and as we argue on the philosophy of sharing with the ops and its pros and cons, we made the mistake of not checking to see the vodka content of the drink, and Arvo lashes out and drops some sort of curse on us for the disrespect of offering the Russian anything other than pure, unadulterated 100% vodka from the potatoes of Belarus itself. The next day, with Luke continuing his crip walk, and by crip I mean cripple, Kenny almost gets surprised by a walker who fights him in single combat to the death for the femboy he's carrying, and a plot device to bring in every walker in the vicinity to help spice up the next segment. We get to the house that looks like it would make the hardest Where's Waldo find in a Hurricane Katrina themed map, but again we want the supplies, but with the ice only having at best frozen over for no more than a week or two. We of course decide to follow the river to find a safe crossing because we aren't retard. Alright, well never mind, we're gonna listen to the Russian whose sister we blew and not in the Luke way just yesterday. We don't even decide to turn back when it cracks underneath me. You absolutely love to see the inner workings of a group who hasn't had a neuron fire in a week. The YouTube watch time increasers show up, and after two of them drop into the obviously non-frozen river, Arvo says, "Fuck this shit, I'm out." Kenny, Mike, DaBaby, and Arvo make it across as Jenny decides to break out her patented crip walk to get to the other side. Uh-oh, Bonnie thinks it's a genius idea to put more weight on the breaking ice as Luke falls into it even more, proving its lack of sturdidity. I whip out the Glock and start firing, taking out every walker in sight with pinpoint accuracy as Lee stares down in approval from the heavens. And instead of him just crawling out on all fours being the best option, Bonnie decides that more weight on the ice is an outstanding maneuver as Charles and Mother Nature start going to work. Well, that happened. Oh my god, it's Luke. Don't worry, buddy, I'll get you out of there as I valiantly jump in after. Okay, well, that's traumatizing, but that means Bonnie's also gonna bring out the finest champagne in the packs we've been saving. Sup, Luke? You need something? Huh? What's that? Sorry, me no hablo da inglés, as I salute the best character from Season 2 while the captain sinks with this story's ship. But who cares about that? It's time to smoke the Bonnie pack. This one's for you, Walter. We make it to the gingerbread house after being left in the care of a 5-year-old for a few hours as we contemplate on our stupidity over the last couple minutes instead of trying to, you know, go around the ice lake maybe, as Kenny goes goblin mode again.
What? No speaking of English?
Oh my god.
Fuck you. You fucking commie piece of shit!
Oh my god.
You mother!
Oh my loud, wait, too far, go back. After beating the kids so hard our location is pinpointed on every CPS homing device in the state, hey, it turns out he does have supplies. Not baby formula though, so we're SOL there. After we utilize the Urbaner to start a fire, I fall asleep and wake up later to some canned beans and Mike plotting something with the commie. Wonder what they could be talking about. Jane lets me know her disappointment that Luke's Excalibur is permanently stuck in stone now and how it was a bad idea to come back. A subtle jab by the writers that her leaving and coming back a minute later was a terrible idea for the plot. We get some more foreshadowing as Arvo decides capitalism doesn't seem too bad after all, while me and Kenny go out to try to fix the truck. Kenny acts like a paranoid high schooler. They're talking about me. What did she say? I'm so insecure. Imagine stupid at that.
It's me, I'm paranoid high school.
We continue working on the cars. I try to give Kenny some common sense, like maybe Mexico or back to Home Depot where they assuredly have baby food since Carver was expecting a baby. But with his stubbornness and no comeback to my common sense, he decides Arvo wasn't enough and starts beating the truck too. He tells me to go back since leaving the baby with Jane is like leaving a dead body with Hannibal Lecter, gone the next day. After giving me your thoughts on Arvo, which, yeah, fair, he did body the boy, but inch of his life, really, it was more like a few feet at best. She astutely observes that the organism needs sustenance, and I try getting her to feed it since Luke's suckling skills probably kick-started the lactation process the other day, considering how badly she was affected by his death, but it seems they aren't fit for consumption as the baby throws up on her jacket. She regales me on another story about some douche who thought he was Spider-Man who got stuck under a truck, and the group decided to go save him one by one like lambs to the slaughter or any cartoon where the villains surround the hero. know, without jumping in together. And the funny thing is, he turned out to be bitten and ate an old lady's bouteille later that same day after 4 of them died saving him. But to avoid any more of her doo-doo storytelling, I take the truck Kenny started as an excuse and run away from the wannabe J.K. Rowling. With the car working, everyone tells Kenny he should go south. Oh my god, yes, Jane Perfect, finally. Instead of chasing Nirvana in the freezing cold like we're the two explorers trying to clap Pocahontas' cheeks while trying to carry on Luke's legacy, let's go back to the warm place where we assuredly know has food. And then Mike decides to throw in Texas for...
Texas? The fuck?
It was just an idea.
Don't know where he pulled Texas from, but okay. I say we should sleep on it, to which Kenny says it's my ball, my rules, and that we're leaving the Russian behind in his natural habitat. What a very thoughtful preservationist you are, Kenny. But before I chime in...
We have to bring him with us.
She got that doggo in her. What happened, Clem? The others are adamant on not leaving in the middle of the night. Makes sense, honestly. To which Kenny lets me know about the last time we had a working vehicle and sat on our anuses, which was when Duck got bit. But that was more so Ben being an op than anything else. Kenny throws a tantrum and everyone goes back inside while I go and try to calm him down. Kenny laments at how Mike disappointed him and how he shouldn't have put all his hope on Budget Lee, which, yeah. As urban as Mike's proven to be, Lee would have used him as dental floss. Kenny lets me have the whole spiel. We're running out of formula, lack of supplies. Home Depot's only a few hours from here on truck, struggling to keep the group together. Everyone's morale is low. He then guilt trips me about how Lee attained a higher plane while mowing down half of Georgia to get to me, which, yeah, fair point, but I don't know how this has to do with our current predicament.
I wish Lee was here. What'd you think he'd say?
The mythical, awe-inspiring greatest thing since Pornhub.com would have immediately swayed all the group to our cause, gotten Carver to see the wrong in his ways as we turn Home Depot into a permanent home through friendship and family, all through the ascendant being known as Lee. He makes some good points on what Lee knows that Jane doesn't, but why search for Nirvana when we have Home Depot right there and we know where it is? Also in this remake, apparently I decided to sit with Luke in the dinner cabin, but I let him know that was an imposter from the evil Clem multiverse, established last episode. Finally, after the entire spiel, still not understanding that house is a damn gold mine, we decide to get some sleep before another long day tomorrow. I wake up in the middle of the night to... Hold on, what? No. No! The communist uprising has begun. Where's McCarthy?
Communist detected on American soil. Lethal force engaged.
You were the chosen one who said that you would destroy them.
Commies.
Not join them.
I whip out the Glock as Mike and Arvo get caught red-handed with all of our supplies. Mike tries to calm me down, showing all the things we've been through, trying to move me to his cause.
Every night, wish I could be by your side, so I could make it right.
Kenny! Jane! Help! They're robbing us!
No! Eventually, I realize my time has come as I prepare to meet Lee and my parents again in the next live Beethoven performance with the Queen as a special attendant.
Clementine.
What happened?
It's just a bad dream, Sweet Pea. What was it about? Duck?
He's bit.
We don't know how this works yet. Maybe it's like a cold. His mom's a doctor. Maybe she can help him.
Maybe.
We just gotta hope for the best. Not too many other options.
I feel bad.
Why?
I called him a crybaby when I hid the bug in his pillow.
Oh, that's okay, honey. You didn't mean it.
Lee?
Hmm?
Why did Lily do that to Carly?
I don't know. She was sad, Clem. That can make people angry sometimes.
Have you ever been that angry?
One time. Clem, people don't always make sense.
How come?
As bad things happen to everyone. And it's hard to keep being yourself after they do. Do you think we should have let Lily stay?
I don't think so.
I don't know. It wasn't easy. I don't know if we did the right thing.
How can you tell?
Well, it's not like math, Clem. Sometimes there just isn't a right answer.
I hate math.
Me too, sweet pea. But part of growing up is doing what's best for the people you care about. Even if sometimes that means hurting someone else.
I don't want to hurt anyone.
It's not that easy.
I'm scared, Lee.
What can I tell you to make it better?
That you won't leave me.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. I promise. Everything's gonna be all right. Now let's try to get some sleep.
Okay, Lee.
I wake up to the married couple arguing as I get blown on the spot for my expert skill of screeching loud enough for them to hear me until these loons begin bickering again about Wellington or Home Depot. I say we should go back until at least we can gather supplies instead of trying to find the Golden City, and Kenny is on fire with his goblin mode this episode.
Tell you what, we can turn around just as soon as you pry this wheel from my cold, dead fingers. How's that sound?
Not to be outdone by Jane.
Let's play a game, Clem. I spy with my little eye an asshole.
And holy shit, her on a stick figure, Jane goes for the jugular out of nowhere.
You're having trouble seeing a lot of things these days. You're just another type A asshole trying to save a bunch of dead people.
This isn't the time for this.
In the end, still only care about yourself, right?
And where were you when Sarita got bit, Kenny? Huh? Where were you?
I was there. I couldn't. God damn you, I love that woman!
Who could love you? Look at you. You can't raise this kid. It's scared to death of you. No.
Like, my god, Kenny is talking about how she always runs away fine, but Jane is going for the kill. She's going for the throat and not in the way she did for Luke. We're gonna have to set up the seppuku mat for Kenny after taking that. I wouldn't take that in all seriousness, to be fair. This is like a kid playfully punching your leg and you yeet the fucking child. And then we almost get into a car crash because Kenny's getting hit from every angle. My goodness, they've been making him out to be the villain, but it's like one writer went out of the way for us to feel sorry for Kenny. Like, goodness, it's just Goblina mode is what it is. She tries apologizing, but Kenny says he's gonna go look for Diesel from the cars, and Jane, after trying to apologize, goes back to backbiting him. She must hate the guy with a passion. Until she asks me to leave right now. The level of cruelty is insane. I might not respect the Geneva Convention, but backstabbing Kenny?
No, thank you.
The lockers start approaching us, unfortunately, and Jane tells me to, what? SpongeBob's a better candidate for driving. What are you looking at me for? After obviously crashing the car because I'm 11, a walker gets stuck on the hood and I have to pop it, but Jane leaves me with DaBaby, and now it's winter, blizzard land, as walkers almost sneak up on me, but I'm a master with that thing at this point. The thing is, though, it's as if Prime Kate Upton gave them tongue because they're frozen in place, making this a lot easier than you would think, to be honest. I get to a lodge and find Kenny hiding out from the storm. Who doesn't like me leaving AJ with Jane, but I'm sure he's fine. What could Jane possibly do, right? Look, there she is right now, and found a warm place to leave AJ in, no doubt, right? Right? Kenny goes looking for DaBaby, needing his next track, and after Clem says, "Not again," for some reason, no idea, we lost another baby like this before, but Jane tells me not to intervene and to trust her. Sure, okay, fine, whatever. Kenny and Jane are done, finished. She whips out the knife, but Kenny, he only needs these hands, and while I can intervene, Jane told me not to, so I don't. She makes sure Kenny can never feel the love of another kid again before hopping on top of him, and unlike Luke, Kenny's able to resist while hitting her with the rope-a-dope. He ragdolls her, but she's too quick with Sir Arthur's thang and cuts him open. They go outside, for some reason. Can't have a good battle to the death in the warmth, I suppose. Before Jane starts fucking his eye hole, just sticks her entire finger in there. Good God, she learned that technique from Luke himself. Look at how properly she wiggles that finger around, just deep enough to get it in there, but not too deep that he can't pull it out. My goodness, this is a masterclass in fingering we're witnessing. Eventually, he throws her off and starts stabbing her until I have the opportunity to shoot Kenny and save Jane. Do I take it? After letting him stab Jane due to reasons you'll see in a few seconds, Kenny laments at what he lost being DaBaby, and while I try consoling him, telling him he's been mid for years,
Go!
She threw AJ in a car. Hold up, how are we able to hear the baby in the blizzard from this far away? But more importantly, she threw AJ in a car? In a blizzard? I'm just flabbergasted at the choice of writing. We're supposed to side with Jane here? If you save Jane, her reasoning is you'll see Kenny for who he truly is and that she needed to do it to expose Kenny, someone who cares more about infants than you, evidently. You stuck a baby in a car in the freezing blizzard because you knew he'd expose him? You see, Your Honor, my client almost killed a baby to show that the person who views him as their son would get violent after believing they killed their adopted son. Me and Kenny are the last ones standing from not just this game, but the entire series up to this point, all the way back from episode 1, season 1. Cause you're damn sure I ain't leaving my boy behind. When to me, in my eyes, he hasn't done jack. He beat up a Russian kid whose boys jumped us, and while Wellington is stupid compared to going back to House, he did make the point it's overrun, so it's understandable, I guess. Still stupid overall. I mean, we could just cover ourselves in guts and walk back in, but what else has Kenny done, honestly? Let me know down below in the comments if I'm missing something. I guess maybe I'm just dumb, because I genuinely don't understand how we're supposed to support Jane in this instance. Kenny gets a head start against me, unfairly might I add, and even while carrying the baby, he still wins. That is some doping allegation right there, ref. He's taking drug.
Holy shit. We did it, Clem. That's gotta be it.
It's about time.
As we're making our way, dreaming about the hot shower for the first time, Kenny tells me to unleash my doggo and be obedient, and so I drop my gun and we approach the gate slowly. We get to a girl whose ugly-ass ears are hidden behind some earmuffs. You can't fool me with that. I know you're hiding some monkey see, monkey do shit underneath that large headgear. I ask if Krista is here, although I'm fairly certain she got popped like her belly back in episode 1 of this season. Unfortunately, as we ask what their application process is, they throw us some supplies. The hell is this? As I whip out the banana I was saving for later to bribe her, she tells us to call back in a few months as if this is a 5-star Gordon Ramsay restaurant where you'll see Jay-Z dining in hell nah. Let me in Squidward's house. And while there are 6,500 languages known to the wider audience around the world, and while I'm only fluent in 2 of them and can technically moderately speak a 3rd, I am gonna hit you fluently in facts when I say this is objectively the best ending in season 2.
But just take the kids.
What?
Please, just take the kids. It's too dangerous out here for them.
Kenny,
It's just a little girl and a baby boy. You can make room for that. You can take back the supplies you gave us if that helps. Please, just... I need them to be safe. And it's safe in there. I know that. Just ask someone, please. They won't make it out here. Please.
I'll ask. Just give me a second.
you're just gonna leave us?
If they'll only take you two, then that's how it's gotta be.
We don't even know these people.
It doesn't matter. It's safe here. You two will be safe. That's what's important now.
We can take the children, but just the children. I made the case that...
Thank you. Thank you. Listen, okay? Listen. This is your chance. For you and this boy. I don't trust myself to keep you two safe. Not anymore. Please, I'm begging you. Please, stay here. Stay here, where it's safe. Where you two will have a chance.
No, no, no! Why are you doing this?
Because it's the only way. For both of you. Think about Alvy here. Please, Clem. Just do as I'm asking. This one last time.
Okay. Okay, we'll stay.
Good.
We'll stay.
Good. This is the right decision. Okay. Right. When he's grown, you tell him about his mommy and his daddy and all the people who tried to keep him safe. You tell him, okay? He deserves to know. I got, oh, here. Take this. When he's old enough, you make him wear it. It'll keep the sun out of his eyes. That's important. All right. Good. Keep an eye out for him. Please. Now, you take care of Alvin here. You live a good life, okay? Don't waste this, okay? Now, I'm gonna go before one of us changes their mind. Now, I'm gonna walk away, and I might not look back. Not because I don't want to. I'm real glad to have met you, Clementine.
And that's The Walking Dead Season 2 on crack. You know, my Kenny had to be my boy one last time. Excuse me, let's get a good one. You know, Kenny had to be my boy one last time. I'll never forget you. If you still picked Jane after this, I don't know what to say, but Arkham Asylum is always open to new applicants who demonstrate the peak of human psychological afflictions. Let me know if you want Season 3 of The Walking Dead down below. Hey, who am I kidding? That's just for the algorithm. No doubt I'm doing Season 3, but leave a like and subscribe if you do have enjoyed the series up to this date. And Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah. I think Kwanzaa's a holiday here. Happy Kwanzaa. Whatever it is you celebrate, honestly, and I'll see you all in the next video. Peace. The Walking Dead on Crack continues today with the black sheep of the series, the "Where's Clementine? I want my money back, you fuck." Hold on, has it been 8 seconds yet? Gotta be careful because of that stupid new YouTube rule. Instead of the normal intro, let's take a moment to ingratiate ourselves to the almighty YouTube algorithm and stand to allegiance with Comrade Susan and the Uviatubian. But it's time for your daily recommended dosage of illicit substances, so let's go smoke some crack off the bad guy from Home Alone's ass and play The Walking Dead on Crack Season 3 Part 1. I get to reload my save file from Season 2, which is fantastic because I don't know what manner of ending I would have gotten instead, like leaving with Kenny or worst of all, siding with the "let's leave the baby in a damn car in a blizzard to send a message" Jane. For the seasonal predictions, in episode 1, Clem comes out as transgender and is gonna cross-dress before getting surrounded by 4chaners. Episode 2, we're gonna take the entire episode off and just play Borderlands 3 because the writers just gave up. Episode 3, we're gonna fight for equality on Snowpiercer, with a magic machete bestowed upon us by Lee himself from the heavens. Episode 4, Clem decides she's straight and flips back before realizing she's the main character and urban her way through whoever's dumb enough to question her urbanness. Finally, episode 5, she realizes she's transgender after all and topples the patriarchy. I don't know, I've ran out of ideas. Let's just play and find out. Game starts off with, what? Where's Clem? Who the fuck is this?
What the fuck did they do? Who the fuck is this?
This is the new frontier. I want the old frontier back. Where's Clementine? Unless this side character from Narcos is gonna urban so hard Lee comes back to life, I don't want him. In any case, Terry Fox here is running to catch his dad on the deathbed in his first visit back home in years to secure his inheritance before it's too late. He gets there where we have Go Diego Go sitting around and I explain to him traffic is blocked up for miles. It's almost as if something is gonna occur. Oops, haha, looks like I was too late. Hey, can I get my share in cat? In this situation, I'm pinned with my anus vulnerable, so I try everything to stall. Wait a minute. Javier's a dick! Beat his ass, Diego. Before I get what I deserve, a stoner spawns in, but a bug in the game file showed him as just a child who's evidently Diego's son. But my damage control is on another level as I tell him his old man was only giving my rectum the Greek special and not to worry. I get up, evidently not phased. My dad is dead before we get a heartwarming scene about incest is wincest before he starts getting aggressive again. Chill, alright, you're not jealous, I'm sorry. Okay, never mind, false alarm. It seems I've lost something. Yeah, my compassion. How the hell's my dad dead and I'm just standing there with no emotion? I didn't even make it in time for the death scene. Did my dad pull a Houdini on me when I was a kid?
Javi,
Kane.
I'm so sorry, Javi.
Nah, don't worry, Kate. I don't give a crap anyways. I'm just here for the bands. She asks me why I got clown makeup on, but I tell her husband's been drinking, but it's a good thing her extensive prior experience can be utilized in times like this. But before she can bring her anti-wife beater kit, I go ask mom where my check is, who slaps me. In front of the bitches! Goodbye, cruel world. Wait. What the hell is this crack baby doing? Determining how boneable the couch is? Get your kid, David. I don't want to sit down and get Gorilla Glue to the couch. I whisper curses in my mom's ears, only to be undone when I get my bag in. Oh, come on. Another person I have to share the inheritance with? Also, he's saying there's no service. Strange. Almost as if... Nah, that only happens in video games. The little girl says Papa is thirsty. Okay, sweetie. He's awake. Filler character 1 is attacked by Ebenezer Scrooge as me and Diego try restraining him. Mom tells us to lay off before sending an electric shock through everyone's spines. Well, apparently he is confused as he ate the wrong type of cheeks as Scrooge starts getting violent after the third ghost and I'm forced to Bautista him. We take her to the hospital as we've changed the trajectory of the stoner's life forever. Nothing but cold, hard crack or heroin will be enough to make him forget the memories of this fateful day as Diego and Mama go to the hospital. I'm instructed with bringing the kids and everyone else, and we're stuck looking for the sister who's hiding under a table.
And honey, we have to go.
No, don't make me get my chocolate. My goodness, Clem would never. Clem was too grown for that shit this girl's pulling. We get to the car and, whoa there, Kate, come on now. Don't want to prove the Saudis right, do we? Glad we all made it safe. Oh, por favor, Hector. And at least I get a bigger slice of the inheritance pie. We teleport back to the present day where Javier subscribed to TCLR, observing a horde of walkers coming after us. Yeah, Lee clears this horde low diff. I forgot my bottle at the camp, so it seems dehydration is back on the menu. boys. The girl and Stoner have evolved in the years that passed as Kate complains about the Horde when we could just move out of its way instead of trying to stay ahead. But who am I to question the great Bill Belichick who's got the play-by-play?
Because I was just using this thing to sketch in.
The hell you sketching? The mitochondria of the cell? Some famous bowling scores? Kate's sneaking a smoke, which I don't think I should comment on since, as everybody from episode 1 of season 2 pointed out, what world is weed sticky? It's not even fucking sticky. Anyways, Kate's smoking weed inside of a car with children. Now, did I accept her offer despite the fact I'm driving a car with children?
You bet your sweet Bippy I did.
These two shining examples of parents continue smoking in the car of children as they complain how hard it is to raise children, and
some days I just want them even by the side of the road.
What the fuck is you talking about?
What was that?
I'm sorry, man.
The prom king and queen who got pregnant at 15, who never fully grew up, start talking about the genitalia and their discharges. Always a fun conversation to have as Kate.
I need to get laid.
Think I'm cute, she wanna have sex. Oh, I can pull over. It wouldn't take a minute.
Well, at least he knows what he is, the damn Flash, unlike the average TCLR subscriber. I'm a Ninja Turtle. Chang, focus. You're gonna mess up the whole panty raid. Oh, that brother. Gone. Oh, my balls. Chang, you lost focus. Subscribe to TCLR. Better? You're not you when you watch without subscribing, so subscribe to TCLR to install the Master Splinter Ninjutsu upgrade and Titanium Jawline, and to, more importantly, not miss out on future content. The kids wake up, and as my expert deflection skills fail to meet the required stat check, she tells us she knows we're doing drugs as Gabe chimes in as the adult in this situation apparently, and now Javier tells them to roll down the windows? What, just cause they're awake now? You didn't think of that before? Wait, you thought the high goes to sleep when you do? We arrive at some sort of scrapyard where Mariana's praying for a candy bar.
All right. What do we actually need?
Did you not hear her? We're looking for a candy bar. We get a little taste of the combat as Rebecca post-pregnancy shows up and I blow her head off with one swing. I might be him. Gabe is still pissed we were smoking weed in the car instead of real drugs like crack, so he storms off while Mariana lets me know her devilry skill is nearly maxed out. Also, in a dialogue that won't become important later, I tell her if she were hypothetically to get separated, then she should lock herself in a car and not come out, ever. You live in that car now. We're gonna find your body in that damn car. I get to explore for the first time as we see some gas gone bad, a mattress stickier than any weed on this planet. Hey, Gabe, were you poking around the furniture again? He justifies himself by saying he's been living in a van with his terrible parental figures who tried to get an 11-year-old high, leaving me defeated as I implore him to tell me that wasn't the case, but his expression says it all. No time to wash my hands of this filth, though, as I start siphoning gas, pulling out the largest butt plug out of my ass or something. Where the hell were you hiding the siphon tool, Javi? But with how little there is, we need more, so I climb a ladder with Gabe as my right hand and we find an ambulance. Perfect. Now we have a place to properly treat Javier and Kate. This ambulance has a huge amount of fuel, which would lead any sane person to believe that the owner is around here and that we have to get out of here, but not Javi. After taking out the walker needed to progress the story, it leads us to this trailer house. I look in to see if it's an outpost for CPS, and confirming it is, and I break in through the hole in the house.
I've seen this one. This is a classic.
The game puts all 4 movement keys on screen, despite the fact that I can only move forward or backwards. A brilliant strategy to make the player feel dumb, nullifying the superiority we felt whenever a character made a stupid decision in Season 2. We break in, and after some exploring, I find some batteries for Mariana's player while making a mental note of the mattress I'll need to keep Gabe away from, and a butt ton of food. Someone obviously lives here. Let's leave before the Southerners say fuck the Border Patrol and decide to take matters into their own hands as my St. John's farm trauma erupts into a manic PTSD episode.
Dinner time.
Kate herself reiterates the dangers, and the kids who have proved their superior intellect before in the car take their turn as the genetic defects, wanting to sleep the night with a non-zero chance of waking up in front of Heaven's gates. I tell them we gotta get on the road. What? Did you just talk back to me? Hey, Javi, I know a guy.
What was the bell?
I walk out to Kate, who asks how it feels being Vader, to which I say she owes me hefty and get a giant chocolate bar for my troubles. Candy bar, but I'm assuming it's the same thing unless the company who makes Skittles and Jolly Ranchers is devolved.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would
I go to get the gas and I get the strap pulled on me from the villains of Home Alone. I tell him this shit's mine and lick the nozzle, securing the canister for me, but brings on their ire, and while I try scaring them off, telling them I got big steppers. Houdini over here can apparently control clairvoyance and somehow knows my family's in the area. His years battling Kevin McAllister has left him scarred and prepares for a potential ambush. He makes me go into the house first as his crippling PTSD is still in effect, and last second they sneak underground as I quickly cover my family's tracks. He finds out we've eaten his chocolate pudding, but he sees reason. I was starving, end of my rope, honest oops. He's heard mistake one too many times from his parents and starts beating my Latino booty. The token black guy meant to be used as cannon fodder in every piece of media is left to keep me in their sights, and he hears my family. I quickly show my kung fu mastery, grabbing the crowbar, knocking out Lonnie, turn around and drop my gun, realizing I ain't about that life after all. Can't even lie, I deserve to get knocked out after that. I wake up chained, worried I'm in some sort of crazy guy's BDSM struggle fetish nightmare, shaking my head at my wild imagination. Retracted Chin over here starts talking about how no woman will ever love him and all girls are the same before a tree topples right in front of us, toppling the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle mobile. I quickly take the pipe, and as we both escape the van, Leafius here makes a run for it. I'll let him go as a show of good faith. And good thing too, since his boy apparently has a shotgun to my back.
That's good.
Wait a minute. She tells me not to do anything stupid because she is urban, all letters capitalized. No ma'am, I wouldn't dare. I am familiar with your game. Javi makes an astute observation. Real detective we got on our hands. Clem tells me she used her bare hands to topple that tree. In fact, she commanded it to fall, and so it did. I'd expect nothing less of Lee's disciple. Another brilliant observation by Javi. My goodness, he must be a Harvard grad, isn't he? But her urbanness has overdone it, it seems, as this truck isn't exactly fit for service at this moment. As consolation, she tells me to close my eyes, hands in the sky, but after reactively clenching my cheeks, she's only going to rob me. You can have whatever you want, Clem, it is all yours. Okay, maybe not the chocolate bar, I kinda need that one. Of course, Clem gives it back because she's evolved to another being with pure oxygen enough as sustenance. Eventually, I make a trade offer with her. She takes me back to the trailer park I was at, and she can have my van since this truck isn't going anywhere. Clem says she's gonna keep me tied up, so still can't let that sphincter breathe just yet. As I try to compliment her name for some reason, get just as confused a response as me. A walker comes out and she hits him with a Jane leave him weak in the knees like Troy maneuver. Before we get to the junkyard.
Muertos.
Getting a response from Clam akin to,
What did he say?
Muertos.
What do you call them?
Walkers.
Or what do you call the ones that run?
the ones that what?
No. Wait.
I call her a lonely child, and her response indicates she's in that phase of her life. Quickly, dispose of all the black nail polish and makeup. We leave immediately. She asks me who's at the junkyard, and I tell her it was hunting season for my dead brother's wife, although his children are the baggage. She admires how we've survived so long, as if we weren't on easy mode with that van we were riding in. And then...
How about you? You must have been pretty young when this shit started.
I was. But some people looked out for me too.
What happened to them?
Same thing that happens to everyone.
We unfortunately have to make a detour since the place is crawling with walkers, but I tell her we keep moving forward or my sphincter gets to relax, to which she acquiesces. We make our way through the walker horde, but they won't let us in. The survivor straight out of Vault 76 tells us we have to pop the walkers first, and we do, until God himself had to intervene, because Clem's urbanness would have been too much for this mortal realm, and I'm forced to save her. We get inside as Arthur Morgan from Red Dead Redemption strolls on through with the heavy cavalry. Man, she runs with Genghis and Saladin as her shooters. The receptionist asks if we're staying for a while, to which we decline their shady hotel practices, and he tells me to stay out of trouble or else, because they do got some people who need kidney transplants. It's your call.
It's a pretty cool place, actually.
Yes, Clem, this is the coolest place on Earth. Airstrips are so interesting.
The people, on the other hand, they're not my favorite.
Fuck you looking at, redneck motherfucker, trailer trash ass. I'll drop your body in seconds. You better start staring at the damn floor like you fucking deserve. We bond over the interestingness of the place and at a water tower about to topple over any second now until Clem takes me into a bar. She's gonna go talk to the guy who gave her the firecrackers as bullets and tells me to go make some friends while I'm here. After my crippling social anxiety leaves me playing Pac-Man for a few minutes, I get sucked off on the spot from a guy who knows me back from my gambling days before I got a lifetime ban for betting on myself to win. Is that an actual rule you're not allowed to do? Like, I can understand betting on yourself to lose, else a quick tumble and shucks, everyone's seen my hand. But betting on yourself to win seems kind of fair, doesn't it? Easy Pete from New Vegas is named Conrad, while Miss Marvel here is named Francine. She asks me to help her, and in my infinite wisdom, I deduce this is a winning hand. Okay, well, I should have mentioned I've played poker once in my life using potato chips as money, but I do get a drink on the house for helping me win. Although apparently they use bleach instead of actual drinks, unfortunately, so not much consolation in that. Clem seems to have gotten herself into a little kerfuffle as I make a quick getaway from the dish soap they offered me as a drink, as Clem has a good reason for being mad. What, getting scammed and all.
Oh yeah? And who the fuck are you, a bodyguard or something?
Yes, I am, you melaninless Nigerian prince. You trying to square up? Clem pulls out the stiffy on him, although the bullets don't work, so he isn't phased. Clem, hold on, wait. This isn't a smart idea. No need to point the gun at him and shoot. He whips out the knife and scratches my orbital, but I'm fluent in 36 ass-thrusting techniques and disarm him easily. He says he wasn't thinking straight, like when Nicholas Cruz tried convincing the officers he was seeing ghosts.
What's going on today, bro?
The demons, man.
Demons? Voices and demons?
Where's the voices?
Also, during my research, I realized Nicholas Cruz is facing life in prison, not the death penalty. Man's going to be seeing this demon every time he drops the damn soap, putting more than voices inside of his head. The man thinks I can control Clem. Do I look like I'm playing Lee to you? Clem keeps the gun aimed at him, though. Good thing the bullets don't work. Well, what do you know? One of them worked. Clementine tells me to lie for her. You want me to lie about you being a cold-blooded murderer?
You bet your sweet bippy I did.
The Fallout jumpsuit character walks in and asks my account of things, and it's a good thing my eye got scratched, using that as evidence. They still lock us up. The man locks us in a schoolyard fence and says, yeah, that Eli kid is a known Fortnite dancer.
Remember,
So let me figure out how to do things from here. In the meantime, your service for humanity will be rewarded with a free medic. Hope it's an actual medic instead of Carlos from season 2 just showing up.
This is bad. This is very.
Honestly, you might as well just send in Spider-Man at that point. Clem thanks me for not snitching. Are you kidding? All the 6ix9ine jokes I've made, my credibility would be shot if I didn't back you. Not to mention, my Telltale fanbase would probably have me at the stake, ready to burn within seconds if I didn't back you. Don't mention it. The medic comes, who's some sort of Latina Asian hybrid. I can't really tell, but Clementine seems to hate her, so fuck you, Never mind, boys. We're getting Javi some. Gonna cut that last little bit out, might be a little too risky, even for me. After I take on the alias of Batman's new enemy, the Rizzler, I explain the situation to her and tell her my tragic Doofenshmirtz backstory, which gets her sympathy. Hey, hold on. I can use you. I tell her to let me out of the cage, but before she can respond, the Vault Dweller comes back and tells me he's gonna drive me to that junkyard himself in the morning, and I tell him fair enough.
Fair enough? Go kiss a skunk's ass. I should be earning a goddamn Boy Scout badge for this.
The fuck does this Joe from Family Guy, leg day as an alien concept side boss from Far Cry 5 looking ass think he is? What the fuck he wants me to do? Get down and start sucking?
I'm like, what do you say fuck me for?
Eleanor tries to help me because my people are captured and endangered, but Tripp says, nah, I'm not risking a perfectly good medic for these people. His racism was the final nail in the coffin as Eleanor offers to take us in a few hours as I start jumping for joy. Despite Clementine's wariness, we decide to leave with Eleanor in the morning, and Clementine, being goated, says cool and starts praising me for being nice. Even though I've definitely never met her before. Anyways, it's bedtime and backstory time for Clementine. We start at the canon ending of season 2 being Wellington as the baby's now all grown up to the toddler. He draws some sort of satanic scripture to which I correctly guess is me because I'm actually him. He's got some sort of speech impediment and can only make oohs and ahs, so we've successfully birthed the very first caveman in modern times. All of a sudden, we hear some arguing and Edith comes in, still covering her satellite dishes for ears about the group from last week and how there are too many of them this time and to pack my stuff. Also, they apparently have a lot of cars. Remember that. I Matt quickly packed the essentials, Kenny's hat to AJ, food, water, all that stuff until Edith comes back and says they've broken in. Bet you're wishing you let Kenny in now, huh? We could have had the Urbanator say it's urban time and urban all over those guys. If we had Lee and Kenny, shit would have been fireworks. Those guys wouldn't have stood a chance. And man, look at all those cars. No wonder they were able to batter through our defenses. There's too many to even wade through, which leads Edith to be mistaken for Harambe and get shot. AG's okay, of course, he is a main character. And there's the most pointless retcon of the game. She had that scar from last season, but you gotta make sure choices don't matter, I guess. After that riveting story of heartbreak, loss, and ties being severed, we wake up on our way to take back the Holy Land. Her and Joe from Family Guy were a thing for 5 minutes, which led to some stalking. But before she can ask for the Mexican hot dog, we arrive at the junkyard where the Battle of the Dead happened, as I find Mariana's video player. After calling for her, she appears in a nice callback from 15 minutes ago. I ask where the boys are, and we get to the site of the IRA's last attack. I find them trapped in a truck after telling the Reddit mods showers should be a daily thing, quickly stopping Eleanor from shooting since bullets wouldn't get past all their blubber. Fortunately, my stick of deodorant is more than enough, and after cleaving through the walkers and saving Eleanor, we get a sweet, heartwarming moment between lovers. Nah, I'm still not sure whether Eleanor or my dead brother's wife's gonna be endgame. Gabe says he wanted to come after Mariana, but he deemed bravely starting the car for her inevitable return was the appropriate option. I calm him down, saying I'd never allow any of that to happen before his back talking gets him another spanking. He ended up scraping himself. Not bite, thankfully, so I get Eleanor to come take a look, who reassures Gabe she isn't Carlos. Kate speaks blasphemy, calling Clem a kid with a gun instead of goat, but thankfully she wasn't in smiting mood today. Eleanor starts jinxing our rescue mission. Shut up! You want one of us to get our brains blown out? Clem doesn't have a van now, so I'm still indebted, and as she threatens to send those loan sharks from Wolf Among Us at me, which you should definitely check out, by the way, Mariana finds her headphones.
Thanks.
Oh, you gonna do what when you see me, nigga?
Whoa, relax.
We forgot the cardinal rule of The Walking Dead. The ups are never far behind, and I'm stuck with the third stringers in this encounter, with Jimmy Butler not being enough, as evidenced by the 3 little monkeys jumping on the bed, going to Mariana one by one and getting shot. Thanks, Eleanor, for all that jinxing. She says we have to get back to Prescott to save Kate, a sensible idea, until Clem comes in ready to slide. What? For all we know, they could be housing Teutoburg Forest out there, and you wanna... Well, it seems whoever wrote Season 2 is still playing darts to choose plot points for this episode. But I'm with Clem. We ride or die. As the others evacuate, the ops throw a pipe bomb, and as I return to sender, the flashbang ends Episode 1. Check out some of my other content linked down below in the pinned comment, and what an episode. I liked it. I know everyone hates this one, but it was kinda stupid plot points, honestly, but overall, if you liked the video, leave a like and subscribe to not miss out on future content. I'll see you all in the next video. Peace. TCLR returns with The Walking Dead on crack and keywords after a small break making these videos, which you should definitely check out, by the way. But The Walking Dead New Frontier's name is fitting, since this isn't your Lee's Walking Dead, as you'll see in this video after treating Kenny's legacy like a Matt Stoney Taco Bell postgame. Seriously, you'd be able to single-handedly defend the Somme and Passchendaele simultaneously with the amount of rapid-fire shitting they did on Kenny's Wellington legacy, the only canon ending of Season 2. But with the surprisingly solid first episode, they weren't too deep in their bag, mind you, but they were reaching the pencil case they left on the top. But how does Episode 2 stack up? Let's go smoke some crack off the ashes of Prescott and play The Walking Dead New Frontier Episode 2 on crack. Game starts... As always, leave a like and subscribe if you do enjoy to not miss out on future content, and stick around to the end where I show all the results of this episode. We go to Before the Apocalypse, where I'm attempting to free Kate of misogynistic stereotypes, being a crasher unfortunately, but it seems David's claws are too deep inside of Kate to pry him out now. And for some reason, David doesn't want me around. Didn't you say you wanted me around more before? I'm crashing at their place since I got fired for something and can't even coach children's t-ball. What the hell did I do? Gank a middle school?
Nah, I'll probably just travel around, you know, see what's out there.
Want to take me with you?
The Rizzler is at it yet again. Kate found it difficult to find her footing, being so wet you'd need a warning slip sign around her immediate area, and breaks a glass before cutting her hand. That was David's army glass. I can hear him already. I tell her to blame me since my cheeks have already undergone the trial of David's wrath.
Damn, you hit that nigga so hard it replayed 3 different times.
Then they're pretty much iron defense right now. There's no way he's breaking through them. Is that a fungal infection? What the hell's that supposed to be? Blood? What the hell happened to your hand, Kate? This is unspoken Riz. We're looking at a clinic right here, a masterful demonstration by Javi. I pull away before David shows up. I'm not trying to go one-on-one with General DV, and he gets pissy over his mug, asking us to dig up his CO's grave so he can replace it, although I'm fairly certain it's just a ploy to get me into prison and save his failing marriage. Kate asks for an actual dishwasher, but David quips back saying he's already got one. After that, though, Kate calls him a broke bitch in front of company. Nothing but seppuku can restore your honor when your wife calls you a broke bitch in front of company. They get to arguing, and I ain't a hero when David's fists start flying. My ass gonna be bye-bying.
Making my way downtown, walking fast.
He be in her ass, but I'm not Batman. They drag me into the argument as David goes, just look at him, he's judging. Menacingly. I back off before Kate gets the opportunity to tag me into this Royal Rumble showdown. That's the end of the flashback as I wake up in the present day to a flash bang that knocked me out, where I come to the realization Clem single-handedly urbaned her way through the remaining New Frontier, causing them to retreat. Now, I've heard a lot of complaining about the writing of this game, one of the criticisms being Clem would not be able to single-handedly push the New Frontier back. That is a complete bold-faced lie. I am surprised Clem didn't one-shot everybody the second they came within spitting distance of us. We actually take a few minutes respecting Mariana's death and go back to bury her. Clem thanks me for saving her life even though I did nothing but warm the bench and fetch her water. I was barely on the team. All I did was throw back a flashbang while she dropped all of them. If this was League of Legends, I was playing Yumi support doing absolutely nothing. I get the choice to bury her cassette player with Mariana. Yeah, no, I have to be on guard for Eminem's new album. Sorry, Mari. This ain't an ancient Egyptian's pharaoh burial where you just give them all his drip, wives, cats, and shit to take with them to the afterlife. You're gonna have to go with just those earbuds, Mari. I give a heartfelt speech as I shovel no more than 4 shovels worth of dirt, somehow completely burying her with just that. How much dirt is in each shovel? Man was using King Bach's spoon. But before I can continue my incessant whining, we hear a sound nearby, thinking it's the ops spinning again, finding out it's a member of the Purple Dragons turned Walker as I pop him. I realize the other guys had this same tattoo as Clem seems irritated. We learn that the Groot that's been riding my family's balls is called the New Frontier, and the whole brand is like an initiation thing meant to show one's undying love for the Soviet Union or something, as they consent to being branded like cattle. Clem says she was stuck at their camp as their prisoner. By God, I'll enter the game myself and kill these fuckers if they did what I think they did. They left one of their cars in their haste to avoid Clementine's wrath, and she says she'll take me back to Prescott before leaving. I beg her to stay to keep this story that's already hanging on by a thread at least somewhat comprehensible, but she refuses. I get to Prescott and Tripp, who says Kate's about to FF15 despite Eleanor saying it's winnable. I make it to Kate as the love interest for all of 5 seconds in episode 1 gives me sass for not leaving with them, but I couldn't leave Clem behind. Gabe started off acting like he could handle helping with surgery, but it seems he can't shoot without the perk 30s, as a few liters of blood was all it took to make him run away. She's still going through internal bleeding, however, the worst kind, and only has a matter of time before she reunites with Mariana. She tells me to go find Gabe. I start up a conversation with Tripp, who says if I waited for him, things would have turned out different. Nah, this is Telltale. You wouldn't have mattered much. He says I should have waited longer while my family was being surrounded by walkers because he decided to imprison me in their camp. Of course you'd say that, you fuck.
Just know, I'm praying for you. All of you. And whatever happens, you all are welcome to stick around in Prescott, if that's what you want.
Like I was saying, what a great character, just like the average TCLR subscriber. What do former presidents say about becoming a TCLR subscriber? Trump, how big did your dick grow after clicking subscribe?
It's really gonna be big. It's not just big, it's huge.
Bush, what do you think of TCLR subscribers?
Weapons of mass destruction.
Biden, what do you say to people who don't want to subscribe?
Will you shut up, man?
Bill Clinton, what has subscribing to TCLR given you?
Indeed, I did have a relationship.
That's right, by leaving a like and subscribing, you too can engage in the lucrative corruption of Washington, D.C., as well as have pecs so thick you'll be able to catch bullets with more effectiveness than Abe Lincoln's skull, and two, more importantly, not miss out on future content. I swipe some bottled water while I'm still here and try to find where Gabe is, speaking to Conrad.
Hey, have you seen a kid come through here?
Blood all over his hands, dark look on his face.
Seeing demons, rapping along with King Von. He tells me where Gabe went, talking about how I have to be strong for Kate and how he would do the same for Francine if anything happened to her. It's a good thing that'll never come up, huh? I get to Gabe massacring a dead walker, showing him who's boss, hell yeah, as I hesitantly give him the music player, before he tells me he wants to go back and bury Mariana, but I tell him me and King Buck already took care of it. He laments at his lack of perks and how big of a pussy he is, and despite my words of encouragement, he lets me know he wants to be big and strong like his father was. But before we can game plan and figure out how many beers it takes to induce alcoholism, the new frontier is coming. Wait, where the hell are they running like Johnny Depp? I tell Gabe to ready Kate for evac as Clem shows up to the dismay of Conrad, but we need all the firepower we can get as they're packing a damn armored truck. That looks like it could get you safely across ISIS-controlled Iraq, rolling through every checkpoint, across every fortification to show him who's boss before getting you that same day shipping. As we get reacquainted with Harry and Marv's replacements for Home Alone 3. They claim I attacked his boys, and after a back and forth against that blasphemy, they want me to leave with them and answer for my war crimes, and everybody strap in and put down your crack pipe. This entire scene is a trip. I quickly respond, telling them they ain't getting shit since I'm fairly certain Tripp and Conrad will give me up to save their community. You know, the average decision you'd expect out of them. Especially after I got arrested in episode 1 and finding out that we robbed and killed some of them, there's gonna be blood spilled. You really don't want your community a part of that. They add a cherry on top of the obvious sundae they're handing out to Tripp and Conrad, bringing out the last remaining cowboys a bargaining chip, evidently to Harry's dismay. I know he's still dealing with PTSD, so I tried telling him off, saying we got our wild card Kevin McAllister setting up the traps as we speak, but it seems even he's lost control of the situation. They cut off Francine's finger. Let's take a look at that instant replay, and yup, it seems a red card has been called. Divine interference. That's a 30-yard penalty, cause where the hell did the finger go? This is really bad. No way they don't give me up at this point, right? I mean, they've already proved they're serious, and yes, finally Conrad is making sense. Begging me to go down there. Tripp wants me to stay for whatever reason. Might I add, they have an armored truck, looking like it could carry all of Prescott's belongings out, including the airplane and all of the citizens. Clem quickly senses that Tripp's neurons will be firing any moment now and says we gotta start blasting. You don't gotta tell me twice. Wait. Who the hell shot her? Did they possess telekinesis as well? How the hell did the bullet reach her? The war starts as I quickly locate and make do of the black eye in every horror film for an easy increase in morale. Alright, there's no lock on the gate for whatever reason. The Maginot was more effective in protecting people, but despite Harry's pleas, fearing Kevin is in there, they ram the gate anyways, dropping in the biological weapons before launching mustard gas on our location. And Tripp seems to not care at all that I'm the damn reason these guys are tearing his home to shreds. The guys don't give up the strangers and lost their home because of it, and he's still willing to ally with me. It's flabbergasting. Now, I can't even lie, Javi goes stupid here, stabbing the walkers, going behind the back after a walker mistakenly believes he dropped the soap. And after a few minutes of making Magic Johnson look like your average middle school basketball players, where I thought I was recording a Pornhub necrophiliac original, he finishes off the last walker. The car comes out of nowhere at Mach 11 at the most convenient time, and how nice of them to just walk out in the open, no cover. Hey, you might as well have come like your cause. And then Tripp, still evidently allying with us over his hometown, tells us to meet up with him east, and best of all, Clementine, the girl they hate, gets a carpool from them. Despite the fact most residents need the help a lot more than her max stats in urban. They just leave all those people behind. The man dropped his home and people to help the newcomers who've been nothing but trouble. It's Lily and Carver would never. Those fuckheads would have dropped a little girl, popped her easy. Nothing but Lee's football field schlong keeping her safe for the last 2 seasons. And that was the intro. The only ties that bind anywhere near this episode is a prisoner's, as he's forced to view this sequence on repeat. I might wipe my ass with the Geneva suggestion, but forcing someone to go through this? It's just unconstitutional. My goodness, this entire sequence can pretty much be summed up with:
First, discombobulate. Dazed, discombobulate. Distract target. Discombobulate.
I thought season 2 had awful writing. Take me back, please, don't leave me. We meet East as Joe from Family Guy reunites with his ex, and Conrad comes at me for firing into the attackers.
You're the one who opened fire. She's dead because of you.
Conrad? Easy, buddy. This wasn't his fault.
Yeah, it actually was. I tried telling him this is a Telltale game and Francine was dead either way. He steps up to me, however, not liking the disrespect until Gabe took his perks. I convinced Gabe to lower his strap as he tells Conrad, step up next time and I'll leave you like the scammer in your bar from last episode. Good thing my pseudo-child will never be in the opportunity to murder anyone ever again in this series in cold blood. Right, Clementine? Conrad can't take much more of this, collapsing like when you ask a communist to name a single successful communist state. We decide to go to Richmond, getting Conrad on board to get help and seek his revenge.
Hey, Gabe.
Hey.
You okay? Huh. Maybe they'll hit it off.
Gabe and Clem.
I just want to talk to him.
Why do you have a shotgun?
We begin our pilgrimage, as it's a good thing I zoinked that water from Prescott, and Kate, you did not get shot in the spleen, judging by this chart here and Eleanor's words earlier that you were shot above the stomach. You did not get anywhere near the spleen. It is the upper half of the left liver at best. You, ma'am, are a liar. She starts counting her reasons as I quickly move to stop her before she gets to 13 and thinks Gabe is turning into David or me. Is this a choose your own adventure book or something? Are Telltale's famous words finally gonna ring true? Eleanor, evidently pissed I'm taken, tries to speed up Kate's demise to swoop in. Although considering I did the same with David, I can't really blame her. Is this the revival of The Walking Dead's harem plotline?
Parents just love pretending the rest of us can't hear.
I wouldn't know. We get to a bridge that's blocked off with Conrad thinking it's the proverbial washing machine to our stepsister before he and Clem drop the 2 walkers that snuck up on us. A quick convo with Tripp telling me he's worried about Conrad, thinking he's gonna go all Kenny on us as I make my way to him and ask him what he's seeing, confirming our biggest fears, when he replies with red. I open a trunk and get a jumpstart cable as it seems Javi just shoves it up his famous Brazer's depth asshole or something. It's nowhere to be seen. As you can see here, even the game is imploring me not to play this episode any longer as it bugs out on me, forcing me to restart. I go up to Gabe, apologizing as I wasn't very familiar with his Riesling, giving him the eyes I know. But who gives a shit about Gabe? I go up to Clem asking her what's wrong, and my boy Kenny is mentioned, hallelujah, even beyond the grave as Urban knows no bounds. I open a garage, evidently finding Dora's backpack in there, as after killing the lurking walker, I find the best tools for the current job, a pole car thingy and a wrench. BioShock on crack Friday confirmed? And after using Tripp's car to jumpstart the tow truck, we pull the blocking car out of the way and it seems we've run out of torches as zombies spawn right on top of us. David may have been part of the army, but Javi must have trained in special forces as another action sequence beautifully sequenced, despite the fact we have to deal with stellar gameplay mashing the E button multiple times. Drive, woman! This isn't Iran! For some reason, I decide to make my case for the NFL draft instead of stabbing him, and our Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated vehicle is made obsolete as the walkers start to close their trap. This net forces us to make our way on the roof, and after blocking off the flanking forces, it seems Javi stops responding to my clicks and goes for the upper 2 walkers instead of the more immediate threat, leaving me stranded in...
Oh my god, that was disgusting. My goodness, let's just say I only have 5 spare panties remaining. This isn't gonna keep up for much longer if they keep going this hard with the kill scenes. Conrad ends up saving me. Lily would never, as we somehow survive with no injuries despite our situation being as precarious as dropping the soap in a prison communal shower.
We have to come up with some kind of plan.
Oh, what a great idea. A plan. Who would have thought of that?
He tries stepping up, but I let him know he's gotta go through me.
You're gonna whoop me? You in what homo parade? This one.
We find somebody peeking and taking cover as I try warning the sniper that we are in fact American before I start sneaking my way through, getting to he was a decoy. Hey, Jesus. I tell him we're good people before telling him, hold on, let me do a handstand since I'm already talking out of my ass. After confirming we are in fact on our way to Richmond, he asks me if I'm with the Crips or Bloods. One wrong move and I'm dead then and there, so I feign ignorance. Quickly telling him I'm not a TCLR subscriber, and in his momentary lapse of shock, I swing around, fight him for the gun as Clem comes to back me up. Taking his guns as the boys surround his ass just in case Jesus is actually Himothy and can do sick karate moves. We ask if he's New Frontier and says he's just on his way to Richmond to make contact with friends after the New Frontier took over there, but we're all a little pessimistic as he was spying on us when he could have What? Wait a minute. What did you say?
The New Frontier? They took over Richmond?
Kate and Eleanor are headed right for their trap card. We gotta hustle.
We need to go. Now.
No fucking shit, we need to go.
I swear to God, they tried making Trip the Kenny replacement to give this game the dash of urbanness that it needs, but this is low quality, made in China by a 4-year-old who was sold by his parents for a few hundred yuan. Level of urban, he doesn't compare. This isn't even nostalgia, this is just a pointless line to make. Kenny would have said something like, Now, I was thinking we'd take a few minutes to enjoy the scenery, maybe compare our favorite
Vanilla Ice
albums. Jesus tells us he can guide us through an underground tunnel. Hold on, I thought that was Moses' job. Asking us to lower the guns. Conrad laughs and says we gotta tie him up, dress him in a skirt, some makeup, shave the beard, and it'll be just like Francine. Knowing him from the show, I quickly deduce he could probably bend us over backwards, recording a whole gangbang before slithering his way out of there. So I instruct them to lower the guns. We get another Clem flashback as her and AJ accidentally snitched on Robin Hood, who found out and is hunting them down. I break through and hole up in an abandoned RV as AJ starts crying, "Shut up, you tater-tot-looking motherfucker!" Okay, this is actually adorable as hell. I'm sorry, AJ. Someone is at the door and lets herself in as me and Jada Smith block off the door and asks us if we live in this dump, since she presumes this is my son and between my baby daddy pulling the Michael Jackson. Not to mention my presumed heroin addiction. That was as good as a guess as any. I tell her our lore and she invites us to join her group where they have food, water, and big titty goth girlfriends as I quickly jump at the opportunity and tell her to lead the way. Finding out they call themselves, now you won't believe this, the New Frontier. After this riveting prequel, Clem tells me she was one of the ops before switching sides, breaking my trust in her as I will forever struggle to side with her ever again. Nah, I'm just kidding. It looks like I'm part of the New Frontier now. It can't be helped. Although she says she's shed that chapter of her life and is going to escape the second we get out of this tunnel. We get to a tunnel where there's no lighting whatsoever, and we are completely surrounded. Well, it seems we don't carry the next Napoleon in our party. With our complete lack of strategic know-how, as we have to fight our way out as Gabe gets into a dangerous situation, but Jesus boots up the mirror's edge, letting us know he allowed us to capture him. Now, who wants wine? I just saw a puddle just back there where... Conrad, you idiot, if that shotgun had an ooh-woo sound effect upgrade, we'd be getting surrounded by every pedophile in the state within minutes. We somehow find an opening and make our way through to a boxcar, trapping us between that and the herd, but it just opens, so it really doesn't matter. Me, Clem, and Gabe tag team up to block off the doors. I find a rusty pipe, blocking off the walkers, and as okay, Connor heard every word of what Clem said before. Conrad grabs her, and before I can annihilate my PC and whoever voice acted Conrad, she rolls up her sleeve, revealing her controversial ice. Conrad says we can bring her in and use her as a bargaining chip as Gabe films his audition for the next generic Disney Channel teen sitcom. Already got the outfit down pat. Conrad takes Clem's little boyfriend hostage and I'm left with a choice. Take Clem's side or shoot Okay, come on now. Gabe starts complaining. Yeah, listen here, you little shit. You told me to shoot. I don't know what the fuck you wanted me to do. But this gave me an idea. At the risk of getting crucified by my viewer base, I decide to reload and take Clem hostage. Let me explain. Nothing's gonna happen to her. It's Telltale, and after what they did to Nick and Alvin in Season 2, who lost their ability to communicate after their determinant deaths, I want to see if they fix the issue in Season 3. I don't remember much about Season 3. I've only watched a Let's Play of it once. Also, let's be honest, nothing's gonna happen to Clementine. Gabe calls me a fucking coward. That's fair. I'm sure half the comment section agrees with you. Let's go. We let the gang know as Jesus admits it would be a powerful bargaining chip, and we make our way to the front gates despite no patrols or nothing. It's more barren than my messages after I wake up in the morning.
Zero!
We find the car with Kate and Eleanor, but just Kate, and after a momentary embrace, she asks me for some marijuana? How could you, Kate? She tells us Eleanor finished the voyage without her, and we decide it's time to go plead our case, making our way to New Richmond. And I love Jesus. Man knows things might get dicey and still rolls with us. No KFC finger-licking good family bucket's gonna make him snitch on anybody. He was in the convenience store that got shot up, 50 casualties, 34 deaths, 20 of them children. He didn't see nothing. He was too busy getting the milk. We come up to the gate as Harry has the advantage in his home invasion this time, and we bring in Clem as a bargaining chip to their delight. The next scene was worth the betrayal.
How long's it been?
Not long enough.
Cute.
I give a spiel about how she's our friend, and this doesn't sit right with me, sounding like a politician expressing the woes of the poor poorly in an attempt to win an election. You see, I too was working poor jobs before I was blessed, like being a lawyer, a congressman, and one time I was even forced to skip out on breakfast as my chef called in sick. Harry is confused as there's no guideline to how to deal with enemies that escaped that now come to surrender in front of your gate, so he asks for the boss. He asks us to lower our weapons. What's next? Shall I bend over for you too? Perhaps get the lube and butt plug ready while we wait? Afterwards, the big bad boss walks in as David. Check out my other videos down below in the pinned comment, and as always, leave a like and subscribe to not miss out on future content. I, for one, cannot wait till next week where I can tell David, yup, that man right over there killed your daughter. Yeah, him right there. I know it for sure. Here are the results of the entire episode. It seems 60% of the population engages in premarital sympatry. Most players had the same idea as me and opened fire before Trip could really think. 86% of us have seen the show, and I'm about to be found dead in a ditch under a bridge in the coming weeks. And I realize 96% of the viewer base are potential customers for a bridge I'm selling near the Golden Gate area. I'll see you all in the next video. Peace. The Walking Dead on Crack continues today with episode 3 of season 3, despite the game's best efforts to make me quit last episode. Never before have I witnessed such flawless scores on the autism spectrum. If the art of dumbassery was my fetish, then I'd have been sailing full mast trying to steady the ship every time Trip articulated the English lexicon.
Get ready, everybody. He's about to do something stupid.
Boys' big brain was on power saver mode the entire episode. But despite all that, I meet my brother, which would normally be a moment of rejoice, but considering he's used me and his wife as his stress balls throughout our lives, normally after consuming a multitude of alcoholic beverages you'd see on TSN commercials in between the Raptors getting smacked about by whichever team is lucky enough to face them at the moment. We also have to consider the fact that I've been riding his wife like a horseman trying to stop Napoleon or something, and let's not forget his organization, The New Frontier, not only killed his daughter, but yeah, they killed Mariana. That's pretty bad. Let's go smoke some crack every time a determinate character gets a line of dialogue. Oh, looks like we're doing it sober this time. And play The Walking Dead Season 3, Episode 3 on crack. As we start off in a flashback, leave a like and subscribe to not miss out on future content, as Javi and Kate seem to be valiantly hunting the It monster, presumably needing the propane to blow up the sewers, destroying both it and Vernon's natural habitats.
Know your fucking place.
Javi is still beard and maidenless at this point, and I tell Kate to turn around if she feels too much pressure, but she says she needs to learn to not need no man. And with the apocalypse's probable shortage of blue hair dye, that means proving it with her skills. The propane canister is empty, and Kate just chucks it like she was taking the opportunity to impress a shot put manager. What a great way to drought the walkers. Now we can get a kill streak going. A walker shows up behind me, dick in hand, and any normal human with his rear exposed in this situation would inevitably need to go shopping for a larger butt plug. But Javi is the master of fighting with his anus in danger. I asked for the hammer, but Kate replaced herself with a wax statue and made her escape, forcing me to give the child brain damage, Oonga Boonga style. Can't beat the classics, I suppose. She says she froze because this walker was Gabe's friend. My bad. I'll let him have a bite next time. Can't have the neighbors going hungry now, can we? My master plan works flawlessly, as it seems I've secured my dead brother's wife for myself. Better yet, she tells me we need to run away together since after 3 months David isn't coming back. Unfortunately, we didn't carry enough torches, and the stoner and his sister spawn in like a creeper, threatening to call up CPS if we leave them behind. After agreeing to take them, they don't want a stepdaddy and challenge us to a duel of intellect, but after countering his argument, he says he'll stay behind in case dad comes back. Well, it seems David's former wife cheated on him, since no way this isn't Tripp's son. After saying his boys will ride for him, I let him know I bashed his brains in just a few minutes ago, getting him to see our side in the situation in return for writing a letter to his father just in case he makes his way back from the cigarette shop. We get a fantastic intro section where we find David looking like he was getting married at 2 before bombing Afghanistan at 5, Javier signing his own baseball. A smart way to secure a cash grab, no doubt. Gabe picking out the essentials for a long road ahead like pudding, and finally us leaving to the tune of episode 3, Above the Law. Perfect. With diplomatic immunity, I can go all out without fear of the hog. And you bet your ass I'm making full use of that advantage. Charter of Human Rights, prepare to be ignored.
Javi, is that really you?
Nah, it's Billy Mays here with a brand new TV offer. Of course it's me. Gabe gives his dad a hug, but the guards believe it's a classic suicide vest cling to a high target technique until David tells them off. He finally sees Kate's lifeless corpse just now, understandable since after becoming a TCLR subscriber, Javi's causing even his own brother's jaw to drop at his transformation. But just as I'm about to tell on everybody who partook in the drive-by,
what the hell happened?
He takes Kate to the doctor, to the chagrin of Max, who stood down, not wanting to poke the bear, knowing we're one conversation away from David executing him for Mariana. It seems the rest of us are going to the gulag as the communists escort us to Siberia, where we find Eleanor already imprisoned for trying to set up a lemonade stand. After finding out they broke the doctor ethics code, Tripp lets Eleanor know this town is New Frontier, and the best part, their leader is my brother. As they all look at me like I just dug for brown gold before sending it down the esophagus. What the fuck do you think I did? Let them kill Mariana just so I can convince you that I'm on your side?
I mean, he helped Kate instead of hauling her down here.
Of course he brought her inside. She's his damn wife.
Eleanor is definitely trying too hard to look concerned. You bet your ass inside she's like... Tripp lets me know he isn't making peace with the ops because they burned his home down. Yeah, maybe if you gave me up when you saw the damn M1 Abrams pull up, Prescott wouldn't have gotten Carthaged. Jesus believes he isn't gonna find his friends here alive. What a brilliant observation, Sherlock. You must be exhausted after all that deductive work, but that is but a drop of what we are about to witness from Tripp.
Get ready, everybody. He's about to do something stupid.
They killed your niece! Shot Kate! For all we know, your brother could have been behind it.
What?! Death isn't enough. I want to escort him to the gates of hell myself.
Clementine, you were part of the New Frontier. Did you know David?
If I'm being honest, he's not a good guy.
We are sliding post-haste. We're cannibalizing David tonight. Fuck that motherfucker.
The fact that he's your brother, that doesn't change anything.
The impossible has happened!
He got lines after a determinate death sequence. I've seen it all.
The fact that he's your brother, that doesn't change anything.
Yes, it does. You guys are staying here, and I'm going home. As I'm in the middle of leading a slave revolution like my name was Spartacus, David shows up. We're playing cops and robbers, Stalins and protesters. You know, we aren't actually gonna overthrow the New Frontier. David is taking me to see Kate, but Tripp talks about this isn't fair.
That's right. Some people get out of here early. Others stay a long fucking time.
David is nothing short of the average TCLR subscriber. As some of you may know, I've been sick over the last 2 weeks, but being the average TCLR subscriber, you might be thinking, that's impossible. A break in the Matrix. But the real reason is that all the scientists concocted the perfect illness for me, giving me AIDS, every type of cancer, brain hemorrhaging, pneumonia, tuberculosis, endocarditis, and worst of all, having your nose closed off, forcing you to breathe through your mouth while you're trying to sleep. As the doctors told me I wouldn't last the week, I said, nah, let me cook. And cook I did. After subscribing to TCLR, they watched in awe as the sheer aura of my pecs forced all the diseases out, and with the protruding Habsburg jawline you could eat off of, ordering, nay, demanding, nay, ordaining my sinuses to open up like the pearly white gates of heaven, they themselves saw what the true power of subscribing could do. By leaving a like and subscribing, you too can look death in the eye and tell it to suck your dick, and unlike Thanos, she actually will. Making you impervious to every illness known to man, recommended by 10 out of 10 doctors, and 2, more importantly, not miss out on future content. David questions my loyalty as it seems he's taking me down to Tiananmen Square to hear a speech from our Grand Secretariat. He lets me know Gabe told him some pretty messed up shit. Ah, crap, I'm gonna be photoshopped out of a picture today, aren't I?
He shouldn't have done that. I wanted to tell you myself.
Bad news is bad news. Who cares who delivers it? He told me you lost Mariana. Just a few days ago.
I tell him Mariana is dead, leaving him to ask who his little girl turned into after getting separated, and obvious imagery aside, I tell him she wanted to chronicle her adventures like she was Sinbad, before finally asking me how she died. Yes, yes!
And then someone put a bullet in her head.
What kind of animal would just open fire on her like that?
An animal with your mark. Ask your buddy at the gate if you don't believe me.
Max was a part of this?
This is bad. This is very bad.
I let him know that the culprit was Badger, the bald Shel Silverstein from Diary of a Wimpy Kid doppelganger, as he lets me know that he isn't actually the leader here. There are 4 of them? Ah, shit. Now we have to deal with the Tetrarchy. He runs security here, so knowing every Middle Eastern dictatorship and every other Roman Tetrarchy that's ever been attempted, I conclude we can still install him as our Fuhrer fairly easily as we meet Ava. I've never seen this person before in my life. As I'm now the baseball brother, I thought it was gambling from episode 1. Johnny Sin's career variety aspirations aside, David tells me if Ava has 100 fans, he's one of them. If she has 1 fan, he's one of them. If she has no fans, he isn't alive. That type of shit posting. He explains in graphic detail how Mama died and gives me a pat on the back for finally sticking up for a family.
What's happening?
Not knowing me and Kate would have Romeo and Julieted this shit if we mined more coal. We get to Kate and Gabe explaining the brilliance of raw men before.
Damn, it's good to have you back. Look at this family. Look at my wife. Isn't she the most beautiful woman alive?
Look at Gabe's face, man. Oh my god, that face. Does he know? Kate screams out in pain and starts doing the worm, leaving the other 2 to go get a camera to shoot this obvious viral video. But it was all a ruse to let me know she doesn't feel safe and her face has only just fully healed and we need to get out of here. Mistakenly believing Gabe will ditch his dad to follow his uncle and stepmom on the road in a van he hates. In other news, the war will be over by Christmas. I don't know what she expected me to say. I'm not abandoning a safe place with my own damn brother in charge. Come on now, Kate. The doctor tells me whoever dressed this wound is Timothy and needs to join his staff immediately, but I tell him it's actually a Veronica, and she's in the gulag as he and David both vouch to bring her out. Take note, only 2 people are needed to make a decision, like releasing an enemy of the commune. Right after me and David are going to prove my case for the community, as the doctor says his vote is with us, so 2 out of 4. We should be in the clear, right? Doesn't matter, to be honest. I'm sure that Telltale will allow my choices to matter, and I can get at least one of the other 2 on board. I'm supposed to keep what happened with Badger to myself, as he's personally gonna deal with that son of a bitch. You best believe I will be on my best behavior during this interview. No sir, nothing gonna go wrong with me. We walk into the secret headquarters where the other 2 leaders are debating looks or personality and meet the boys. The retired 40-year-old going through a midlife crisis, deciding to try on skinny jeans, leather jackets, and become a biker gangster here, runs food production while Halloween was a month ago, but I can't get rid of this hair dye runs diploma. diplomacy. I reach into my diplomatic bag, acting like the most respectful individual you've ever seen. They ask me which food I'd rather eat. Cake? Excuse me. Black Forest gâteau, or what appears to be spinach soaked in Clint's secret sauce. I lie and say it all looks delicious, and Clint here apparently laid a trap to see how honest I was, knowing that not even vegans to the core would look at his cucumbers with anything less than disgust. Cake and spinach semen aside, she starts talking about the rigorous application process I'll have to go through, and Clint says he'll make me his bitch, to which I respond by bending over, showing the butt plug I had preeminently installed, and pressing the leaders with my preparedness. They let me in on their lore. The 4 leaders lived in peace, but everything changed when the wrong damn people attack. Only the tattoo could save them, but when the world needed it most, a fucking blizzard rolled through, bringing even crypto bros into the produce market with how ultra rare and scarce edible substances became. Max shows up out of nowhere as Clint is doing his best to sabotage my chances, still mad evidently I didn't prefer his ejaculate assortment over chocolate cake.
We caught him siphoning gas from one of our vehicles.
I thought no one owned the ambulance.
Rufus said Clementine ran his truck off the road just to break him free.
That's a lie, she just wanted the van. And he ran my niece over with a train.
He did? No, but are we just gonna wait around until he does?
Mid-editing TCLR here. Now, you might be wondering why I decided to break the Matrix mid-edit, but after typing in, trying to find that absolute banger meme you guys just witnessed, nothing but the best on the TCLR channel for my TCLR subscribers, of course, I was, scrolling through, looking at some of these nice SpongeBob memes, a lot of really cool things, some nice trains, some nice toys, a woman probably getting trained in the video, but I'm not going to risk Comrade Susan getting this video taken down, so I'm just gonna scroll past, right? I'm just looking for SpongeBob memes. This is all obviously on YouTube, no illicit things here. I guess I just wanted to show you guys the absolute bangers you see when scrolling through YouTube, scrolling through Bikini Bottom Mysteries especially. David says me meeting up with Clem doesn't mean jack, as they're speaking about her like she's Voldemort or something, but the other 2 leaders say they can't accept me into their community because we caused a scuffle over some supplies. That's fine. 2-2, political deadlock. Look, they let Eleanor free, even though she also had only 2 people vouch for her. I mean, look, she isn't even with us while we get escorted out. Wait. We're getting escorted out. I did everything right, but expectedly, here's Telltale back at it again with your choices mattering. Jada Smith walks out with supplies packed by David before taking out the damn Empire State Building with a single blow. Tripp gets mad at me asking if I pissed in somebody's oatmeal, but I quickly iterate that only Clint's allowed to do that to the food. But at least we have Jesus here looking at the positive in every situation. After the riveting gameplay of pressing Q to open the bag, I pull out a map marking where the One Piece is located.
We don't even know where the hell we are on this thing.
We have to make our way north trying to find the North Star. I have no idea what I'm doing, so I unconfidently pick a random star and decide to head that way. In total, they gave us 5 weapons and a flashlight, nothing but the best in hospitality from these cultist wannabes.
Deal with it.
If I had a nickel every time Clem kicked Tripp while he was down, I'd have the millions I need to pay for 4 years of college. I give the gun to Conrad, mainly because someone in my comments section last video told me to, if I die, you're getting permabanned, Sir Ray Veltel. Be warned. Tripp lets me in on his shock that Kate wasn't my girl, as we have a heart-to-heart about how love is never easy, before giving the most beautiful line of the season. I respect her wishes, I really do. I just wish my heart would respect mine. There's a giant walker horde closing in on our location, and as we turn back, it seems they've thoroughly outflanked us, but our urbanness is still unmatched, with Jesus here fighting like a Viking wanting Valhalla. After whacking the walkers so hard they turn back human, I decide to ego it, throwing the match for my team until Clem comes out and plays whack-a-mole, winning the maximum amount of tickets and sharing a revive prize with me. Clem tells us not to trust David before giving us another backstory. AJ is sick, of course. Not being vaccinated will do that to you. Oh, well, looking outside, I have a bunch of middle-aged mums with pitchforks. If I don't post this video, you'll know who got me. In my extensive medical background, judging by his sunken eyes and inflamed cheeks, I'm diagnosing the child with a case of child abuse. Treatment will be 365 days of CPS and a hit squad immediately. Now excuse me while I go scribble some lines to pass as some sort of prescription. In all likelihood, it's probably a respiratory illness. regardless, as the doctor is blackout high, but before I can steal his shit, AJ starts crying. But I hum the tune of Green Day's Basket Case, forcing him to shut up and listen to that banger. Vancomycin, so the fucker has pneumonia. Well, would be GG, but a good thing vancomycin is right there, grabbing it first try. Fuck yeah, still got it. Gonna open my own clinic after this, although be warned, the mortality rate's gonna eclipse 75%. But you'll get a big dick though. Alright, that needle is comically large, fucking insane. There's no way you can use that on an infant. The doctor musters all his energy to wake up, but his shit being laced, I can only assume he can't stop me, as all he does is beg me not to do it. This is how you know he didn't take crack, the superior narcoleptic substance. If he did, he would easily body the fuck out of Clementine, take that needle, inject all the vancomycin straight into his own heart directly, while going through the Monstar's transformation, since nothing can take out a TCLR subscriber. But yeah, he's probably doing heroin. It seems AJ isn't suffering from pneumonia, as the doctor puts it, although I'm left to wonder who told Clem about vancomycin. I'm confused as fuck now. I'm just gonna YOLO the treatment. That's not how you inject the drug, goofball. Find a vein or something. What are you doing sticking him in the shoulder like this was an episode of BioShock? New video on Friday, by the way. How the fuck is that needle not coming out the other side? He's gonna wake up tomorrow with a limp arm, you moron. He, of course, crying after essentially getting stabbed by a sword, alerts the others with the doctor high as a kite, talking about how he tried to warn me. David comes after me despite Ava's objections, and I say fuck it, as I tell him he got duped when he joined the army for a Toyota Corolla.
You ungrateful little shit.
They kick me out, and just as me and AJ start exiting the premises...
He stays.
What? Why the fuck do you want him? For what reason? It doesn't make sense.
Clem, he's in no condition to travel.
That's actually a fair point. I'm forced to say goodbye to Goofball, and after not saying a single mumble, not uttering anything other than goo goo gaga, sounding like Little Uzi on the track for his entire existence on this plane of Earth. Alright, I'm starting to think this game isn't scientifically the most accurate. Whatever divine intervention gave AJ the ability to speak his first words at the age of 2, we'll never know as we come back to the present, only giving us bits and pieces, just a taste of Clem's past, but...
I'm tired of getting the taste of it. I want the whole load.
I give her a hug, hopefully causing her to ignore all the shit I've done to her over the last day as we make our way to the warehouse circled on the map. With the Walker horde closing in, we get busy punching a hole through their defenses as I'm able to close the gate last second, but they're rushing us like it's Black Friday and we got PS5s in stock. The garage door won't raise, but I find a kid trapped in a car, quickly showing him this episode of The Sandlot is rated E for everybody, grabbing the stripper pole in its stand before forcing open the garage door. Clem, being the survivalist she is, abandons her post first, slipping through the door before Jesus... Hey, Conrad's first animation this episode, and finally Trip.
Hurry! Get that goddamn jack out of there!
What are you standing there for? You're closer than me, you do it! David knocks on the door with Clem showing she means business, not letting me bring him in. You can say whatever you want about her, but between what happened at Prescott and now, you can't argue she isn't a shooter. Jesus swipes her shit and tells me to open it. Yes, daddy, don't want to have to deal with General Kai from Kung Fu Panda.
Hello again, Clementine. She's trouble. Trust me.
Shut the fuck up, you Napoleon wannabe. Hey, I got a war game we can play. Colonizers and natives. I'll be the colonizers. After grilling him, telling him if humans came in 4 different Jolly Rancher flavors, he'd be fire cinnamon. It seems though that AJ miraculously survived the unknown disease and that Lingard knows exactly where to find him. So I guess they decided to give him to the crack addict to give him a Batman-esque backstory. I ask him what his plan is. He says it's very simple. You're going to leave and I'm gonna take care of my family. Come again? After getting betrayed by my own brother, a walker jumps in and we block it off with a box that came from Prescott. New Frontier's been robbing and we got all the evidence right here. Somebody got inspired by Vinland's Saga, bringing back the Age of Vikings, as it's more than just Prescott. They have a damn war chest of goods and services. I wouldn't be surprised if we found an Indian call center operator mixed in with everything else. We're not alone though, as other...
You hadn't gone all trigger happy on David's family.
It's them.
Fuck him. I'd do that little bitch again just to see her head pop.
Oh. Oh, he doesn't know. We sneak up on them and disarm the... Nah, as both Max and David miss their shots. I thought you were a GI, David. He's point blank. I go after Badger, catching up to him, evidently after robbing the British Empire as he's loading his musket. And after a brief scuffle... Hey guys, don't worry, I'm winning. He stands there giving his villain monologue thinking he finally took over the tri-state area or something, but he strikes out before I quickly catch the runner trying to steal second base with my bullets. He may be a talking corpse at this point, but he's still handing out roasts left and right, begging me to kill him, so I oblige. My goodness, I cracked his head like it was an egg. Is this even allowed on YouTube? Am I gonna wake up tomorrow and get photoshopped out by our Grand Secretariat? We get to David showing Max who carries the panties in this relationship, and he tells us everything and how Joan was the mastermind behind all of this, threatening to send him to rob Kevin McAllister if he decided to refuse her plan, and how he's really just a victim in all this. He says he'll come and snitch on the whole hood, which I deem could be useful, and so we keep him alive. I don't know how Telltale is going to tackle a determinate character who's supposed to have important voice lines after I let them live, so I'm assuming there's going to be a giant undertaking in changing Telltale's philosophy over the next episodes until Max inevitably dies off screen under dubious circumstances. What's up, Nick? Jesus and Clem are the only ones to mission fail. We'll get him next time, and we have to make it back to Richmond first or he'll warn Joan.
Wasn't there one more?
Oh. What? It's good riddance. That son of a bitch killed Mariana.
Did that make you feel better?
Yes. Jesus shows us he's got more in common with a figure than just a name and gives us a sermon, but Clem has my back end. Can't be mentioned! Yo!
Urban?
Jesus leaves us after his cameo talking about how I'm in a more precarious situation than he is. My brother, you're walking through walkers numbering in the Chinese Civil War casualties in scale. The rest of us need to get back to Richmond because we have loved ones there. Me and David have our family, Clem has AJ, Tripp has Eleanor, and Conrad is a dead man walking, so we might as well come with us. The realization of his inevitable death has him looking like Little Dirk in every photo. We hop into a truck they left behind and make it back into Richmond after the escapee, I assume, since we're trying to sneak into the city. We split up with David going to meet Joan, me, Clem, and Tripp going to the medical ward to get our loved ones and information of Goofball's whereabouts. Oops, never mind. It seems Tripp's disease rubbed off on Clem, and instead of asking the primary caretaker, Dr. Lingard, she's going to ask her supposed remaining friends. Assuredly a plot device to remove Clem from the game, else her Urbanista Inc. would solo the rest of the New Frontier. Evidently, my story went from gambler to shortstop for the Baltimore Orioles or whatever that giant orange duck is, and I show him I still got it, striking out the glass window, causing the guards to take a look to make sure it wasn't a ball while me and the boys slither into medical. The nice reunion with Kate and Gabe is cut short as she tells me Joan walked in and assured them that criticisms of the commune is accepted and welcome, which is communist for "you're going to Siberia," startling her. I tell them that Joan has been playing Puppet Master and Kate says we gotta go now. Yeah, I'm not leaving my bro behind. You got me fucked up, Kate. Eleanor and Tripp walk in as Kate says we gotta get the fuck out of Richmond. You'd have a better chance at pulling a mop and bucket out of my asshole. These fuckers killed Mari and we don't abandon family in this presumed Catholic household. Seeing the couple fight between us reminds Gabe about Clem as I tell him she could use a friend, keyword friend, no prefix or nothing. You got that Mexican father issue-less Chloe. Kate tries telling me we gotta go. This is what David lives for. Me too, bitch. I'm wanted in every country in the northern hemisphere. We get home to Ava. She tells me things changed and I have to go help David. Of course, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that leaving Richmond with Kate would lead to the same result. Shot noses. I know, it's unfathomable that your choices wouldn't matter, but it's just a hunch. Swear to God, it's like filling in the blanks while watching a movie in middle school all over again. You can write, George shot his ops with a cum shot, but it will always lead to the same outcome. We get to David and Joan going one-on-one as she tries to politician her way out of this. Don't look at my corrupt past. Look, his brother walked in. That's the death penalty at least. He's trying to ruin our democracy. We let the others know about the raiding of other communities taking place and Max coming in clutch. No Happy Meal nor KFC family bucket needed. He snitches on everybody. We even find out who was in Paris from him. He did not hold back. With Joan cornered, how do you think this is going to go?
The real question is, how could I not? What would happen to us without your fertilizer, Clint? Or your pills, Paul? Do you think our community would survive? I did what I had to ensure that we would. It wasn't easy, but someone had to do it.
You could have just added my fellow Americans to the start of that spiel and I would have assumed it was made by a US president. No, really. Watch this.
My fellow Americans.
The real question is, how could I not?
She really is a politician. All I'm hearing is... And it's working. She's taken control of the army, though, as she arrests us, and the other leaders side with her despite me playing this conversation perfectly. She went behind everybody's back. Nah, we gotta set up a cliffhanger for next episode. Sorry, David. Ava smartly gets out of there, giving us hope for next week as they knock me out and we fade into black, ending off episode 3. A lot better than episode 2, in my opinion, although I'm sure most people would rather consume edibles food instead of feces. But yeah, if you enjoy, leave a like and subscribe to not miss out on future content, and check out some of my other videos down below in the pinned comment. Now let's get to the choices. Only 34% of people kept their mouth shut, which was admittedly the wrong choice. 85% of people made sure AJ would never be able to move his left arm again. Badger's death had 4 choices, didn't even know about that. 54% of people were smart about Max, and 47% of people have a platinum membership to Simps Anonymous. I'll see you all in the next video. Peace. The Walking Dead Season 3 ends today as I hand out 2-for-1 passes like I was giving away free meals at Arby's.
And a top bun? This shit look nasty as fuck!
Hey, wait, where you going? This 2-for-1 is actually worth it as we finish the last 2 episodes of The Walking Dead Season 3. Last episode, David got overthrown and kicked out of the party with Joan consolidating her power while Clint, who you'd have to use carbon dating to find out his age, does nothing but stand on his hands and knees for her. What will happen to us? Will we get thrown into Siberia? Or worse, be forced to watch The Last Airbender on repeat? Wait till the end of the video for news on Season 4 of The Walking Dead on Crack, of course, as well as all the decisions I made for both episodes. In any case, let's go smoke some crack off Dr. Lingard's dying suicidal body and play The Walking Dead Season 3 on Crack, the finale. Game starts off back in Disneyland where me and David are practicing for our burgeoning baseball careers. Although considering the picture has David playing Twister and Javi got booted from the league for Michael Jordan reasons. It seems we're preparing for the start of the season with the YMCA swimmers up against household names like Bobby I Have to Leave Early, My Kids Gotta Play, and Timmy the Plumber. So just like the guys the real Michael Jordan was up against. A little kid who haircuts are a foreign concept to evidently was trained by Toph from The Last Airbender and is able to see through the weeds and finds me asking for an autograph. An autograph you can sell on eBay for about $10 it seems. I've really hit rock bottom, haven't I? I hit the next pitch with assault, and I'm not talking about the condiment, as David gets pissy and says we're going to Columbine after this, but he makes the mistake of not buying a VPN, as the CIA lets him know they're always watching, which reminds me, this video is sponsored by NordVPN. Hey, nah, I'm just kidding. I missed the next swing so badly, David gets pissy and runs off. Ah, come on, I'll sign your baseball. You can make $10 off that, right?
It's Javi the Star thinking he's better than me.
What about 2 baseball? But I'm not the problem, as he wants to go redeem himself and the US Army by bombing a hospital in Afghanistan again, since he's always fighting with Kate. But unlike enemies with loads of oil, I mean weapons of mass destruction, of course, he can't kill her. And unless he can teach Kate Arabic, we gotta hatch up a plan where David gets addicted to cigarettes over the next 2 months before going to the store to buy more. And I'm all for that until he tells me at the end that I'll have to be the new David and take care of his family for him. I don't agree with this, but he threatens to put a turban on my head when I'm asleep and call Obama to call in a drone strike, so I have no choice. Back in the modern day, we're back in the shower room as Chinny Chin Chinless here forgot who saved his ass all those days ago, and apparently we attack Joan. That's revisionist history if I've ever seen it. Buddy, I have a PhD in genocidology. If I wanted to try shit, Joan would be on the floor of this shower room gasping for breath. I quickly bite my tongue as old McDonald rolls through, but all I can hear is... This man is possessing a felonious amount of crack in his mouth, being tongued deep into Joan's asshole right now and not coming out anytime soon.
Just relax and trust in the process.
How many chips does Philly have, Clint? The process doesn't work. David laments at how he fell for Joan's master bait, and I remind him about how he wanted to abandon his family, but he stayed.
Yeah, you talked me out of it.
I'm not gonna stand in your way.
I did what? We deduced that Jones got a hold of Magic Johnson's blood and contaminated the water supply, so we have to find our way out. Committing to stick with each other as we give each other a bro fist before Joan comes in with David telling her that she can't shoot without the perk 30s before she refutes the claim, saying that these are only her shooters. She's going to call a gathering in Tiananmen Square tomorrow, an ill omen for sure. She already has her speech prepared about how David is a threat to our democracy and how he needs to be silenced to protect our freedom of speech before she takes David away to be humanely interrogated thoroughly, following every step of the Geneva process with waterboarding and whips. My plan to take control of this prison by rigging the shower system to immediately cause a soap drop to my victim's surprise is thwarted, so I decide life isn't worth living anymore as I take the chair, write my nose, climb up the bars and try prying them loose until...
I'm Batman.
Oh, hey, it's a Nick! Aber Gabe Lincoln came to the prison attempting to free the slaves, but he only got me as David is still under supervision. We learn there's a herd of LARPers outside getting ready to recreate the fall of Rome as we continue to trek across the Underground Railroad. He tells me that Eleanor found a place as I thank him, letting him know he's Hemi Neutron. He asks if his dad is going to be okay, to which I let him know the news that he's going to be trotted out in Tiananmen Square tomorrow, leaving him to slump knowing his dad's fate. He says we need to convince Kate to stay and fight the good fight for Dad, which is exactly what we're gonna do. Slave hunters! Quickly evading the gaze of the NPCs who seem to be controlled by the same AI that made Cyberpunk, as they fail to notice enemies 5 feet away from them. Afterwards, we get the intro where the town, it seems, is preparing for war, beginning episode 4, Thicker Than Water. Kind of a dumb name when you think about it. I mean, unless it's air, literally anything is thicker than water. We could be talking about anything from honey to the weight of my war crimes on my shoulders, to an A cup even. Existential dread aside, Tripp sounds like he's awkwardly rehearsing to confess to Eleanor in front of a mirror. He's gonna need a lot more practice.
I'm sorry. I don't...
Yeah, our boy's gonna need a tub of ice cream and a Juice WRLD playlist in a few minutes. Kate gives me a hug as Jada, Smith, and me give each other the respectable acquaintances who aren't very familiar with each other nod before Conrad tells me I'm just in time to enjoy the shit show about to ensue. I immediately enter, though. I gotta stop Tripp from further embarrassing himself and me second-handedly at the risk of getting called a cockblock, although at this point his cock might as well be in a chastity cage. Locked up for 20 to life at least. He's already done enough damage himself. Tripp asks for good news, so I tell him Joan launched a coup d'etat and we have to stop her, exasperating Kate, who says,
"We still need to get out of here, Javi."
A true TCLR subscriber would never abandon family. If World War III happens and you find yourself in a serious situation near Moscow, just play the music, and immediately 50 Titans close in on your location. Eleanor tells us to look out the window, where we seem to have made the mistake of saying 1,000-year-old lollies aren't just harmless drawings, as every pedo within the country is zeroed into our location. Tripp makes the brilliant remark of us needing to get some guns. My goodness, that mine needs to be preserved immediately. That might be humanity's greatest treasure, you fucking dumbass.
You two have fun with that.
I know where there's guns. My dad showed me. There are lots.
The armory. Good idea.
But didn't you, I mean, you just said, didn't you already? Well, it seems the barber cut a little lower than you wanted and shaved off some of your parietal lobe with that lack of brain function. After Ava's neurons made like Challenger and failed to launch, me and the boys get to going as we decide a small group is best, but Tripp isn't coming since he's trying to fix the damage he caused with Eleanor. Yeah, all right there, buddy. Unless Mr. Clean is hiding behind one of those doors with some flex tape in his back pocket, you ain't fixing shit. Acting like me in 8th grade near a girl, palms sweaty, knees weak, 5th arm heavy, but I wish him luck, leaving just the 3 of us as SEAL Team Disney live-action remake for a modern audience heads out. There's a guard in front of the armory as Ava goes to distract him while I let Gabe know, don't do anything stupid or impulsive. Got it? Yeah. She takes him out back for a BJ. Well, considering he somehow has a pencil-thin beard and a neck beard, we have about 30 seconds at best for this heist. We sneak through and find a locked door before I decide it's a fantastic idea to use the loud fire extinguisher to extinguish the lock as we are loaded. They even brought my baseball bat before Ava spooks me and says we have to do right by this place. You're about to see my best impersonation of Usain Bolt the second we free David. As me and Gabe are leaving, someone else comes in, forcing us to hide in the closet. I'm gonna do something stupid. Gabe, don't you dare. Gabe comes out the closet, and just like in any religious family, he gets his ass beat. It's a good thing my master's in urbanosity gives me the strength to choke him out even with a knife to my arm as Ava comes in, lambasting our retardation, telling me we have to get this looked at by Dr. Lingard. We can trust him since he's close friends with David and won't rat us out. Although now she's like, nah, you go in there by yourself. We're gonna stay out here where it's safe. Inspiring confidence. I walk in to see Clementine rub in and shit a true successor to Kenny as Lingard's ass can't tell her where AJ is since he's passed out cold. Wait. A heroin user? That is heresy, does vault my brethren. Clem tells me she can stitch my arm for me, showing me her arm that inspires no confidence whatsoever, making her look like Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz, but it's better than nothing. Wait a minute. Carlos stitches me up, and at the very least he knows. Didn't Carlos look at her arm in season 2 after she stitched it? Why wouldn't he redo the stitches He really was a fake duck.
Whatever it was, it got you.
I ask if Clem's okay, and
I started bleeding.
Avi gives a statement so bad it makes me want to join the ranks of radical feminism and lynch Harry Potter enjoyers, so we decide to ask Lingard for an expert opinion. I hit him with the 6 beers deep in a 12-pack to the wife attack, but he's too out of it for even my special move. We find codeine, but Clem tells us to put it back, although I want to see what happens if they catch me with the painkiller, so I take it anyway. And this is TCLR from the future. I shit you not when I say this plot point was never brought up again all series. I decide to look through the green cross and find stitches before we cut to Javi looking submissive and breedable, might I add, as Clem says the words that would worry any minority. I apologize for being absolutely awful about the bleeding stuff as I somehow make things even worse. Just shut up, Javi. As this motherhood claim reminds Clem of AJ, giving us another flashback, the last one of the series actually, ending the bonus lore for Clementine. We get back to the RV, cry our sorrows away until Ava shows up and hands us a goodie bag filled with some beans and energy bar. Wow, your hospitality knows no bounds, huh? I sift through and find a drawing made by AJ who seems to have went through a schizophrenic episode, assuredly after David got him on that soldier grind set. Man's gonna be rocking a 2003 Toyota Corolla looking like this next time I see him. She tells me I need to find my purpose as I tell her about Lee, letting her know he still speaks to me. Okay, well I guess we know where AJ got a schizophrenic from, huh?
He's still with you, you know. Here.
No, he's not, you idiot. He's ascended to a higher plane as he now controls this mortal realm ever since man made furries and God went, nope, I'm starting over. Lee, you can have this now. But my mission fails to convert her as I shake her hand and we come back to the present. After stitching me up, drowning myself in so much debt, I have to ask Grease for help in managing my finances. Lingard wakes up as he tells me David isn't making it out as we get into an argument about the true meaning of Vin Diesel's words about family. A real philosophical lecture until Clem asks where AJ is, but Lingard draws some morphine from, okay, not heroin, but it's in the same family of drugs. Keep that shit away from me, you scum of the earth. He has the audacity to tell a devout crackerist like myself to inject the killing dose into him before he tells me where AJ is. Despite Clementine's pleas, I can't do it. Goes against everything I stand against. I give him the heretical artifact back and tell him to do it himself, having to stop Clem from going over to the dark side. As we leave, he tells us Joan is rounding up the counter-revolutionaries as we speak in another great purge and we have to get out of here quick. We meet Ava and Gabe, who immediately starts going to work, by the way. Thanks for letting me borrow your Lambo, buddy. We get back home and start distributing the guns as Gabe saved the last one for Clem.
No, I've already got one.
Why?
Thanks for running into a tornado to save my grandma, bro.
Wouldn't hurt to have another.
I tell Clem to go talk to Kate as we tell everyone Joan's rounding up the traitors, and Eleanor goes, maybe this isn't so bad. They like me. That has to help somehow. Doesn't matter. Their leadership prefers injectable drugs. This is a crusade now. I let them know I'm not gonna wait around in a maid costume bent over with some lube waiting for them as Tripp gives me the 6-figure salary with khakis and a white picket fence response as we decide an assassination mission is our best bet. Problem is, Joan has the NKVD following her as Javi decides taking the CIA strat of Banana Republic overthrows is our best bet. Tripp's fat ass says if he races 100 people, he'd come in 102nd. Ava directs us to a place where we can find a truck that can carry even Tripp's heart attack in the near future is a likely outcome ass. Following another Polo Shirt Country Club membership remark from Tripp, Kate comes out and asks Eleanor to take a look at my stitches.
As long as he keeps it clean, it should be okay.
Okay, now I understand how a zombie virus came and infected 95% of the world. If this is the training you guys give your doctors even less than police officers require, it's no wonder the human race in this universe has reservations beside the dodo bird. How the hell is Clementine the best doctor this series has showed so far? I let them know Gabe made a decision that would firmly put him in a class with more teachers than students in the old world as he gets angry before he rambles on about plans he's got as we let him know he ain't no shooter and his even numbered chromosomes make him a liability, actually. Conrad, after already getting revenge, says he's sitting this one out as he gives some goodbyes and heads out to hide out the Walker herd. Eleanor doesn't think dive-bombing Joan and leaving is a particularly good idea, but we ignore her pleas as everyone else is on board with the mission and we head out. Me, Kate, and Gabe leave to get the truck, Eleanor and Tripp get supplies, and Ava will be the lookout, letting us know when it's good to drive through. At the junkyard, I take Clem to help me get the truck.
I think I should go with you, actually.
It's because she's got a bachelor's in urbanation. You can't even get in with your, help me, I'm retarded, looking ass. Clem comes through and has his ass on a leash as Kate gives her shit. We find the truck and it's somehow open as someone is going to Siberia after this, but the future purge victims woke up and we have to push this truck out before hot wiring it. We need some pliers to hot wire the car. Oh, it's a good thing I have found some in this not at all obvious setup for a Walker attack. Oh no, I am positively taken aback. After stabbing him, I break open the dashboard and turn the battery on, attracting the herd coming at us at a lightning speed of Mach 0.01, which turns into Mach 10 the second the QuickTime event starts playing as I last second start the car and we roll our way out, leaving the guards to stand alone at Thermopylae. We park a few blocks away as this is the most untrying to be funny sequence I have ever been a part of. Gabe decides to teach Clem Ukri, whatever the fuck that is, and he's spitting game. He's got her laughing and shit, my goodness. Palms are dry, knees strong, arms are light. It's a sight to behold.
Guess he stopped playing it cool with her. In case you haven't noticed, Gabe's got a little crush on Clementine.
As long as it doesn't go anywhere.
You're saying you don't think they're adorable together?
It's complicated, Gabe. Clem's got history.
It's not Gabe I'm worried about. Fucker better keep his hands off Clem unless he wants to join Mariana.
When I was his age and I liked a girl, I was a fucking wreck. Sweaty palms and stomach aches.
Boners behind math books? We knew.
They what? That explains a lot, actually. It's at this moment the shenanigans ensues as Kate professes her love for me and how David doesn't matter and we should be happy together as I don't know what to pick. Why is this a quick time event? Fuck it, I'll let the game decide.
Should have stayed quiet. I guess you don't feel the same way.
Fuck it, I'm too deep into it now.
No, I don't believe it. You felt something, Javi. I know you did. Fuck that. And fuck you, you fucking coward.
Look at Gabe's face. He's just giving that look you give your uncle when he locks the basement door after he follows you down there. Ava breaks the silence as we have to go on foot to avoid her executing David. I get to Joan, whose politicianing skill is entering the stratosphere. We have to execute David to protect our democracy and way of life. As she whips out Max. No! She pinned the blame on him, although to be fair, Kevin McAllister probably just got sick of his shit and ensured the next trap he fell into would be his last. She calls me out from the crowd as I give a smile and say I'd love to debate you. I can play this game too, Joan. She lets us know that Eleanor betrayed us, but I'm not fazed, giving her a smile and a speech of my own. My fellow shit. She's got them prisoners. Clinton is trust the process as Zoomerknuckle. Joan would go this far as she says I have to save one. For democracy's sake, of course. I call her out on her shit with that Stalin grind set, but she has control of the military and threatens the kids, forcing me to it's Trip. I mean, I haven't had a single conversation with Ava, whereas Trip, well, not my boy, he still has some potential.
Shoot it!
I should have known! Oh wait, bitch is getting what she deserves. Nah, isn't all bad, I guess. Clint finally lets go of Joan's balls for long enough to tell her to exile us instead of purge us. Although with the giant herd outside, this is a no-win situation. Look at that shit-eating grin. She's expecting us to walk the plank into the sea of walkers and like it. I'd feel pretty confident too. I mean, there's no way I'd attempt to shoot her when she has guns trained in our position, and without Kenny and Lee, our urban powers aren't sufficient enough to stop all her shooters. So there's no way I'd even attempt to I forget David was on a noose. It's fine though, as I take the split second I need to ingest some crack, giving me the superpowers I need to dodge bullets. Shoot first is me. And Gabe freed David, who convinces Gabe to help him go after Old MacDonald. I see Clem getting outflanked, but I'm John Wick with the switch. She gives me shit for shooting Joan. Yeah, there's no way she'd keep her word. She's a communist. Kate calls us and we tell her to bring the truck through until someone throws a switch in a can at our location, forcing us to get out. But as I'm wrestling with the NKVD officer, Conrad is back! Sharing the same skin tone as Lee, I knew he couldn't let us down. Kate rolls through, but a Molotov cocktail has her doing swerves in an empty parking lot as she crashes into the wall. Well, it's a good thing she was wearing a seatbelt. Fuck. The walkers start storming in. As that ends off episode 4, I'll show all the choices at the end, but we get a quick break in episode 5 where we're playing dominoes with Papa as David ends up winning. Roasting my ass medium rare. Oh, come on now, that's a little too far.
Pay up, little brother, if you can.
I'll cover for Javier.
Damn, Javi can't even pay $10? Never mind. He does deserve to be roasted. I find a letter though as Swiper the Fox snatches it from me, telling us that Dad has cancer. This average honorary TCLR subscriber doesn't care though. He's more sad about the Dominoes game he lost. At least I won't have to pay back his $10 though. He hasn't told Mama, and neither will any of us unless we want Casper and his Crips to join him in haunting us. When we ask about treatment, well, are you kidding? We're in America, we can't afford that. He says he doesn't want anyone to pay for his treatment before lamenting at how we refuse to take part in the transgender movement as, hey, I am the pretty one. Eventually, we convince him by telling him no balls he won't take the treatment, forcing his hand. Finally, he tells me that we both have to be brothers and stick up for each other, helping each other through this trying time, as a legacy is the only thing anyone ever leaves behind before I agree to try my absolute best. Also, being the balls went through elephantiasis giga chad he still has to pay back David despite the cancer. Back in the present, I Rambo my way through the horde as not even SEAL Team Pale can stop my no-look behind the head before blasting this walker so hard he has to leave for the Last of Us set. I don't find Kate in the car as he threatens me. What? David thinks the walker is Kate, who turns out to be NPC 45, and just as our goose is cooked, dark titty milked, and egg fried, Kate comes out of nowhere to save the day.
Kate, I'm so glad.
You okay?
Whoa. David gets angry, rightfully so to be fair, but there's no time for that. Clem, I'm coming! She's never in any danger as she was just teaching Gabe what she knows in hopes of him getting his urbanation license. There's too many of them, so we have to hide in the building as we build a barricade at blink and you'll miss it lightning speed. Gabe gets mad I killed Joan. Ah, come on. A little negotiation isn't enough to stop a good shot. She was giving me that you won't do it grin. David sides with me and Gabe calls him a heartless murderer, storming off. Clem uses her expertise to defuse this situation, and her and Gabe and David go to scour the perimeter for any minorities like a good soldier would do, while me and Kate go upstairs to find survivors. Well, they're alive, I guess.
Mommy, it's them.
Damn right it is.
So many children became orphans today because of us.
Vanessa, Sabrina, Christina, Aaliyah.
She says we have to try and fix things. We? Get that friend shit out of your mouth. We didn't blow a hole into the wall because we thought replacing the brakes was optional. Episode 5, From the Gallows. Oh, come on, that's about one episode too late, game. We walk into Eleanor's room and this bitch has the audacity to blame me for Tripp's death when she and Randall Weems ratted us out, giving Joan our plans, who was going where, time of execution, social security number, and past employments.
But you You've got a lot of nerve showing up here.
You have a lot of nerve being alive.
Bitch. What the hell you doing? Proving the Iranians right? Well, it's working. She goes on, silly Javi, I wasn't betraying you, I was triaging a bad situation as she tries explaining her rationale. But fuck that bitch, if I see you around again, I'm sliding.
Oh, dang!
The fucker who didn't reciprocate my generosity of ignoring my itch to kill episode 1 shows up and he's bitten.
Ooh, yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for.
Cut his arm off. It's too far along. I'm sorry.
No, wait, I'll do it. Hey guys, watch this. It's gonna be good. Shh, shh. Oh no, it seems I've caused him to go into shock. Oh man, that's awful. Well, I tried. What the? If you don't take your woke up at the 5th guy's house this week looking ass out of my face before I get serious. Kate steps in and says she's the same bro and she knows how it feels and talk no jutsus her ass, but it doesn't work as she aims back at me until David out of nowhere treats her arm like a piece of choppable wood at karate practice. And then he kills Fern, fuck that bitch. I thank him for saving my life after the 7 seconds or less widow tried to blast me, but she goes for her gun again, and David, after defending himself as he's 100% in the right here, gets tackled by Gabe again. She was aiming for a gun. He had the right to fire. I side with David for obvious reasons, but Mahatma Gandhi over here saying make peace not war, blech. Who needs to hear that?
So I'm all alone.
What? No, I made the crucial mistake of believing my choices mattered in a Telltale game. My apologies as David storms out. You know what? I'm sick of this shit. Rest of the game I'm playing is the biggest scumbag possible. Fuck y'all who forced me into this relationship with Kate and against David. I come up to him at the edge of the 13th reason as I tell him to get back down from there.
Or are you afraid of me too?
Unless you're a federal agent of the Netherlands or Germany, I'm not. He offers me a seat right beside him as I say fuck it, double suicide it is. He seems to be a lot more stable though than most people standing at the edge of a building would be as he starts mapping out his XCOM tactics and asks me if he can change from being a soldier. Shit bro, just pick up a hobby. It really isn't that hard. I finally get him to step back as Kate meets us with Gabe and Ava. Well, this won't be awkward.
Ava, about earlier.
You don't have to say anything to me. Your actions said plenty.
Yeah, I'm not apologizing, dumbass. I'm saying I'd do it again. The 4chaners have taken control of the city as we decide to go find the bulldozer Gabe saw all the way on the other side of the city to treat the walkers like residential homes in the way of my perfect mall. We have to make a jump, and as I clench my outer anal muscles to their fullest extent, I realize that wasn't needed as everyone makes it across. David asks why Kate ignored him earlier and went straight to me, and me not wanting to find out what Iraqi civilians go through, tell him to just ask her, knowing that if she tells him the truth, he'll do what every good soldier does and domestically assault his wife, locking him up before he can get to me. It's ingenious. We get to a pride protester who made the mistake of being the lone leftist in a 4chan crowd. Okay, well, more accurate than I thought to 4chan as they get into gay butt sex right after. No doubt already planning the I'm not gay, but before posting the gayest green text imaginable. Gabe is embarrassed he ever looked up to his dad. He was also shit-talking me behind my back, but Gabe comes around and says I can be his new daddy. Wait, no, I was taken out of context.
It seems there has been a huge misunderstanding.
After recreating our favorite scene of Infinity War, we decide it's in our best interest to save David, even though he still hasn't done shit in my eyes. Well, this is just great, and not a trap waiting to happen. I decide to let everyone I care about go first, since it'll probably be the last few people who get RKO'd by the car, which was almost me until Ava saves my ass. Thank you, Ava. I'm hoping we can continue developing this relationship after you broke past your hate for me and saved me from certain death.
Holy shit! Oh my god! Ava! Fuck! God damn it, no!
Well, that was by far the least impactful death scene I personally have ever witnessed. Truly, Fern dying had me down worse than Ava. This was the worst possible death. She didn't even sacrifice. After writing Ava out of the story in the worst way imaginable, we get to a helicopter not knowing what to do next. Clementine asks me my thoughts on why David let AJ go. It wouldn't make sense unless he hated him, but he quickly dispels our fears and says Father Christmas came in with the belt last winter and devastated crops, forcing him to give up AJ for his safety. A reasonable explanation.
He was your responsibility, no matter what.
Fuck Fuck you, David, you piece of shit. Best hope you don't die today, else I'll be pissing on your corpse. Being a man, I understand what it's like to have a helicopter in my pants and use that to knowledgeably devise a plan on how to get to the other side. We go lightest to heaviest, but Gabe swipes up this opportunity to be a gentleman, and David gives him a lecture. Nothing wrong here.
David, he's got this.
She's right. I do.
Okay, well, I guess they're doing the same thing they did with Kenny last episode of Season 2 and try to paint him as a bad guy in the absolute worst way imaginable, since everything he's done so far, like Kenny, has made complete sense. Gabe swings across first, followed by Clem and Kate as it's my turn next, but beauty before brawn, big guy, or should we ask Dad who's sexier again? After some foreshadowing and David making it across, I go, now. Oops. No matter though, I am the main character as I take the walker by the spine and pin him to the bridge as I show my baseball-enhanced endurance and climb to the other side just as we drew it up. Kate begins flirting with me again, leaving me to already feel the slap David is about to descend upon my cheeks. Surely the worst has come to pass, right? Yeah, okay. Gabe finds a generator we can use to distract the walkers as David is impressed, praising his son who continues to shit on him. This makes me feel bad for David, who still ain't done shit. And Clem, who's just enjoying the show, honestly. Lee then makes an appearance as only a mind as developed, based, and urban can come up with the Walker Guts idea, a true evolution to our humble species. We try deciding who should go in.
You let Conrad use me as trade. That wasn't very polite.
You just literally eat shit all day long. Is that why you smell so bad?
Bloods for life. I get to the generator, turn it on as the walkers are fascinated by this contraption, allowing us to get into the garage and get to the bulldozer. Until David says, fuck Richmond, let's get out of here, to which Kate is again. She feels guilty for blowing a hole into their wall. That's a fair point, honestly. That genocidal outcome is even beyond my wildest expectations. But it was their fault for trying to, number one, lynch us, and number two, throwing a Molotov cocktail at you. Also, Joan acting like a grand wizard didn't really help.
We're going home, Kate. Back to the last place we were a family. We're starting over. We're all together again. Finally.
Of all the dumb shit ever been said in this game, this right here takes the cake. I just don't even need to talk about this. Gabe shockingly joins his dad as Clem.
I'll go with you, Dad.
Gabe!
He's my father, Clem. I'm sorry, but you really wouldn't understand.
Holy shit, he really went up to Clem and said... Kate understands, but her guilt still forces her back to the chagrin of David, and before I can say both their plans are equally retarded, David orders everyone to...
Everybody get in. That's an order.
I can't believe I ever loved you. I can't believe I ever loved either of you.
What? And by the way, me?
Bobby, what the hell is she talking about?
Sorry, I can't hear you. Just trying to pick out my coffin. Oh, thank God she made it clear I didn't love her. Surely now David would attack. Okay. What do I say? Worth it. I can fight him back, but I remember what Papa told me that faithful night. I love you, brother. He proceeds to engineer my escape to heaven until Clementine says, get off him, bitch. Damn. She almost shot him, too. We escape into the garage until David closes it behind us as he and Gabe leave in a truck. Kate does not give a fuck about her former family and says, we gotta go help Richmond. Clementine says she's got me. If I have 100 fans, she's one of them. 1,000, she's one of them. No fans, she's dead type B. Now this is the most important decision of all game. Follow Kate or go after David and Gabe, and as Clem puts it, I can't save everybody. After a few millennia, I choose to go after Gabe and David since Kate's got a bulldozer. Ain't no way she dies in that thing. We tell her to be safe as me and Clem escape okay, why is this so funny?
Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy!
We follow the roadkill while recording our ISIS audition video, and we get to Gabe and David presumably saying being attracted to ponies is weird, a little too loud, and are trapped. Javi proves his urbanness using his bad hand to snipe 3 walkers in a row as he hits us with another no-look save before God quickly releases a patch preventing him from using bullets. But he's still more busted than popcorn kernels in an industrial-grade oven, looking like he's got the pitching machine turned on to World War I machine gunner status with how fast he's swinging. I need say not about about Clementine, of course, we already know in this ecosystem, the walkers are afraid of her. We managed to save both Gabe and David, as it seems this little shit is the reason for the second episode in a row that main characters almost died. And he apologizes for being a little shithead, which he is, mind you, but he's our little shithead. Disney XD scenes aside, David and me reminisce on his dumbassery assuredly enough to astound even our father, who would still whip us in a game of dominoes to steal our lunch money. I tell him we're going back to help Kate, who decided to enter a Red Cross era of her life, an episode after she wanted to dip as fast as possible. But David says he can't do it before starting to walk away. I tell this fucker if he doesn't get his brown Afghani genociding, neck like Post Malone, cowboy looking ass back, he's a bitch for real. Anyways, the rest of us make our way back to Richmond, leaving David to wallow in his misery. We come back to the side of Alexander and his companion cavalry rolling through like this was Persia with Jesus at his head. I climb up to open the gate using my supreme deductive skills to press every button randomly until the gate opens. After Napoleon leads the counterattack at Waterloo, me and Clem go looking for Kate as we see she even plugged the hole in the wall, saving Richmond, completing her character development. Aside from a potential death scene that would leave her immortalized as a hero. We see she switched sides, and after 30 minutes of Clementine's cluelessness is on full display, but she eventually sees her too. I'm left with a decision reminiscent of episode 1 and, depending on your choices, episode 2, which lacks the feel of the first 2 seasons because of Kate's glaring lack of urbanness. Gabe appears and begins to grieve and, hey, look at this guy, decided to come back. Finally, we get a new dun with hopeful lighting on a picture Why the fuck is this bitch ruining a perfectly good memorial? Or the hell is her grave? I gotta go number 2. I placed the martyr of Richmond on the board who died off screen in the worst way possible aside from Ava, of course. Maybe she should have just come with us first to get Gabe and then went back to Richmond. But there's about as much common sense in this game as Telltale has decisions that matter, although to be fair, in this standalone season, choices did mostly matter, I'm not gonna lie. In fact, after Gabe tells me, oh man, don't you wish you would have found out what happened if you replayed the game so we can get a better runtime? I know I would. I get outside to Conrad reading Revelations 4:20, a book Francine recommended him, as I am astonished a determinate character is actually determinate and potentially can live. Jesus proceeds to suck me off, thinking I came back to save this community out of the goodness of my heart. Yeah, that's what I did. Until he ordains me as this town's new leader, which immediately puts all the evangelists into my corner, giving me the power base I need to secure the next election. A second determinate character list? Nah, there's no way Telltale worked on this game. He says he's going to try and live and look for something to live for until Clementine threatens to operate on his kneecaps if she doesn't tell her where AJ is before he promptly informs us that Uncle Phil got his hands on the kid first. Oh god, we have to go quickly before he becomes permanently traumatized.
A real working ranch. That would be...
Clem informs us of her impending departure and wants me to do one more thing to give first season fans a reason to buy this game. As I'm cutting her hair, she tells me how she's gonna miss Gabe and I have the opportunity of sabotaging my trust with Gabe. Clem asks if I think AJ will remember her. Yeah, not with that haircut, he won't. Looking like you're about to walk into the local Walmart and cause a communist uprising because you couldn't read the batteries not included in the vibrator you just bought. She doesn't think she was a good mom before I quickly reassure her she was by giving her a freebie of a question. She asks me how I survived after I was forced to give up baseball. What? Listen, I know sports are important to a lot of people and all, but I don't think you'd be bonsai charging off the edge of the Empire State Building, because you were kicked from the league. I give her her hat back to stop her from getting bullied next season, coming soon, by the way, as we send her off looking like she's about to walk into the boardroom getting ready to fire 3 single mothers, 2 new fathers, and a Holocaust victim to increase company profits by 0.2% as we wave goodbye to her. And this season's story ending off season 3. Now, I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty good. I mean, I might be biased because choices mattered this game, but aside from episode 2, the story made sense and I personally enjoyed it. In any case, check out my other content if you enjoyed, and for season 4 I'm gonna be posting this giant 5 episodes in 1 video coming out in the next couple of weeks to cap off The Walking Dead on crack. So subscribe to stay tuned for that. Now let's get into the decisions. 91% of us aren't heartless, 52% of us are secret psychopaths, 22% of us told Kate you're either fucking David or yourself, although in my case it was by accident. 57% of us are our average TCLR subscribers. For episode 5 now, 54% of us wanted all the smoke, as all decisions evidently led to the same outcome. 37% of us actually wanted the smoke, 64% of us have a sizable investment into OnlyFans, 53% if you deserve the gallows or guillotine, your choice, and for our relationships, our Clementine became a trusted fighter. Me and David were brotherly, me and Kate would have been close until I started looking at the 3 dots like it was the AT&T girl. Gabe was considerate, Trip died in the trenches of Ukraine it seems. Why Z of all things? Eleanor's relationship didn't really work out considering the fact she betrayed us before Matrix dodging accountability. Ava always won for a fight, joined Russia's high command before a drone strike RKO'd her to hell. Lingard is alive, so fantastic. Maybe this heroin addict has time to repent for his sins. Conrad did the impossible and survived to the end after a determined scene. Jesus likes us, and Clint is missing in action. Knowing Telltale, of course, that probably means he's dead. We get a post-credits scene where boss bitch Clem is running around like she owns the place. As we find out, there will be a season 4. I mean, to be fair, there almost wasn't. In any case, I'll see you all in the next video. Peace. I was utterly perplexed on what could be expected when I booted up a stream of The Walking Dead final season to my audience of TCLR subscribers, shitting myself in pure terror pre-stream. My pre-game defecation was rendered moot, however, as suffice to say I felt a little something come out the tip watching my chat's performance. Those engaged in my unorthodox playthrough of The Walking Dead Season 4 on crack had the misfortune of witnessing firsthand the defiled mental state of what running on Monster Energy at 2 AM does to a motherfucker. With the difficulty of staying alive matching that of holding back a torrential downpour while someone thoroughly tickles my cockhole in conjunction with watching Ben Shapiro's sister engage in the NFL Combine.
If they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets gassed first.
Compounded with every death resulting in a failed save, leaving me to fear I had accidentally installed a Todd Howard brainchild.
All of this just works.
And without video game journalist difficulty being an option, I was out of luck with my goose cooked by Quay at this point, leaving me more shocked than the Grand Wizard of the KKK experiencing 4K for the first time. With that being said, after the first 3 seasons of The Walking Dead, I got one more in me, so let's go smoke some crack off the best character in the entire series' ass, and play The Walking Dead Season 4 on crack. When the dead started walking, I had a tea party in my treehouse. I was 8 years old, fuck you expect me to do? Until a deity named Lee decided to take me under his wing. Lee helped other NPCs as well. After Doug's goatsy technique failed to kerfuffle the walkers, Lee ordained him to death, and so it was. Lily was jealous of her secondary place in Lee's harem, and killed Carly for monopoly over the famed Lee log. Lee said he'd rather give a wood chipper anal than see Lily again. He eventually decided this mortal realm lacked his standards in urbanness and left this primordial plane. TCLR's cheeks were being parted like Moses did the Red Sea in the comments when he didn't shoot Lee, almost as much as when he claimed weed wasn't sticky.
What world is weed sticky? It's not even fucking sticky.
So he enlisted Lee's urban powers to rewind time and kill him to satiate the critics. We don't talk about Season 2.
Whatever it was, it got you good.
But we got Carver Jr., so that's nice. Jane decided infanticide was a worthy trade-off to teach me a lesson. The lesson being Kenny was sick and deranged for getting mad that Jane murdered an infant. How Telltale thought anyone would side with her, I'll never know, because with my lethargy to the situation and Clem currently enthralled by an iPad playing Cocomelon in front of her, we forgot to shoot. AJ was alive and knowing what they'd done, assuredly attributed to Jane now identifying as transgender post-mortem since they couldn't possibly imply Kenny somehow being just as guilty of leaving an infant in a blizzard as Jane. Then, I proceeded to let the new frontier cook, and remarkably, making up for the dog shit that was Season 2 with a return to urban form. I would regale you with my search for AJ, but that's a flashback later in the game, so just know I reacquired the child, and now I try to fill a fraction of the TCLR subscriber schlong-sized shoes Lee left. I'm all AJ has, and he's all I have, and as I wet myself from that line, I notice this water looks like a bloater. Pinned comment, by the way. We passed by an Amaranth subscriber who heard she got off on this road last week to tinkle, as this hat looks like it came up to Jada Smith like. Clementine, still 17 by the way, livestream was thirsty enough as is, finds AJ prepping for the ultimate Russian roulette technique. This little shit, believing he's grown, fails to detect the sarcasm in my voice, asking if I'd like a quick death. His stomach registers a 6 on the Richter scale and he claims he's hungry. Hungry for knowledge, now catch up on your reading, Huey Freeman. The book only strengthens his resolve for sustenance, to which I provide with some toy broccoli, but he can't stand the microplastics as I'm forced to give him the last of our actual reserves. We arrive at a train station and knowing the last one had one of my boys, we decide to investigate. As we leave the car that the high school bully had in every 80s movie, I equip AJ with a knife and with no constable showing up to inspect my paperwork. I can conclude from that we still reside in the US of A. As I embark on my quest, I need to gear up, determining another toy legume is instrumental to helping us defeat the Walker threat before grabbing the canteen and crowbar for backup should my vegetable flail fail. My previous British fears were dismissed rather quickly as we see a bell where the writer says he'll tear me a new asshole in my face if I don't ring it before approaching.
What does it mean?
It means our current location is currently the southern United States. I find a walker and hit him with the only thing Jane was good for as AJ culturally appropriates a Slav.
Still here. No bites.
I would hope not, unless the walkers have developed detachable jaws. Less time would be wasted had an MMO fan walked out of their den and informed me.
Still here.
No pussy.
Hey, Lee, you know how to pick a lock, right?
No. Why would you say that?
Well, you're, urban?
It seems they've added Shift Q to their repertoire, Telltale on the cutting edge of gameplay as always. After that taxing task of pressing 2 buttons, I decide to test AJ on what to do when hitting a lick and leave no witnesses. Won't have to adhere to that rule today. Romeo and Juliet tied their hands together and decided to commit the YouTube demonetizer with rat poison. How much rat poison do you need to demonetize yourself? It's like the fact 300,000 bananas will kill you. Well, that's fantastic. I'll let Kirby know the informative news. I have 2 options. Let AJ risk his life by going through the window, or disrespecting the dead's wishes and kill them before swiping their— well, they ain't dead yet. I make quick work despite the second activating the Sharingan mid-stab and expeditiously walk into the room with AJ wanting a new home, despite the fact this would at best go for $50 million in New York. The products are inedible as unfortunately we weren't quick enough to stop Shrek from sexually satisfying himself on every object in the room.
Fuck.
You must have lost your goddamn mind!
You said it, kiddo.
Shit, fuck.
Bro's literally me the day after I got my 360. The can rolls and we discover a trap door. Now, while it may seem like we're about to meet the Skeever King again, there's actually immense supplies untouched by Shrek's fart furry fetish Rule 34 porn. Believe me, we'll get to that later. Regrettably, the Taliban seems to have used this as a hideout from US airstrikes, and the explosion came armed with an alarm that repeatedly states Rob DeSantis' base, attracting every Twitter user to our location, and we're forced to move. We get to the car, but a walker wants to tell us the perks of getting shell shock in Iraq for 6 months, countering with the fact I already have a shitty car before somehow starting said car without a key. I get to play in first person, which spooks me as I almost waste another 30 minutes of my life and we get rolling into a goddamn tree as Clem provides an ironclad case for Saudi lawmakers, climbing through the car, grabbing the key as she continues to fuel the stereotype of women and driving. How the hell is that going to fix the engine? After a brazen attack on physics and the laws of nature, seriously, someone explain to me how the car didn't make the IRA stand in allegiance right there. As I continue to shit myself in pure terror since Clem is still behind the wheel, the army recruiter comes back. AJ, shoot! After being unable to feed him perk 30s in time, I pass out. One memeable intro later, I awaken all patched up and worried the army recruiters have forced me into a barracks in northern Syria. They're not asking anymore, it seems. Hydrogen peroxide. Excellent. Just in case I need to demonetize myself, a superior option to driving a 2015 Toyota Camry. I grab the strap-on Thanos used when discussing balance after massacring everyone Gamora's ever known and force open the door, hiding after AJ made in a sweatshop in Bangladesh comes through, foiling their plans of attempting to sub in another while taking the superior option for themselves. Batman arrives, and knowing the danger my shins are in if he finds out I took an illegal turn when escaping the train station, I cooperate, acting like a regular law-abiding civilian.
What's wrong with your face, baby? Yikes!
were in pretty rough shape when we found you.
As is your haircut. Yikes! No way you walked out the barber shop thinking that shit looked immaculate. The American in every Japanese game informs me that Ten, the kid I scarred for life, was the one tasked with my recovery as Marlon asks if I know how to handle myself. Nah, I just got lucky with surviving all this time. Omar, best character in the series, dare I say, is carrying lumber wood while Vi just got done listening to a deep, thought-provoking song on how parents just don't get the struggles she has to face in middle school. We hear the misfortunate news that the car is totaled, so we're kinda stuck here with kids who just walk up and stare at you, awaiting the prime opportunity to pop the question.
You got games on your phone?
Bro could track herd movements better than any satellite dish can. The man who single-handedly caused the mullet rate in America to decline to historic lows is in charge of all the other kids at this school, so it's safe to assume they've been isolated since the entire Walker fiasco started. Erickson's boarding school for troubled youth. Fuck, one of you's a serial killer, aren't you? He welcomes me before I quickly disappoint him, proclaiming I've never stabbed my mom before, as Marlon is forced to deal with the Walker threat. I go looking for AJ as the bane of all food reserves introduced herself, telling me that AJ tried to give her a taste of her own medicine and bit her. I calm the situation down by addressing her by all her perceived pronouns, fee, fi, fo, and fum. Bitch will wipe up any edible mess single-handedly, cutting into Mr. Clean's profit shares. I arrive and inform the perpetrator to reform, else I intoxicate myself with the belt on again. Jaden Smith, I'm your biggest fan. Jaden with dreads briefs me on Huey's true motives, which prove to be quite sinister as he threatens him about sneak-ups again, on gang. Dude's got the epitome of school schlumper drip, putting the Columbine guys out of business. Enough game to crash the industry like Atari roast from their slumber, although the hospitality seems to be quite lacking. But he's shocked when I give AJ the 10mm and Dorfschmeckled, realizing the previous threat was backed with a mighty bite. After the perks, of course. Of course, I'm fairly certain Jaden is anti-guns in real life, so at least the writers did the research. Unlike... Oh god, if you didn't think this was bad, let's go live to someone who just accomplished the gargantuan task of reading the first chapter.
There were...
Dude wastes no time putting his training from Demon Riz Academy to good use, as even my panties were drenched while playing this before he tutors AJ on the technique of performing a banger tune on the piano. Marlon arrives and concludes Hawkeye isn't enough, calling on the rest of the Avengers as we take our Urbanators and go to work. We have to save a hunting party pinned on the outskirts as Violet blames me for breaking their nirvana. One more word and I take away your black eyeliner, young lady. She seems fairly disrespectful, but Jaden has enough charisma for the both of them. The fact he wields a chair leg to battle is evidence of that. A chair leg he knows how to use. Bro might as well be packing heat with those maneuvers. Of course, Clem is not one to be outdone as we obtain undeniable proof Home Alone and its sequel are collectibles located in the academy. We meet back up with the hunting party as Violet gets on to telling me her spiel about it not being a phase and a devil worshipper is who she truly is. Sim, too busy complaining about how he's sick of the cleanup, gets jumped by a walker begging for help as he needs to be saved by me, sitting there in abject horror as I flex my mastery. The walker is forced onto the ground and being under 3 feet tall, activates this pit bull's toddler sense as he immediately performs his God-given duty and feasts. He almost jumps me, but in combination of my standing tall like a bear attacked and Marlon confirming my age is over the age of 3 is enough to calm its predator instincts. Sim, after acting like a pussy, in front of the bitches, oh god, somebody put him on suicide watch, tries to play it off, reaching the bargaining stage of grief in record time. He attempts to relieve the attention on his self, explaining to Marlon that the safe zone must be expanded else we recreate the potato famine, getting into an argument and he gets sunned. Again, in front of them. Jaden hands out post-mission grades after this Bayonetta level as I get myself another achievement. I arrive back and AJ terminates his bloodline right then and there. His kid's about to turn up to the special ed class like a direct deposit right from the womb with that hit. Being a teenage boy, I call him a bitch as he's forced to tough it out in front of the opposite sex and tells me to control my kid. Bro even forgot his name after dropping his ass. That's absolutely freezing cold. We deduce the optimal strategy is to work our way up to apologizing as I let AJ know know our situation is critical at this conjuncture, and our only option is to suck them off profusely or we get kicked out of not just the crazy school, but in all likelihood life in general. Mitch is acting cool and disrespectful as I'm fairly certain his heart is about to explode from his chest seeing a semi-attractive girl his age who doesn't talk about space constellations for the first time, with AJ performing the wingman role admirably, giving him the opportunity he needs to flex, claiming this little magic trick is somehow able to fuck up some monsters. How exactly? I don't know, maybe it's a scare tactic like, or this next trick, I will make my boyfriend disappear. I'm pregnant. Done the bell! A 6-year-old swearing is sufficient to convince them to side with AJ. Omar is cooking as this man proves himself lethal with a kebab stick. Best character in the game. Normally a kebab would go $5.99, but for you, my friend, $4.99. The man is doing God's work. AJ then apologizes to Rosie, of whom he mistook for a Snickers bar mere moments ago, as she graciously accepts said apology, even calling him sugar. I get to a sim who seems to be chronicling his wizardry failures as AJ swipes the diary and purses through until a sim implores him to give it back. Keep reading, AJ.
Saved my life. I F-worded up and looked like a fool.
I knew it. I arrived to Violet in 10 as I apologized to the man wielding a cum birthmark for almost ruining the other half of his face as we learn his lore. After getting branded by the Nickelodeon logo when he was 3, he lost his 2 sisters just last year after a hunting accident gone wrong, but not gone sexual, so it wasn't a YouTube video at least. But this deep and intricate backstory is more than enough to satiate AJ, who seems to have made himself a friend. We're introduced to Brody, informing me that she's an ally before putting her hand up and saying she stands with us. AJ must have seen me putting the skills in at the back of the Walmart the other day. What can I say? Crack is expensive and Neil hasn't exactly de-Susanified yet. As he gets down on his knees and begs Marlon to not kick us out for his contraceptive acts, to which Marlon thankfully agrees. We all gather around the communal diner and prepare to dive right into the biological waste Omar just synthesized, but AJ does not care for his mortal health. If his body was a temple, it would be of some run-down religion centuries ago that would take archaeologists millennia just to excavate.
You wanna know how I got these scars?
Rosie seems disgusted, not at AJ, but at the fact that the food looks like it's stuck to the bowl somehow, and excuses herself from this toxic blizzard from Dairy Queen slop, leaving the 3 others that matter to play some cards. It's the game of war, and whoever wins gets to ask me a question, to which I am contractually obligated to answer with the highest of accuracies. AJ finally finds a friend and decides to remark on how he obtained these scars, meaning Telltale is about to get raunchy. Violet wins and uses her incredible deductive skills to find out me and AJ are not related because he is black and I am not. Hold on, what's this? Clem is black? On stream when I was told that, believing it to be misinformation of the highest caliber, and as I got to proving my mental superiority on stream...
It's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is...
Go! Okay, even I'm not brave enough to finish that joke. Yeah, apparently she's canonically half black, half Asian, even though it looks like she slid out the uterus with 800 as a credit score.
Whose goddamn white baby is that?
This is your baby, okay? He's just light-skinned.
That one might be mine. That one right there. I'm not totally sure. Just because you name him Darren don't mean he belonged to Darren. But I don't care what this baby's name is. This baby is rice-skinned, but not light-skinned. That is a white child. That is Caucasian from the mountains of Caucasus.
I suppose that must mean the milkman was white. I win and am able to ask the next question. What are your opinions on minorities? Everyone should be allowed the modicum of respect and human decencies as is outlined in the Bill of Rights. Quite right, my dear anorexic friend. We are, after all, of the species Homo sapiens, and petty quabbles like this are detrimental to human development and pursuit of knowledge. Jaden secures an admirable victory and shows why AJ had to be withdrawn from the conversation in its entirety, with Violet enraged at him shooting his shot, evidently from the parking lot at Staples Center. I decide to tell them about the Nick/Ben who had redeeming qualities, even though we all know the average TCLR subscriber Javi was the real catch. Marlon inquires on who used to take care of me before responding with the chosen one, he who does not need life, the one who urbans, all of which immediately sends shivers down everybody's spines, blows the prostates of every living being, including the walkers outside.
Grossest thing you've ever eaten. It's pretty easy. Horse eyeballs.
Slugs. I broke my ribs to suck my own dick one time.
I ate a guy's leg once.
What? What? I succeeded in that test of speed. Fuck you mean you ate a guy's leg once?
Out of the four of us, who do you think is gonna die first?
If I didn't play this game before, easy money's on Jaden. He proceeds to ask me where my dad is in retaliation, ending this game as I take AJ and leave with Jaden's Riz meter reaching critically low levels. If his Riz meter was the Celsius scale, he'd make Antarctica seem like Calabasas. Marlon comes and wants to reiterate he can't be racist because he's got a black best friend before showing me where we can slumber for the night. AJ detects art supplies and...
What's an artist?
Someone who got bamboozled out of 200 grand to become an art teacher. Violet arrives and says she needs something from the closet. Well, considering my chat's composition, make yourself nice and comfy. I'm fairly certain you're not coming out of there in this video. She wants the art supplies from AJ, which belong to Sophie. Yeah, fuck them kids, bro. You finish drawing your little Joker paint on and I'll be taking that, unless you want me to tell Batman you jaywalked. Violet's infuriated I stood where she stood as Sophie was Picasso with Minerva as Michael Jackson on the floor. It seems despite the possible conservative leaning of my stream, Violet still might escape the clutches of the closet after all, and we learn how the scouting party suffered a 50% casualty rate in their final mission outside the safe zone. After their successful LARP of Halo Reach, there was a perceived lack of bitches, making Violet sick of the sausage fest, claiming she's just happy to have another dual-wielding X-chromosome companion as our bond grows closer.
Not exactly like a people person.
Ain't no way. I'll slap my scrotum and call it volleyball. You had me fooled. That attire and demeanor screams my conversations of the word count of a first grader's essay. I lie to her cause the stream is picking the ship and the results are inconclusive as of now, with AJ showing off his paint. Okay, well, better keep this dude away from the Weimar Republic because no way you're making it as an artist. Contrary to AJ's belief, this painting would only reduce the value of our property, and my persistent bullying of the 6-year-old sends Fraud Ross into a temper tantrum. I confirm EDP has been known to roam underneath bedsides, convincing him to sleep on the mattress as we log off for the night and begin the next day anew. Our recruitment results are coming in today as I tell AJ not to do anything stupid. Ten is playing with his plastic toys and...
That one's a policeman. She's gonna save the day. These were the people who protected us.
After finding out they died, AJ gives 10 an L plus ratio plus smoking on that public services pack, that's on gang, plus you got symbiote on your face. Enraging 10 as I force Huey Freeman to apologize. After a picture of Marlon and Lewis solving races, uh-oh.
What the dog doing?
Thankfully, Marlon intervenes, letting Rosie know I'm not for and that Rosie doesn't bite. I tell Rosie to piss off before I raise my arm another 15 degrees and get this video banned in Germany as she complies. Setting up on that suspiciously toddler-sized bed, assuredly setting up Hunt in the natural habitat of her prey. When the walker sprouted up, the headmaster and entire staff dipped post-haste, and honestly, I can't blame him. My ass would be doing the Naruto run the second I heard about flesh-eating zombies. He requests to indoctrinate us into his cult, to which we graciously accept after learning they are not signatories of the Geneva Protocols as I get my first mission to go out on a hunting party. He gives me the rundown on the sacred texts, with the greenhouse being severely overrun and abandoned even though it provided a consistent supply of food. Unless you got Poison Ivy in there trying to concoct a dildo to compete with the least well-endowed TCLR subscriber, I fail to see how that abandonment's a brilliant idea. He gives me the choice to fish with Violet or hunt with Lewis, a critical decision that will determine the outcome of the game. It's a Telltale game, I'll just ask chat. And after an I'm not racist, see I even high-five black kids media stunt you see someone on a presidential ticket do to dispel the rumors, we get going. A sim will accompany us to give a crippling debuff, helping to counterbalance Clem's urbanness. Lewis claims he watched the Ninja Turtles, confirming it was the 2003 series, immediately getting infused with every urban power imaginable. A sim makes the attempt to get his standing up and tells Lewis Marlon's already got enough on his plate trying to prevent his first dog from mauling the other children, but Jaden Smith's charisma goes into overdrive, a character that would make anybody question their sexuality. A walker appears to be caught in our rabbit trap, and me and Lewis see if any candy pops out, but it turns out to be that intro scene from We Happy Few, quickly making my way to a sim before I get called a Downy, which, well, thinking back, that could have potentially been interpreted as a slur against Down syndrome if it came out today. We get a baby rabbit as the writers really outplayed themselves, with both sides being equally retarded. Release it or eat it. The only two choices. Why not keep it and have them breed for a consistent food source? So I decide to snap its neck to show AJ what it takes to be a stepper. Being a Telltale game, we arrive at the shack anyways to find it ransacked with somebody quite literally smoking the Jesus pack on gang. Brody and Violet arrive, affirming that funky smell is because they were hunting and not scissoring, as we determine all our food stores have been wiped out. You put your food stores in this storage shack miles away from your home base instead of your main camp. Because why? With the frying of her and my last brain cell, Brody loses it and reverts back to a COD Black Ops 1 squeaker on the mic when he goes 0-40, and as Cartman says,
"Screw you guys, I'm going home."
As AJ correctly rectifies Jaden Smith on his incorrect statement, as his veganism may have ventured into unhealthy territory right there. I enlighten them on the train station that hopefully still has enough food, even though a frag grenade exploded at point blank range, but it is our only hope as of now. We arrive as I let them know one misclick and I have to restart the entire episode, and with stakes at its highest, we determine Lou is capable of taking the cowbell and Alistar emoting on top of the train car while we sneak through. He throws out some heat, ridiculing the walkers to the point I'm half expecting the Golden Gate Bridge to be locked down due to an uptick in cannonballing as we get inside. See the two walkers who will become vital in episode 5 and begin filling our packs. Unfortunately, we have company. Hold on. Hair loss, lost teeth, neck beard, fucked up eyes. It's a heroin addict. After he evidently just got done snorting jet fuel, he confirms he's here to rob me. I can't take that against my honor, good sir, draw your sword. And it's not because he looks like he said it's hero time and transformed into a Ben 10 alien, but because I'd rather get my ass beat by Eugenia Cooney in the boxing ring in front of an international audience than dare to disrespect Crack Nation by losing a one-on-one to a heroin abuser. AJ acquits the gang of crack admirably as I take that opportunity to attack said heroin Untermenschen, or whatever the Germans call people who weren't German, who gets bit while shoving him into a pit of walkers. You see this? With all the noise he's making, more are bound to show up, right? Remember this. We quickly make our escape, floating like butterflies and stinging like bees. Walkers can't catch me because I can't read. I don't think I got that right. We arrive back to a distraught Brody attempting to convince Marlon that despite her name and masculine features, she isn't rocking a chody, but he isn't convinced. We come back with enough food to last a fortnight, being hailed as heroes, with Mitch making an incredibly astute observation. Omar couldn't be included because he's violently masturbating to the cooking he can now do with all these supplies at his disposal, of course, and even more goodness would just ruin the scene anyways from pure euphoria. Brody sticks to the point that we went outside the safe zone and met a heroin addict, and with her blood pressure reaching critical mass, I calm her down before her arteries explode, informing the passing of the heroin addict.
Attacked him? What the fuck?
Marlon attempts to break it up before he gets cut up in another DV case, with Brody acting like I killed her mom until her and Marlon go to the basement, evidently blackmailing him into sexual intercourse. Everyone is too freaked out to play today, so we watch as Ten cooks up a masterpiece, proving himself Picasso with the tool, and draws a fairly good rendition of me and AJ. After correcting me in that capitalism has no place in our great UV Tubia and hail Comrade Neil, AJ tries to act nice and tough, scouring the premises, ensuring mine and his safety.
Can I stay up?
You must have lost your goddamn mind.
AJ enjoys it here, although he hasn't enjoyed learning from our cookbook in the car, it seems, and after reflecting on our time at Turnabout Ranch and the evil Dr. Phil, we go through the proper technique when running up on ops and go to sleep. I wake up hours later to sounds coming out of the pipes and tell AJ to stay in bed, hoping the It monster stops its hunt before the age of 17 and eventually find the source coming from the cellar. I sneak up on the lovebirds, whipping out my schmeat in the process until I hear they've already speed ran their redneck relationship and reached the DV arc. Unfortunately, the clap from my dummy-thick TCLR subscriber-induced ass cheeks alerted them to my presence, foiling my predatory plans. Unfortunately, suffering from success is indeed a thing, as Brody gets to cooking, and cook she did, with a 3-course meal of how the heroin addict was part of a group we took the twins, 10 sisters, and that they did not in fact die from a walker attack as they've previously claimed. Everything starts to make sense now, from Brody freaking out from earlier, Marlon freaking out that Brody was freaking out. As the plot thickens, the sauce gets spicier, the tea gets even more scalding, the pineapple buffed semen even sweeter as all the pieces fall into place, making sense of why past the safe zone is Mordor to these guys. Holy shit, DV. Ah, she's fine, she'll just walk it up.
God damn it, help!
Fuck you mean help? You might as well enlist Carlos's help at this point for all the good that's gonna do.
Whatever it was, it got you good.
There's a first aid kit down here somewhere, right?
First aid kit?
I'm
what the fuck is you talking about?
What the fuck was that?
Brody, before dying, has mustered up just enough energy to say the only reason Marlon let us stay is because he'll offer us up to the ops if they come a-knocking again. Marlon takes this opportunity to go for a double kill and locks me into the cellar with Brody, who's 5 minutes away from turning into the personification of the virus that'll get this video demonetized. It's COVID, I don't even give a fuck. In this horror section, which would be scary if I didn't know that I'd only have to repeatedly tap Q when the jump scare occurs. Never mind, it's the right arrow key.
Daring today, aren't we?
I use a ruler to now repeatedly tap Q, but Clem is about as good at lockpicking as Dylan Brooks is at basketball and fumbles before I have to kill Brody and get out to see AJ swinging around. That motherfucking thing, having thankfully consumed the perks this time around. Marlon lies about Brody until I show up.
My death was greatly exaggerated.
He attempts to use my bloody hands as proof, ignoring the blood on his forehead as Marlon takes the momentary lapse in the 6-year-old's judgment to swipe his gun.
Objection! Objection!
Jaden Smith is not picking a side until he picks a side after I tell him 6 feet deep is too shallow. Not even that, but even Omar has sided with us, God bless.
Odin, it's with us!
I have no idea why everyone just sided with us all of a sudden. It's still my word against his, but I am a love interest to like half the students, and they are teenagers. Really didn't expect them to think with the head on their shoulders. Marlon decides to finally admit what he did, a crucial mistake since half the cast had an intimate relationship to the twins, as I take the momentary grief to determine he isn't about that life after all. Swipe his stiffy and make him throw up the soup we fed him, reminiscent of Mr. Krabs unrewatching the movie of the guy in that one episode. Finally, he's disarmed and agrees to join us in figuring out how to deal with this clusterfuck of a situation.
Damn, you hit that nigga so hard to replay 3 different times!
I didn't hesitate.
Just my luck, he blossoms into a crip the moment we needed him to show restraint as AJ really shot a ginger unjustly. I guess orange really is the new black. Speak for yourself. Me and AJ next episode gonna be going for gold. Next episode, I come down with a case of I done fucked up, all letters capitalized. AJ is doing the let me be an exceptional son so I don't get beat when mom gets a call from school later routine and performs it masterfully.
I'm surprised you remember how to make it.
You put it in hot water.
Oh yeah, it's not as if I'm trying to define the Copenhagen interpretation to a 3rd grader, Clementine.
Am I a murderer?
AJ, you are without a doubt in my soul a murderer. We cut back to after he revealed Marlon's third eye, confirming the Illuminati's existence.
Get medicine from the nurse's office.
What? Jaden Smith is bewildered, saying stuff like this what eating meat does to a motherfucker, and you murdered him. Yeah, you're going to the Yakuza as the first pick in the next gang draft. Violet, for some reason, defends us, although it's probably because that display of urbanness had her thoroughly convinced we are in fact the main characters and wants to join the winning side.
This time one of us does something this kid doesn't like. Should we expect a bullet too?
That's not what happened.
That's exactly what happened. After being told to calm down after witnessing his best friend's brain matter pour out, we decide to help AJ atone for his miss.
For God's sake, someone help me with this!
Help you with what? The man's dead!
Whatever it was, it got you good.
Mitch tells us to hold our horses before letting him know the only thing he'll be holding is my TCLR subscriber-induced horse cock and to let us through. For some unknown reason, we are invited to the funeral. This can't be good.
Everyone's going to be upset. We need to show them we care, okay?
Got it. Let's go, team. Excellent work, AJ. Hold that pose. Most disliked video, here I... Okay, hold on, let me get the dog. There we go. Most disliked video, here I come. We show up, and shockingly, it doesn't go over well. We know why Violet sided with us, at least. I mean, after Marlon traded the sisters for less money than SpongeBob was sold to the slave market for. Bitch. Say that louder, I didn't hear you. Mitch makes some valid points despite the molding, and now it's AJ's time to shine.
Murderer. But I'm gonna,
Atone.
Yeah, atone it.
Fuck, I can't listen to this.
We absolutely did it, the quickest dislike in YouTube history. Mitch decides to rally the populace to a vote, which we are critical of considering our combined ethnicity is 75% black.
Way to settle this, or we'll be arguing forever.
At your service, my king.
Please don't kick us out.
Us? Nah, you killed him, bro. I'm sending you to Bel Air. Bro starts assaulting the walls, furious that they didn't accept his apology. Violet comes in to tell us the news as AJ seems to be mistaken about due process.
Seriously? That's it? You know this is fucking wrong, and you're not gonna fight it at all?
Actually, I half expected to have a bullet in my head right now. This is an absolute best case scenario. Jaden Smith fails to realize that our Second Amendment right is enshrined in the Constitution, and unless he wants me to recreate Columbine, fucker better brush up on his US history. We also decide to leave that yee-ass drawing for reasons that need no elaboration. Will we get another car? No, probably not ever again. Aw man, my shoes are gonna break again. It's fine, as long as the bonus and showing we can still keep going. This is why I love season 4. The writing actually makes sense, finally. Back in season 2, Kenny was supposed to be the bad guy because he was pissed that Jane murdered an infant. But all of this right here makes absolute sense. Violet is pissed her scissor partner was sold into slavery. Jaden despises the fact we killed his BFF. And AJ and me are pissed we're getting kicked out of relative safety after defending ourselves.
This day is gonna come for everybody.
Let's get going. The sun will set soon.
How do you know?
It's setting right now. We have to hide as someone approach. Ain't no fucking way. This man might as well have been fed to the locusts. How the hell are you alive? I come out of nowhere and hit him with the if dinner isn't ready when I come home mock punch to the dome, but we have a rifle to the back of our head, so that didn't amount to much. The heroin addict acts like Dylan Brooks now that he's winning, and AJ decides it's best to come out now, instead of before this woman stuck up on me. Mystery woman asks about Marlon, to whom I inform of his Cyclops cosplay gone wrong. I wake up. Hold on. Is this your heroin wife? Looking like she's about one neck scratch away from asking me for $5 for quote-unquote food in a restaurant located at the back of a Walmart. Lily, what happened? Tate might be right. Lose your dad and all semblance of stability just collapses. She might be considered hot if you're fresh out of prison, but that collapse is monumental. She picks me up and deduces Lee is dead before holding a grudge against me because of Lee leaving her on the side of the road after she popped Carly for daring to mention she might need therapy. She tells me to leave AJ assuredly so she can sell him to a Catholic priest for bank, and says she wants to take all of us kids to Delta, who've made Nirvana on Earth with solar panels, non-GMO foods, and other turn-ons that Jaden himself would personally get a boner for. Well, it sounds like a real philanthropic organization. Oh hell no, you just replaced 2010 Subaru and free college with food and water. You won't get me, military. I tell them I ain't no snitch as I see Violet and Jaden aiming, firing, and whiffing as the heroin addict snipes Jaden with the sawed-off from the parking lot somehow. Eventually, I duck weave and bob to a group of walkers which we use to elude our pursuer. I might have not thought this through enough. I take out walker after what? Stop, let me kill the what? No. Why say long word when small word good, I guess. He distracts the walking sacks of meat as we make our way to his base camp where we pluck out the bullets from this bloater from Last of Us looking belly, pinned comment. He stops the bleeding with duct tape. Well, it's still much better medical work than Carlos or Rosie for that matter. Bro is from a group that cosplays as walkers, essentially the furries of this universe, but ones that don't deserve execution. The man shockingly didn't want to be a part of that life and left. He gives me an apple that touched Walker's skin. Food is food, I guess. He removes his mask, forcing me to remind chat that this dude is probably 17 and to stop the flood of emojis. Apparently my child trafficking remark wasn't too far off from before, as they take children and force them to fight their wars for them. They must be scraping the barrel if they need actual children to fight for them. Who could they possibly be up against? It all makes sense now. Yeah, Delta's lost. You're just holding off the inevitable. Pack your bags, it's Jover. The man has a walker fetish and wants me to let them live. You weird as hell, man. Bro's from DC though, so it makes sense. We make an indomitable plan which boils down to go back to the school and beg for medicine, which we enact the next day. The dude who's eaten his fair share of bugs this morning fires and wet like on Brooks. I ask Walker Boner if he wants to stay with us, but
not ready.
Jaden comes out as I collapse after carrying the entire story on my back for the last 4 seasons, and we get inside, but it's not looking good for him since no other doctor has showed up, and we have to let Carlos's disciple go to work. I tell him to piss in Fear's ear before leaving to get starting on the digging. Violet ponders my relations with the woman as I tell her Lee and Kenny just awakened their urban powers. Okay. Her dad was not racist. He hated Lee because he was a condemned murderer. There's no way that one comment from season 1 got the whole squad believing Larry was racist. I explained the plan of the Raiders and their war with Javi's group and how they need every man they can get their hands on to stave off Javi's offensive. It's a good thing I'm a veteran of the siege of Richmond though, as I tell her to let me cook and we plan out our defenses. Barbed wires, hold the walls, and set up the school to make Vietnam look like spring break in Cancun. The only problem is the greenhouse, which was overrun and has the barbed wire inside. I was about to elect a search and rescue team until Mitch barges in like Vince McMahon, thinking that the commune actually adheres to democratic decisions. Listen, I'm about one prayer to Lee away from smiting you from this plane of existence. I suggest you get down on your knees and make Rosie feel insecure. He thinks we're part of the Raider. They shot AJ. Why would they do that?
No. Maybe he shot one of their friends.
Oh, that's actually an ironclad defense now that I think about it. We elect to send a search party to get the barbed wire with me, Mitch, and Rosie as I get to Jaden making amends. Also, for some reason at this stage, me and chat were pondering, as you do, about whether Rule 34 is actually true. And one thing led to another, and for some reason I ended up searching if someone was deranged enough to do Clem and Lily. Now, while there were 226 posts about Clementine, that is, somehow, better than I figured, considering there's no Clem and Lily as far as I know. And I'm not about to go through the 226 posts to make sure, because I'm about 99% certain that half of these posts were made in Season 1, and with no bleach near me, for the eyes of course, I'm not about to find out. Shrek tells me this place is overgrown and I can't even see inside. Traversing this is gonna be like eating out a girl who's never heard of a razor before. Rosie's impressed, Mitch knows condensation, Homie's been reading a thesaurus, most impressive. A few more months on that word calendar and maybe you'll be ready for Cat in the Hat. Mitch thinks he's him, but my urban meter is failing to register a pulse. I jump in through a roof, absolutely dwarf-schmeckled at how overgrown that this is. This shit wouldn't get a warning from the HOA. You're telling me you couldn't pick the weeds? I stab the walkers, bring in the NPCs as Mitch realizes me and him is LeBron versus Dylan and gets to work repenting. Rosie, astonished at having all the ingredients that made Snow White take a nap, gets off topic, but we're able to secure the spicy bubble wrap as well as some manure. Mitch wants to use the cow shit to cook up the weapons Saddam was supposed to have before I'm told his instrumental work in collapsing the second tower was what sent him here in the first place. We sneak into a science lab as a splicer from BioShock, pinned comment, steps up, and after dealing with what appears to be the school nurse, Rosie tells me her lore and how she taught her everything she knows in what is a clear-cut case of medical malpractice. Now, while I'm not intimately familiar with the doctor's code, I am fairly certain that intentionally teaching children the wrong ways of medical practice should be counted as medical malpractice.
We could get medicine from the nurse's office.
After securing all the objects we need for Mitchell Oppenheimer to get cooking, Rosie wants to bury the nurse. Yeah, no one's got the time for that, with even the devs agreeing for me, adding in a fire overlay instead of actually animating it. With the barbed wire, we can funnel Lily's heroin addicts through the door, making an easily defensible position. Not to mention our decisive advantage in the psychedelic of choice, this should be a cakewalk. Jaden brings in some shirts, and after realizing some dandelions doesn't mean they should abandon their greenhouse for easy access to food, they realize they all stopped developing and are stuck with the brain power of 8-year-olds admitting that they need me. I give him the Disco Broccoli t-shirt and we get a 2-week timescape where we turn the school into Fort Knox. It seems this is where the devs realized Telltale was shutting down and decided to get creative with it as a horse comes out of nowhere and I see the light, which brings me back to this plane of existence. AJ, confused about what race he is, continues Slavic squatting and bravely proclaims he's never sleeping again. I'd like to see Freddy Krueger step up now. He shows up, fucker gets to ask Marlon whether he died a virgin. I compliment him as he admits my urbanness is superior. Naturally, Kenny and Lee are dead. Of course, I'm the de facto numero uno. He goes to patrol in the middle of the night. Well, in case the crickets try something, AJ will be ready with the screwdriver he calls a knife.
You must have lost your goddamn mind.
Actually, I'm kinda tired. I'd, kinda rather stay.
He wants to sleep with me, afraid of the monster under his bed, who's been awfully quiet as I call him a bitch for it. Next day I have to deal with my sidekicks arguing as it's been 2 weeks and they still haven't showed up, causing everyone to freak out. I'm certain these posters will be instrumental at stopping the onslaught of slave traders. Might as well go swipe or no swiping 3 times when they show up at this point. That honestly might be our best option, since one of our best players is Dylan Brooks, complaining to me about the death of Marlon and how he has hasn't taken anything seriously. And now he doesn't even know how he's gonna learn Chinese at this rate after LeBron ended his career. He gets to apologizing because he was in the wrong for being mad we killed his What is this writing? Did the season 2 writers do a cameo?
I forgive you. I understand why you did it.
He gives me the bow and arrow as my mouse and keyboard has me like Robin Hood with the tool. The flagpole is only going to encourage the Raiders since we can't come up with anything better than fuck Raiders. They're gonna act like they hit the jackpot with mentally retarded children. I get to helping Mitch test his bomb, proving itself as lethal as an attempted rape by a eunuch. I get Rosie's spirits up by telling her the Raiders will come with child soldiers, using that goodwill to get a path on spitting on Marlon's grave. Clem is a better person than I. If I was in this situation, I'd be leaving Marlon's grave even more acidic than Margaret Thatcher's.
What are you doing, buddy? What are you pissing?
Back hallway's secure. How is everyone?
I'm not gonna lie, it's not looking good. Case in point, these two genetically deficient morons are arguing which Home Alone trap is more effective. I mean, you might as well draw a picture of a tunnel on the front door and have them crash into it at this point. I tell them to get back to watching Looney Tunes, but the kid who eats bugs prefers Arthur and hits a sim like he was DW. A sim can't catch a break. Man's been bitched by everybody, including a 6-year-old at this point. Jaden takes this as a prime opportunity to rob a sim in poker, considering his horrible lucky streak, and lets us know about a Sim's Shrek fetish to shatter his mental. We convince Jaden to have mercy on L's Sim and play Truth or Dare instead.
Truth. Marry, fuck, kill.
Bye.
Fine. Marry, flip, kill.
What the hell does flip mean? Are we cannibalizing one of the participants in a human omelet? I'm given a limited amount of options, being forced to marry a sim. Fuck James, who might not even take off the mask. Okay, yeah, fucking Jason wouldn't be that appealing now that you mention it, so I'd probably switch him and Shrek. It's my turn to give a sim a dare as I tell- There's no way. No way!
No.
Man, what is that, bro?
And Jaden just piling on a sim, he has to be a self-insert of one of the writers' bullies or something. Now for this next part, I decided to take the will of the democratic people into account, and this may have been where you saw a weird YouTube poll if you didn't watch the stream. Violet had the greatest comeback of all time.
That's quite big. Impressive.
Until I realized there was one dude who just kept voting since I didn't have any voter ID restrictions or whatever. So I made a YouTube poll instead, and it seems that lesbian porn has went out of fashion, unfortunately.
Ooh, that's kind of small. Yikes.
I have the option to help either Vi or Jaden, and the crack lectorate picked the straight relationship, so I follow him. I help him tune a piano as he tests my blowing skills, which he concludes are up to par. We also do the tree mark thing that the average TCLR subscriber would normally have like this.
Oh, that's a potato?
Bro must be a hallucinating Irishman during the potato famine. How the fuck is that a potato? Anyways, he plays me like a piano, and we cut back to AJ staunchly on guard in case any heroin addicts show up.
I fucking really hate that fucking dickhead shit fuck. Whoa.
Well, after completely failing anatomy class, he declares that one guy is his op and says he's gonna kill him.
On. You won't always be able to tell me no.
What did you just say?
Nothing.
Well, the Raiders finally decided to show up to flatten our collective ball sacks, with Jaden making a slam dunk of a joke if they were 1 year older, as the others are clobber-dunkled. That the Raiders are here to take us away.
We're gonna make those assholes.
Omar, no! In my moment of shock, the game takes the opportunity to shoot me. It's a good thing this version isn't bugged and I can reload my save, right? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I spent the last 20 minutes watching MK Ice and Fire's playthrough instead of replaying the 2.5 hours. You want to copyright strike this and take all the money? I don't give a fuck, bro. I am not replaying all that again. As we bring them into the kill zone, I whip out the switch and make the claim that she can't shoot without the perk 30s. A disastrous accusation, even worse than a fake rape call-out, as she's forced to battle me with her wits to counter the claims in front of her boys. She assumes Lee would be upset that I defended a bunch of kids from slave traders and child soldier makers. After a reminding her Lee's urbanness is hereditary, she doesn't want to take the chance I was actually Lee's daughter since, well, as you can observe, I'm obviously half black. I still can't believe that's actually canon. Of course, I'm not the type of guy to go ape shit like Oonga Boonga, throwing my computers everywhere, just going up to the writers of whoever made the new Ariel Mermaid film with a MP40 and a trench coat just because the main character is black or anything, but, I mean, there is no way you look at this character and think, yes, this right here is obviously a black woman. I mean, that's gotta be racist. I mean, all you really had to do was like increase the difficulty in the South Park video game. She makes a futile attempt to bring out the others in hiding. No way that'll work.
Where are they?
Hey pal, you just blowing from stupid
The explosion catches them by surprise as Neo momentarily possesses Lily while Mitch decides to yodel while he approaches for the— This is my team? Even Lily is flabbergasted at what no schooling does to a motherfucker. Kids, stay in school or you'll end up like Mitch. That alone will get the world's literacy rate to 100%. We get back inside as the rock trap works somehow and the heroin addict shows up with the Molotov and goes one-on-one with me, which I almost win until I have to stop AJ from uttering the words that would unequivocally get this channel removed due to his skin color, giving the heroin addict the opportunity to take the advantage. Me and him get into it as we get to a scene that suspiciously looks like the one in The Last of Us, except for the fact that this guy is even dumber than I anticipated and starts monologuing, while me and AJ hit him with the Shaq and Kobe. I drop him while he takes me with, hey, thanks for breaking my fall, and congrats on that new job at the zoo being the first human pretzel. Lily won't shoot after I give her the puppy dog eyes. With my battle won, let's see how the others are doing. I saved Lewis and my run, by the way. After taking a Sim, Jaden, and Omar! No!
It should have been me, not him! It's not fair!
They retreat after snatching the ultimate prize and we're left defeated, vulnerable, venerable, and frankly at less than 2% strength. The only people we have left are a gullible, scarred 10-year-old, a dead retard, a massive cock, a nurse from Wish.com who doesn't even have the picture of what they're advertising, and Mozart's Netflix documentary actor. The only good news is that we have a pretzel-shaped hostage who knows exactly where Lily took the others. And I'll once again shout out to the two people who replayed the third episode after I died again at the end. I genuinely appreciate it, and you saved me big time. Next episode, I attempt to console Willie, who makes the baseless claim that Mitch should pick himself up by his bootstraps and find a way to save everybody. Before or after he DMs the Ops' battle plan. Abel's already had his anal cavity expanded and mental softened up for me, but before I can go, Willie assaults 10 for understandable reasons, giving a correct summation of events as I quickly look to de-escalate. Else 10 logs off the server for getting bullied by a dude named Willie. I arrive downstairs and pet Rosie as AJ's just sitting there, menacingly. The Kenshi character creator Gone Wild tries to convince me someone loved his two-eyed receded hairline ass enough to make his snake cry tears and asks for water. Oh yeah, for sure, buddy. AJ, I will not have the Geneva Conventions respected in this household. Now put that water away, young man. He believes Lily is the one for him. My guy. She's already getting her innards rearranged by Tyrone.
I'm Tyrone. And fuck getting a number, I'm trying to fuck somebody's wife. Long
Hey, buddy.
What the dog doing?
He relents, admitting they're locked in a bloody struggle to the death with people who would make him look like a saint. It's definitely Javi's group. I continuously abuse his rights, but despite that, he still asks me to reach into his front pocket, and I do, admiring his resolve, and am shocked it wasn't his penis, but he makes me light his Bible cigarette, thinking he still has the power in this relationship, so I burn his face to get my point across. AJ concludes he's finished and he gives up the tough guy act, promising he'll tell me the whereabouts of Lily if I make sure he doesn't turn, to which I oblige. He then continues making 6ix9ine look like a reliable partner in crime, saying they're role-playing Blackbeard's fantasy on the river. Great. Aw man, I'd love to help you out, but it's against my religion to touch heroin, and we do live in the US of A, of course, freedom of religion and all that. I stay and observe as he obtains the shiny version of the Renegon or something, making sure AJ understands how to properly treat prisoners of war and leave.
Come on, we have a boat to find.
We conduct some scouting operations, locating Violet, but there's no cover. If we try to storm the ship, our mortality rate will make the Battle of the Somme look like a LARP event. We deduce the best plan is to burn the hay, causing a distraction, forcing the ops to jack off the horses to calm them down. And with the average horsecock approaching the length of the average TCLR subscribers, they will need 4 to 5 people to ensure maximum efficiency, giving us the golden opportunity to steal their supplies and get James to enlist some walkers for our cause, to which we'll use as human shields and invade the ship of the line. Willie comes up with a brilliant point, but he's stopped because the game has no answer to that and probably just wants to ignore it. Not even kidding, they never bring up that point again. I sneak up to the devil worshipper, forcing her to drop her axe, the weapon of choice for the average urban, as it turns out she's Vi from League of Legends. There is no way she's Ten's brother. No, there's no way she's canonically black. I know that. Me and her get into a spat as she makes the baseless observation of my shittiness as a leader. My best weapon was a yodeler stuck in middle school. What do you want me to do? She says I ruined their enslavement play. Aw, man, I'm really sorry I did that. Gosh darn it. God damn it, Lincoln, you ruined everything. Jinx from League of Legends died as Minerva is now thoroughly indoctrinated into the cult. Lily comes around, invite us and call us out as she gives key intel, begging us not to use it to fight back. I tell them to go back home, and Willie is this close to unleashing Samurai Huey and showing once and for all that orange really is the new black. AJ briefs me on the color he sees being red, but admits that 10 is pretty retarded, as we agree the entire school needs help, as we reluctantly conclude we have to take on the monumental task of teaching these kids up to the level of reading Cat in the Hat. Finally, he says I'm not his real friend because I'm old at the tender age of 17. We get to the camp as James shows up and makes the plea to help him get his mask back and to not kill the walkers since he thinks they're people.
Didn't even try to spare them.
Yep. After that, I ask him for some sacrificial walkers I can use to sneak on the ship. I might as well have asked the Jews for help in evacuating Hitler to Argentina. There's no way that would work. He agrees, but wants me to see something first.
Clem, what's this?
It's called a salt lick. Whatever you do, don't lick it. It tastes horrible.
Wait a minute, how do you know? Did you lick it?
That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
I don't know.
He shows me his collection and implores me to walk in there and play a wind chime. You can't be serious. Unfortunately, I'm forced into it as AJ reminds me to keep breathing, which may prove difficult considering fresh air was a foreign concept when he crafted this headpiece. I get started on my next Subnautica playthrough and move in.
Swing first, nigga, let's go. Swing first, nigga, swing first.
I hit the wind chime, beginning a beautiful scene that the writers probably thought was big brain, but they did a better job making Jane seem in the right back in the end of season 2. Beats a banger though. I escape the scene and cough my lungs out, which are too contaminated by the washless mask to be of any further use. He inquires as to whether I think they're still just monsters. No, of course they're not. Thank you. You finally opened my eyes to the truth. Now help me send your not monsters to the slaughter, pretty please. He doesn't think he can. What are you, the little engine that could? I resort to telling him Omar's life is at stake, quickly ditching all his morals and preconceived notions, getting him on board as he unloads his entire arsenal of weapons, forgoing his ideology to save the legend, the most TCLR subscriberist of them all. I mean, I can't blame him. I don't think anyone can. Also,
when you said there might be people inside walkers, did you mean it?
hell no, that dude's crazy. We get back as Rosie says she wants to play Hogwarts Legacy, pinned comment. AJ is tasked with making a Decker. Okay, well, Cat in the Hat might be too difficult. Let's focus on the little caterpillar. AJ believes himself to be of superior intellect because he's thinking all the time. I make preparations for seppuku after realizing I've raised a philosophy major. He's thinking and afraid I'll get bit and turn into a monster, and looking at the season 4 cover. Yeah, I'm getting bit. There's no way. I tell him he better bash my head in, talking like Churchill's I'll fight him in the beaches, I'll fight him in the streets speech, but he says he'll get bit too and we can stay together forever. He wants to take his mind off things, so he goes on patrol, much to Jaden's dismay. Jaden asks why I saved him instead of Violet. Live chat is sexist. That's about the best explanation I can come up with. He's facing survivorship bias and doesn't feel like he deserved to get chosen, but that doesn't doesn't matter. It's time for the beach episode. Now, E. coli infection notwithstanding, good job, AJ. We play around a little bit before getting a wholesome moment before mother and son. The party is coming together as I pick green, AJ learns what a leprechaun is, and we get the machine Beethoven used to create Symphony 69 to play music. I don't see Kendrick Lamar as an option, as I resign myself to 20 minutes of mid. Also, I'm told to go check Willie, whose hair color evaded me for some reason prior, as I realize he's a fully fledged member of the IRA now. This evolution gave him an excellent idea on destroying the Raiders' ship, as he feels sorry for talking bad about 10. Honestly, I think he's just scared of AJ, if I'm being honest. The party is an absolute banger, a humdug, if you will, as Willie's skills can only confirm yet another biracial character, as this fine contraption can only have been created by a descendant of equal parts Arab and Irish. Rosie pulls out the psych reports as I get to figure out why everybody got drafted to this school in the first place. As an example, Rosie was walking around throwing slurs, assaulting teachers with barbecue forks. Very angry and aggressive stuff, looks like. I assume Willie must have done something at least on that same level.
Dude, no.
Chronic masturbation.
How chronic does it have to be for your parents to go, nope, nope, no hope for him, we're sending him to Alcatraz? Like, was he open carrying his 2-incher during Easter service every year or something? Bro's giving off the same energy of,
I'm a weirdo? Why do I have a picture of his asshole if I'm a weirdo?
no way, he thought that was a good response.
What does that mean?
Don't you dare.
Good call. Don't want AJ to check off over the next corpse he creates.
Guy.
And Theresa and Jasper, that one girl with colored braces, and Joey, Maddie, Lamar.
So what was Marlon doing? Talking about I have to save them no matter what. Decisions have to be made. That's why I killed Brody and sold off the others to slavery. He couldn't even do that. He was just running around not doing shit. Jaden tells us about his story, which is insane. Trigger warning for anyone who hasn't jacked off in the last 24 hours unless you want an albino golden shower. His parents were excessively rich and gave him everything, except singing lessons, and ironically, it wasn't because it was a girly hobby and my son will grow up cutting down trees and abusing his wife after spending their savings on the pub, but because of his philosophy. You can either be rich or happy. Well, your dad obviously failed to discover the benefits of becoming a TCLR subscriber. The perks of being a TCLR subscriber are vast, as we know more about the deep ocean than we do about the total benefits of an average TCLR subscriber. But our brave troops discovered another one recently, being the ability to become both rich and happy at the same time. The second you subscribe, you will receive access to the Midas Touch while also having the knowledge of camaraderie amongst the other TCLR subscribers, immediately giving you a peace of mind not known to many, and you also, more importantly, don't miss out on future content. Jaden decided to make a prank video on his dad and spent money on hotels and flowers and went to his mom and said, well, that looks like very interesting material. I'm sure he's just practicing his flower salesmanship skills in a burgeoning career of snake oil salesmanship on the hotel staff, right, Mom? After they finalized the divorce, he came in like, cameras over there, before his dad told him boarding school's right over there, and sent him to the American equivalent of Siberia. Finally, he plays Marvin's Room on the piano as we mentally prepare for the job. Nah, why the fuck Clem look like the Yandere simulator guy? They did her dirty here.
What the fuck did they do? Who the fuck is this?
Can't believe it's not Lee. Wonders why I always pick the train as he gives me a pep talk, as unlike the last couple of seasons, I don't have Javi, Kenny, Jane, Lee, Carly, Luke, or Kate. He says he was making it up as he went, who are you lying to, Lee? Your powers of clairvoyance were beyond our comprehension as you picked the obvious option every time. After he gives me a pep talk that Optimus Prime himself would take notes from, I'm ready as we get another illusion to Turnabout Ranch. I wish he was here, but he tells me the creators didn't include recruit difficulty in this game.
How's the boy?
He's good, Lee. You'd like him.
I bet. You teach him to shoot yet?
You have no idea. He'd be so proud.
You mean more than I already am? Wow. Just look at you. Just look at you.
I know I told you I'd always keep moving, Lee. But I'm tired of running. I have a home now.
Then you're off the hook. A home is better than I could have ever hoped for. Time to go, Clementine. You've got people that need you.
Goodbye, Lee.
Next morning, AJ wakes me up and says the group needs 90% of their power to help them succeed in the extraction job, since him and his 9% won't be enough. We get to the starting location as James shows up in the mask, giving off the same energy I did in middle school when I showed up in a sweater in 40-degree heat. The others are surprisingly enamored by this, as 10 definitely ships us. Well, it's too bad he's gay now, isn't it? Rule 34 users are in shambles right now. We get his backstory, which I honestly do not care about, as Oppenheimer I Am Become Death moment. He's very sorry he's murdered someone who said genocide isn't based, which, understandable why he decided to kill him, but he ends up beating himself over it. AJ left him cobbler-caught that he already caught his first body at the age of 6, and begs me to not let him take another, else it'll break him. The walkers come as the kids will deal with the supplies, and me and Jaden are going to make the Boston bombing look like a fireworks display. Martin Luther King tells me to tell Vi he forgives her for ulting Jinx. Jaden is afraid I'll die, so I decide to make everyone watching this as uncomfortable as AJ, who's wondering if Jaden's still vegan after swallowing my entire tongue. We cover ourselves in slop before taking a quick bite to keep our blood glucose levels up. I take a play out of the Ayatollah playbook and hostage my way through as the others set the hay on fire before the chronic masturbator decides to rub one out on the supplies, marking them before stealing them for himself. Stereotypical black guy 1 almost steps up. Holy shit, this dude's big as fuck. What are you doing here? LeBron needs your ass. Get to San Francisco. After we sneak through, Telltale keeps things fresh by turning this into a 3D platformer and get to the front door, and as we get inside, we try to find the boiler. Clem is a Warriors fan, so no help for LeBron this year as we get inside and throw in the bomb as we have T-minus 30 minutes until the Lusitania saga gets remastered. Vi gets chewed out for feeding and jungle diff, giving her a chip on her shoulder as I tell her 10 forgives you. She says she'll help me. Omar! Finally! Quickly, get this man to safety! She ends up betraying her word and locks me in. I wake up to Violet, who found out I listen to mainstream music and decides closing me off is the appropriate response. They locked everybody in as I let them know the news that Vi will not be assisting us in this endeavor. A sim tells me Lily reminds him of the Resident Evil mommy, and he proceeded to shit and ejaculate his pants when she showed up, but that doesn't matter. We have to get Omar to safety. AJ still has that screwdriver and slides it to me, but I almost get caught while breaking out. Lily arrives and asks me where her brother and heroin is, and AJ tells her we fed him crack while watching him turn.
Fuck, you little monster.
She comes in and says my urbanness is approaching the levels of Lee, astonished I turned the special ed class into a functional school rec team. Something Napoleon himself wouldn't be able to accomplish. Now, child soldiers, I don't give a fuck. You're gonna need everything to stop Javi, I'll be real with you, but I will not join you heroin addicts and portray the superior psychedelic. She tells me how she got those scars and how Larry ran a gulag operation whenever they forgot to turn off the lights. I tell her I'm still smoking that Larry pack on gang, no cap, before she begins regaling me about the story of the twins. It's about Vi and her sister. One decided to embrace her child soldiering and fully saluted at a 60-degree angle, while the other decided that gas chambers might be a little too much before she got executed on the spot by her own sister. Jaden chews out Vi for being a Mighty Morphin meat rider and gets pinned, but just before his fingers chopped off for daring to value human life. AJ comes out of nowhere as Mike Tyson gave her the Thorfinn makeover. Lily, however, is impressed at a fellow Geneva suggestioner before another badass scene.
Big talk for a little guy.
I know I can do it. I killed Marlon. He wasn't a monster, but you are.
Dang.
She's impressed at AJ's human rights violation and takes him away to be indoctrinated in her Hitler youth. Vi is left to watch us, and as Jaden distracts her, I try getting out until Violet tries defending her scissor partner, which ends up working out even better for me and somehow has me on my back. Come on, Clem, you're dishonoring the Lee name. Jaden catches his first buddy, putting a crossbow right through her mouth. Holy, look at that orifice. It fit the entire Coca-Cola can down that. And with everyone enamored at the absolute deep-throating capabilities of that mouth, Clem takes the opportunity to redeem the Lee family name. Shut up, Jaden. We have rescued Omar. That is all that matters. Violet does not want to leave, still thinking she can fix her. Just a quick note. If you let Jaden get captured, he'll have his tongue ripped out and still be happy to see you, by the way. Superior romantic option, in my opinion. I go up to rescue AJ, not sure why Omar's safety still isn't secured. I would assume that would take priority. I find them to have captured 10 and James, who stands up for himself against what's supposed to be Resident Evil levels of mommy, but 10 somehow takes a gun and says he'll do it. No, he won't. AJ is the face I had with secondhand embarrassment. Bro's a shooter on Twitter at best. Lily does the right thing and executes the weakling. No! AJ comes out, hits her with bite, flinches her as James takes on the other.
Where did Triple H come from? Damn Triple H! Damn his soul!
Lily would 100% unequivocally whip my ass. She was part of Lee's harem, of course. I'd expect nothing less from being chosen by the Sultan himself, but with AJ stabbing her in the leg, I have an opportunity to unleash Tara Newton's worth of pain, forcing her off as AJ picks up the tool. Now you see the difference between Lily here and when 10 had a gun right to her head. She understands that 10 is at best Twitter fingers, not trigger fingers. AJ over here, though, you could tell the defecation unleashed in her pants is of mighty caliber.
Dang.
Not 3, not 4, not 5.
By the way, she would have killed James if I told AJ not to shoot. I don't want to hear anyone defending her in the comments. And she also killed Carly. You're telling me she and her mouse and keyboard levels of aim wouldn't have helped Lee stay alive in season 1? The bomb explodes, which ends off episode 3 Broken Toys. Oh man, I'm almost done with episode 4. I surely hope that a bullet will come out of nowhere and coupled with my game not saving send me back to... Anyway, this is the first Epic game I've ever bought in my life. I wake up flabbergasted I'm still alive and wait a minute. That's 9 bullet holes AJ shot 8 times. No. Jump in, Clem, save the hat! AJ is hanging off as I convince him to Man, could you imagine if I just, didn't press Q here? What if I just drop him? What's realistically gonna happen to me? Continuing my call of the void, I tell an 8-year-old to jump the boat as this Viking ship almost made like Harold Hardrada's fleet when the Anglo-Saxons ran his fade. I shimmy my way through to AJ as this bald fuck stole my property, emptying the clip, giving me the opportunity to stab him. And as we're fighting, AJ deletes any potential for a continuation of his bloodline before I end said line right then and there. We narrowly avoid the Titanic collapsing on top of us, with Jaden saving us with a giant rock. Violet is still alive, saving her. Oh no. Get ready to learn Braille, buddy. The remnants of our ops are still holding out. Omar! Yes! Mission accomplished. Everyone Surg rush the ops so we can let the pinnacle of human evolution escape. The others have the horse and the cart set up, but the concept art for Jane notices, and knowing this man makes Dylan Brooks look like Curry, I quickly intervene, letting her know once and for all I'm a Kenny enjoyer. Eventually, Vi's team wipes and she's left to go 1v5. Her marksmanship is immaculate. I have expected her to start hitting never-before-seen twirl the gun, spin around 5 times before doing a front flip and use the clit to pull the trigger, and shotting 5 walkers in a row trick shots. She thinks she's him and suffers for it as she'll be left with a peg arm for life. Yeah, never mind, she's a goner. Holy shit, they removed her buccal gland, I can't find it. With all else failing, she tries throwing a grenade, but I quickly show her why the PC is a superior gaming option. Unfortunately, the blast scares the horses off, but with Omar in the back, we can die happy knowing that our job is accomplished. My knife is missing, which is just great as I have to forego homicide for more ethical escapist methods. There it is, you little shit. We end up reluctantly taking this looter with us, making our way to a dual-wielding spellcaster from Elden Ring, escaping into the cave.
I saw the bloodlust in them.
Alright, Gandhi, tell me about it after we escape these ravenous Reddit moderators. I made a torch, finding a tunnel on the other side that we use a log to traverse. After that, we're faced with some sort of riddle from Uncharted, but just as my 3 brain cells get to cooking...
Meeny, meeny, miny, here goes.
James comes in. Hold on, is this clipping? In my Telltale game, literally unplayable. The man thinks the best way to save AJ is to kidnap him and force him to follow against his... You can see how that's worse, right? Well, I guess that's a solid strategy if you want to disable elementary schools as an option for the places you're allowed into. Oh, come on, AJ, I know that he took you, but you really want to bite that?
You did this.
The fuck type of gaslighting is this? Are we back in season 2?
Sway, you had him empty an entire clip into that woman's head.
It was only half a clip.
Okay. AJ, grammatical correctness is not the problem at hand here. I tell him to take that guilt and put it where his boyfriend previously owned. Getting him mad enough to put Arthur on the screen for a second time this episode to conceal what he's about to do to Clementine.
I liked it.
They grow up so fast.
I liked killing him.
With me and James arguing on the efficacy of genocide while AJ tells us how he got these scars, he gets James and Clem on the same side as Clem spoils all the fun. He's not having it, but makes the critical mistake of leaving his family jewels exposed to AJ, which would normally disqualify him from a sequel generation if it wasn't for the fact he beats it to James Charles videos. He goes on a monologue about...
All you know is violence, death.
My guy, you think that walkers deserve to live? That's insane. At least I could see the argument vegans make. I mean, I'm not condoning what they do, of course. I'll take mine medium rare, thank you. This is like saying serial rapists or murderers don't deserve the chair. Or even worse, furries don't deserve the chair. Eventually he gives up, saying the next time we need to use someone like a tampon, go find someone else. After my chat completely fumbled the last 30 big decisions they told me to trust them on, this one is the one they said you really need to do, and to essentially let AJ cook. I see no problem with that. AJ, you have proved yourself. Kill whoever you want. We find the remains of James skinning a walker, so that's honestly a collectible I can do without. We get outside and learn that a sim voted for us to stay, meaning Omar and Ruby told us to leave. Well, it's not too late. Let's go, AJ. Omar has spoken. Jaden came back for us for some reason. Assuredly, he won't say something stupid in the next few minutes.
It was white, like my house.
You lived in a White House?
Yup.
But not the White House, right?
Bro, are you that stupid? At the bridge, we reach a dead end. Hold on, is that boss music?
It will be over soon.
10 makes a remarkable observation, really hawk-eyed with that one as she tries convincing him to join her on the other side. And Sauron somehow sends in the orcs after. How does that even work? I am genuinely confused at how she sent them after us. My Robin Hooding with the Blake key does damage until she teleports on top of me and presses R. We end up duking it out, she splits my boot open, but I'm too quick on the draw. Oh, now you want to go after... Who let Skybound cook? 10 thinks he can still save her somehow. She'll just be walking around without legs, arms, a face. Probably have to chop the head off, honestly. He'll have her looking like Baxter Stockman after his 5th failure with the Hun. And Jaden thinks he can still save him. I ain't saving nobody. I've got to make sure Omar made it. AJ decides to just cut the weakest link, though, as Lewis finally jumps and understandably goes off on AJ. Although we're able to convince him it's natural selection and how he lighted the Mitch pack a few episodes ago. Lewis hits the fence with the Latino maneuver, but even with the apocalypse, the US border guards are on standby as we're separated. I throw up AJ and barely slither my way up. AJ saves me with the gun, but as we get... Oh no.
Whatever it was, it got you good.
We make our way through evading the walkers as Clem is already beat. Really puts into perspective the absolute urbanness Lee displayed, going a whole episode with a bite, not allowing it to overtake him until he was done. The man literally told Death, hold on, I still got work to do. We've proven 2 things today. Number 1, Carlos is absolutely retarded, and number 2, Lee is most definitely a pinnacle TCLR subscriber. And pretty much just replay episode 5 of season 1, teaching AJ the proper technique for a phalanx formation as he tells me to let him cook, and cook he did. Fucker put on a performance for the ages, one that would make Gordon Ramsay bust an absolute nut. Bro thinks climbing her jaundice along with pale skin, making her look whiter than she already does, can climb anything. It's Jover.
I need to make sure you remember.
Remember what?
The rules. What's number 1?
Secure the keys?
Never go alone.
Got any more ammo? there isn't anymore. Okay then.
After a long 4 seasons of excellence carrying season 2 on her back single-handedly until Avi could come help, everything comes back full circle with Lily's words proven right. AJ executes me. Now, could you imagine he slipped and missed, just ended up cutting my buccal gland out? And after forcing him to do something traumatizing, we say our goodbyes and... Clem wakes up in the astral plane Lee willed his soul to after dying, evidently putting off death somehow as she gets ready to stop Napoleon at Waterloo, getting to a castle gate on fire. Well, I guess that's where that fantastical dream earlier came from. Oh god, she still has that yee-ass haircut. This has to be Turnabout Ranch. RoboCop's origin story won't be happening on my watch today. Telltale doesn't own the copyright as I make it through to... Oh god, it's him! Quickly, is weed sticky?
It's not even fucking sticky.
Won't let me what? Oh, well, turns out she was caring for AJ. A conversation would have settled that and probably let her keep her life, honestly. I may have spoken too soon as it seems like she slathered AJ in jam to attract EDP or something as I grab him, steal a car, and make my way out and into a Charmin Ultra Soft commercial.
Charmin Ultra Soft is made with extra cushions that are soft and more absorbent. Plus, you can use 4 times less versus the leading value brand.
My haircut is unshockingly scaring him. He eventually figures out it is actually me, Clem, and we leave Turnabout Ranch in Dr. Phil's nefarious grasps. We come back to the present as AJ stars in the new Croods movie, finding Clem sat somehow, and Rosie comes out and saves it. 10 also shows up. I can recognize that tumorous leech from anywhere as I put him out of his misery, ending off his character's arc on teaching us about natural selection and the 4th season's absolutely brain-dead character. The Sim finally gets his BBW. Omar is opening his new kebab stand. Right beside the main attraction of our camp, a torture of a prisoner of war that would make the CIA tell us to take it down a notch. I make my way to Willie to learn from the master on how to beat my schmeat.
What you doing there, goofball?
I lived, bitch. I give the hat I found back to Captain Crunch, but she says I can keep it as she unveils the new tire swing for me. Finally, we get back to our brethren for some supper. Violet is still blind as a bat, I see. I'm tasked with helping Jaden complete his... What the hell is this? I don't want it. Give me back the other dialogue options. Do they think they could save the studio if they just had this at the end of the game? Like, people would look at it like, whoa, that's next level shit. And just because of that, make it like the new Elden Ring, win Game of the Year, get Telltale billions of dollars, allowing them to continue operations. I have no idea why they just switched that for AJ, honestly. I get one last sit down with Clem where we reminisce on everything that has transpired as she asks if she did a good job. Of course you did, Clem. The bestest job in the whole world. Not with actually teaching, AJ Doe. The grammar, honestly, it might be a little lacking for the friendly caterpillar. Probably just gonna have to stick to picture books from now on. And with those 2 character arcs coming to an end, I walk into... Okay, technically true now, I guess. But I liked it better when she said that after making a mockery out of the cabin group in season 2.
Have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down.
The first mockery, to be exact. Ensuring Rosie views me as above the age of a toddler, I put the hat on the nightstand, ending off season 4. I spent days crafting this meticulous script, just like how they did with Clem's character arc these last 4 seasons. Honestly, absolutely sensational. Season 2 was pretty darn awful, but it was still probably my second favorite just because I liked it, personally. I do a tier list about all the seasons next week, maybe even all the episodes, who fucking knows. Depends on if I can get the next GTA game out in time, which, looking at my past videos, probably gonna have to wait about a half a year for that one. But with Clem's character arc coming to not necessarily a close, as apparently they even made a book continuing her struggle. Let's check it out.
This is bad.
Yeah, no joke at all. I am saying this with 100% accuracy, a straight face, no joke whatsoever. I'm not even joking, I'm serious. I'd rather recommend Cuties over this. Seriously though, I would recommend my other videos over the both of them. Not a hard bar to cross, I know, but just check them out. And as always, leave a like and subscribe if you did enjoy, and I'll see you all in the next video. Peace.